I choose to walk in the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible, it's still talking about the Bible. What is the benefit? Everything about you counterfeit. There ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher. In real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this. I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity, presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law. Don't get involved and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool to threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole world become obsolete. A black man who believes in Jesus got my own team taking shots at me. You trespassing on property that you don't fully understand properly. All the back and forth, that's not for me, that's for ROC and the war machine. If we ride together, then we ride together. If we can't do it, I'd rather leave. I still stand on the word of God till the day I die and no longer breathe. We trapped inside the diaspora, nightmares of the massacre. Cold sweat, I'm below deck in the middle passage, just a passenger. Revolutionary hardcore, liberation, that's a hard job. You ain't ready, you a oddball. Keep your mouth closed like lockjaw. I learned trying to bring people together on the same page, make them separate. All the talk about reconciliation, when the time comes, you hesitate. If Jesus was able to sit at the table with a bunch of sinners, you very fake. Your steps ordered by the Lord, and how it was yesterday, a big mistake. We the city sitting on the hill. Guess it all depends on how you live. Guess it all depends on how you feel, and we both know that ain't God's will. I stood on what I felt was right. I don't never question if God's real. Trapped inside this matrix, I'm about to pop the red and the blue pill.
Bless them which persecute you. Bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, said the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:14-21.
Peace. What it is, it's your brother Tavon Swindon, aka the Orthodox Moore, aka the Seven Pillar Saracen, aka Brother Moore. Wishing you all peace and blessings, man. This has been a very, very, very interesting week. Very interesting week. And I was gonna let it go without saying something, but then I woke up this morning and I saw a live stream, and out of nowhere, like a sermon started popping off in my head, and I couldn't unhear it. And I'm at the junction where my head is full, so I'm just gonna start talking for a second. You know what I'm saying? Because got something on my chest I got to get off. Yeah. So y'all see the title. So I'm gonna break that all down and unpack that because it's a lot that went down. So, man, I went to sleep last night, and on my mind was a few things that happened this week. One, I saw that documentary Unspoken, of which I'll be commenting on a little bit, not completely, just a little bit. There was a good brother of mine who was in need of help, and kind of broke my heart because there was a religious organization we used to be part of together that wasn't able to be in a position to help him out and whatnot. And that just broke my heart. A lot of conversations on YouTube going back and forth with a lot of different people, and I'm noticing a lot of different tactics that I would like to kind of draw out, point out, and shed some light on and whatnot, just give my opinions on. So you see what it is. There's a lot of fugazi going around, and I'm saying that plantation apologetics is dead. What do I mean by plantation apologetics? Um, I mean this in a couple different ways. I mean this from like the urban apologetics community, and also mean this from the conscious apologetics community. But today I'm going to be talking about it from the urban apologetic side. I'll be devoting a whole another video to the conscious community side of it, but today it's definitely about the self-inflicted death of the urban apologist community in their plantation apologetics. And so what do I mean by that? It's obvious at this juncture that they have an extreme failure to understand that they are creating more Israelites than they are converting. And not just creating more Israelites, they're creating more of the Israelites that they do not want to see around, which is just, it's funny, and funny, haha, you know what I'm saying, all at the same time, right? Because they're pounding the table with this narrative of the one West Israelites, for instance, right? That particular group, that they're coming for you. They're coming for your church. Be on the lookout. You better watch out. You better get security and armed guards and all that kind of stuff. Yes, they've said things like that, right? On top of that, you have this narrative of a lack of a narrative, right? So you got to be on the lookout for these people, but there's this lack of the narrative of what created them. Why do they exist? What vacuum do they exist in? What is the impetus for their existence? And it's never talked about, never dealt with. And if you're talking about urban apologetics, this is what I don't understand. This is what I heard when I woke up this morning, and it just got me. You know what I'm saying? It just got me. Is the failure to understand why people like the One West groups, or even why the moderates can exist, right? Like the Christian apologetics community at this juncture, and urban apologetics in particular, is completely deaf, dumb, and blind to the fact that the moderates and the camps exist within the vacuum that the church created with their lack of response in the community. And people like Eric Mason have said basically as much, right? But if that's the recognition, then you're going at this thing all backwards. You're literally so you're going at the victim, telling them it's their problem that they got victimized. That's crazy. On top of that, at this juncture, there's a lack of accountability in the apologetics, and a lack of sound information, right? Like at this juncture, people just know you're twisting information. So again, if you see the Unspoken documentary, please go watch it. Please go watch it. I'm going to do a full breakdown on that documentary and a couple other ones real soon, right? That documentary was sad and laughable at best. And anybody who's up on history knows how laughable that documentary was. And this is the situation where we find ourselves. So at this juncture, urban apologetics, Israelite apologetics period, has just become people making merchandise of the people, right? People making merchandise of the people. And that's got to change, at least for the sincere ones out there. I was on the channel last night. Shout out to Yeshub and the App Gang. I was on Genesis 49ers last night, talking to a brother who was emblematic of a lot of people I'm listening to right now, who are sitting back watching the information on all sides, just trying to soak up information. They don't really want to take a firm stance on what they believe on what, because they don't know. They don't, and And check this out, fam. People legitimately don't know. People legitimately don't know. We're descendants of a slave trade trying to figure things out. People legitimately don't know. People got legitimate questions to ask. People got legitimate questions they need answered. They need answered. And for a lot of people, they couldn't get their questions answered in church. That's part of the vacuum. And when you ask certain questions, oh, you become a troublemaker. You gotta get out of it. No, I had sincere questions. Y'all acting like I don't have sincere questions. Oh, you don't have sincere answer for them questions, because that makes me problematic, because that challenges your structure. So does your church now exist to serve the people, or does it now exist to serve itself? Therein lies the problem. Therein lies the problem. That is the source of the vacuum that the camps and the moderates fill. That's the source of the church. No longer, at one point in time, we come from a historical church tradition in this country that a lot of people don't even know about. Like, there's an authentic West African Christianity tradition that we practice in this country, that when you study it, even if you don't dig religion, if you just study it from a social aspect and from a political aspect, it's a beautiful system. It's taken straight out of the New Testament in terms of how people take care of each other. If you need something and I got it, it's yours. It's a beautiful system, fam. And it's going to be one that you hear me talk about ad nauseum on this channel. I promise you. I promise you. But at some point, we went from that system to a whole different system of Christianity, etc., that was not ours. That was not our tradition. You can see this in the First African Baptist Church. At one point, the church had a certain design. At one point, they were using Ethiopic crosses, etc. And another point, they changed. At one point, they had a certain Christianity. They had that Gullah form, etc. Right? Gullah Christianity, Geechee Christianity, that low country Christianity is it has its own set of traditions, and they left those set of traditions, as did many, 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 many churches that came out of the South. They left their authentic traditions that came off the slave ship, and they adopted another form of Christianity. So when the camps and the conscious community talk about, oh, y'all practice the white man's religion, y'all practice the white man's Christianity, there's a legitimate argument to be made about that from a certain perspective. So do I believe that Christianity was created by European people? No. No way, shape, or form. No way, shape, or form. But as an urban apologetics community, if y'all got the nerve to say that people are calling themselves Israelites and Moors and all this kind of stuff because they lack dignity as Black people, as people like Eric Mason say, and others, then y'all have to recognize this same basic concept. So if y'all are proud Africans and y'all are pro-Black, etc., what slave came off the slave ship as a Reformed Protestant? I'm not saying Christian. I don't got an issue. We can talk about the Christian part. I want to know what slave came off the slave ship as a Reformed Protestant. You can't make that happen. It's not that's not happening nowhere. That's not happening nowhere. But we can show people coming off the slave ship with a West African form of Christianity. So we got to slow things down, fam. Not that we need to, because like I said, like the urban apologetics game is dead. Like, that's just the dead combo at this juncture. I can't even describe the level of self-inflicted wounds that it has at this juncture, because it's refusing to acknowledge history, refusing to acknowledge genetics, refusing to acknowledge archaeology, refusing to acknowledge anthropology, refusing to acknowledge slave narratives, refusing to acknowledge historical narratives in America. It's amazing the tone. It's amazing the level of dissonance, of cognitive dissonance within the urban apologetics community at the moment. It's amazing. It's amazing. But let me just share my screen real quick and start getting some stuff right quick, because I'm gonna start ranting if I don't control my joint. Man, shout out to my man Judah Nazar in the chat. Shout out to Asiatic Lion. As a matter of fact, when I'm done ranting, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Let everyone get their rant in, because I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of people who are similarly vibing what I'm talking about at the moment. Let me go ahead and share my screen right quick. Yep. Plantation Apologetics is dead. R.I.P. fam. Rest in power, rest in peace, however you want to do it, but it's going down. It's going down. So this is the consistent game that's being played right now, right? Is you got like two sides. There's two games going on. That's one game, right? There's two games going on. That's one game. You have the Israelites versus the Christian apologists, and you have the conscious community as the referees and whatnot, right? So you have like the camps versus like the shield squad types, and that's being reffed out by the Sinetta types in the House of Consciousness and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? You have the moderates, and then you have like the so let me be clear about this. Like, so the shield squad types, like they're led by vocab, right? So that's, we got a European leading that the whole thing, right? So we have the African descent stuff being led by Eric Mason and whatnot, more so being directed towards the moderates. He'll talk a little bit towards the camps a little bit, but really, when you look at his books and you look at his literature and whatnot, it's more geared towards the moderates and whatnot, because they're more so going to be more likely to stay in the churches or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And that conversation is being ref by the conscious Christian in the game, right? Which is Bryn, right? Bryn, you can see him on Sinetta and whatnot. You can see him sitting down with Sinetta and whatnot. You can see the interaction with Garfield, etc. You can see the back and forth. You can see the very similar roster building concept, where he tries to get certain people of certain belief systems to come on and rep certain things, etc. Certain conversations can be had, certain conversations can't be had, etc. It's a gatekeeper kind of a situation, right? The referee gatekeeper position, right? And so very, very, very similar game, right? And so the game is, the Israelites are on the left. They are the extremists. The Christians are on the right. They are the orthodox normalcy, status quo. And the people in the middle are saying that both sides are full of it somewhere, and both sides make sense somewhere. So both sides keep showing up to the middle and giving support to the middle and whatnot. Now, it used to work out that the Christian apologists used to come up off the Israelites and whatnot, and the Israelites used to come up off of the conscious community. But now, the urban apologists are so behind on their information, so utterly far behind on their information, that the Israelite apologists are now just fundraising and recruiting off the Christian apologists. Like they can't even really get any smoke in the conscious community right now. There's not a lot going on. A little bit here, a little bit there. Like, but it used to be a lot of smoke in the conscious community. Not that much anymore. But the Christian smoke is it's just an easy game for him now, and the numbers are crazy. The numbers are crazy. I was just watching like 1,500 live in a Deacon live stream one day talking about the Christians. Then another day 1,900 live in the live stream talking about dealing with the Christians and whatnot, dealing with the urban apologists and whatnot. Like, fam, there's no Christian. You put all the Christian apologists together, they're not putting them. They're not pulling them numbers. So the Israelites are now challenging Sinetta numbers. Sinetta used to have the biggest numbers out there, but the Israelites are now challenging that. They're now growing to the point. They're growing off the Christians so much. They're growing off the urban apologists with their dated information to the point to where they're catching up to Sinetta and whatnot. Like, it's a whole new day, fam. The exponentials are crazy. When the Israelites go live, they pull way more numbers than the Christians and the urban apologists. Way more, whether they're camps or they're moderates. Doesn't matter. They're pulling way more numbers. The camps are definitely pulling more numbers than the moderates. The moderates are probably pulling more money though, which is interesting. But it's just a different level of support. It's just a different constituency group. The moderates are more middle class. The camps are more working class, etc. To lower class, etc. And the Christians have the urban apologists even have a smaller group to pull from. And it's becoming a very, 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 very obvious thing to where the momentum is not with the conscious community anymore. There's nothing new to say there, right? They're stealing their information, right? They're stealing their information, just like the Christian apologists are, just like the urban apologists are. And so the ones who are catching up on multiple levels now are the Israelites. In terms of information, in terms of their use of social media, in terms of their organization, in terms of what they build and offer the people for services and whatnot. The momentum is definitely on the left side of the field right now. Definitely on the left side of the field. And I don't see a change in direction anytime soon. If y'all do, please let me know in the chat. If you agree, yeah, go ahead and drop a 1. But going further, what do I mean by outdated information? So whether you get it from Eric Mason, whether you get it from Vocab Malone, the information is the same. You're identifying as Hebrews, as Moors, as Israelites, etc., because you do not have any pride in yourself in being African. You don't have any pride in your tradition. And the way you should cure that is by coming to practice Reformed Protestant Christianity that has nothing to do with West Africa. That's what you should do to fix all that and get pride in yourself as a West African. Fam, how does that make? I don't even understand. How does that make sense? I don't know who came up with that selling point or that talking point. Like that was going to be the main, like, but that's, yeah. If you were going to do that, you should have at least read all the sources and books to make sure that there was no way to prove other connections to West Africa, right? But at this juncture, you got to break down. So what Protestant Reformed Christian communities were there in West Africa prior to colonialism? Who was doing that? That question can't get answered now. But here's what can get answered. Whether you were dealing with the camps, the moderates, other groups, etc., we can historically prove connections and genetic ties to Christians in West Africa, Muslims and Moors in West Africa, Jews and Israelites in West Africa, people with African spiritual traditions in West Africa. All of the above. As a matter of fact, most of us come from a mixture of those genetic connections. A mixture of that. So the Israelites are advancing in certain areas on the conscious community because, and Moors as well, because they can challenge historical information about who was where doing what based upon the sources now. And the urban apologists don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. They tried to pick it up a little while ago and recognize, you know what? Oh, wow. So I watched Adam Coleman and Vince Bantu talking about a source having to do with Christians in West Africa. Adam Coleman brought out on the channel, and I was laughing because I actually have the same book that Adam Coleman brought out, right? And of which I'll be showing the sources here in a second. But it's hilarious because he's using Islamic sources to try to prove a Christian community in West Africa prior to colonialism, which is there 100%. But those same Islamic sources also speak about Jewish communities in West Africa as well. So if you're going to try to go that route to prove Christian community, it's over and done with, because there's a plethora of sources in the Islamic community and Islamic sources that talk about Jewish presences in West Africa. Plethora. And what's hilarious is when Adam Coleman and Vince Bantu made their appearances in that movie. Hold on, let me get to it right quick. In the movie Unspoken, they made no mention of that Christian community in West Africa prior to colonialism. What was made mention is a bunch of West African communities that were Christian post 1450 via Catholicism, via Catholic conversion. So why would they bring it up and then leave it out? Why would they bring it up and then leave it out? Because it's a very simple question. What form of Christianity were they practicing in that Christian community of West Africa? And the simple answer is whatever form it was. It was not Western Reformed Christianity. It didn't look like it. It didn't sound like it. It didn't walk like it. It didn't talk. It was a West African form of Christianity that migrated from other parts of Africa. But again, this is the claim of the urban apologist, that you have no black dignity, that you're African. Okay, then why is your Christianity colonized? That's what I want to know. If you have dignity as a black person and you're a proud African, why is your Christianity colonized? Am I saying you're colonized because you practice Christianity? No. I'm saying what I'm saying. Why is your Christianity colonized? I have no beef with Christianity. Like I said, I genetically have connection to historical groups of people in West Africa that were Christian. No issue with that. I potentially have a genetic connection with people in East Africa that were Christian. No issue with that. My father was a Christian minister. No issue with that. I don't have an issue with Christianity, right? But even my father was recognizing that the Christianity he came from was not serving the people well and didn't serve where he was coming from. And unfortunately, it was after his death that I found out that he was actually connected he was historically to another form of Christianity that I know he would have fell in love with. He would have loved low country Christianity and the way it took care of the people, because that's what he was searching for. That's exactly what he was searching for. An uncolonized Christianity. That's what my father was searching for. And all praise to the Most High, I was able to find it. Give me just 1 second, fam. 1 second. I got to go grab a power cord. There we go. I have returned. Let me do it like this and make it bigger for y'all. Appreciate you for your patience, man. But yeah, simple question. Why is your Christianity colonized? What slave came off the slave ship as a reformed Protestant? These are legit questions that got to get answered. Because you're telling people who got questions that you can't answer that they're heretics because you can't answer their question, and that they have no dignity for connecting to these historical cultures that they can find footprints of in West Africa. Why don't you practice the Christianity that came off the slave ships? Another legitimate question. Another a legit question. Because you're telling me I don't have dignity as an African. You're telling me I don't have dignity as an African. That I'm running away from that tradition. Are there some camps that talk about an anti-African doctrine? Sure, 100%. And I definitely go at them type of people. You've never heard that kind of stuff here. And there's a lot of people, you don't want to entertain the people who are connecting to the African side. That's what's interesting about this thing. You don't want to entertain the people who are actually seriously connecting to their African side, genetically, historically, etc., and connecting to the Bible, etc. And connecting. It's obvious that you only want to deal with the extreme people. And if they're not extreme, you want to make them sound extreme or more extreme than what they are. It becomes this whole game of, okay, hot potato went out to her like, I didn't say that. Well, I'm going to say you said that, and I'm going to make you defend it like you said it anyway. And no. And that's the depth of your apologetics. And that's why it's tired and worn out. Because a simple question like this will have the whole squad falling over itself, not know how to answer nothing. The whole team of people. Oh, let me get my brain on right quick. The whole team of people that made that movie, Unspoken and whatnot, can't answer this question. It'd be crickets everywhere, fam. Their Christianity don't look like this. It don't look like this. It don't look like this. It don't look like this, fam. Somewhere along the line, it switched up and became this Reformed Protestant form of Christianity. Some people practice Catholicism, etc., or different forms of Reformed Christianity. Cool, but that's not the tradition we came from. We came from this, fam. We came from a whole nother thing, fam. We came from this, fam. And this tradition, take the religion out of it. Just the philosophy of this tradition fixes any broken area where our people are. Just the philosophy of these people. The way they take care of each other, the way they view, again, if you actually want to see a biblical culture living and breathing, go check out the Gullah culture, fam. Again, it looks just like the Old Testament and New Testament fused together. If I got it and you need it, it's yours. Their concept of heirs property is so interesting when you compare it to the scripture. They have a lot of interesting concepts, man. But it's a community of taking care of each other. Beautiful culture. But our Christianity in this country, as a community, stopped being this. It stopped being this. When people like Deacon call out Mike for using European commentaries, etc., like there's some legit meat on that bone right there. Like, so the Christianity we came from, that came off the slave ship, were they citing those same commentaries? No, they had their own tradition. These people here weren't citing those commentaries, man. Yet they had their own thick, full tradition. Full tradition. Again, they prayed 3 times a day, facing the east, standing, bowing, and prostrating. They had first harvest festivals, aka crop suppers, just like in the Old Testament. They had ring shouts. And again, this concept of a ring shout, this dancing in a circle, is cognate to the Hagag, or like the concept of the festival itself in Hebrew, to where the word has to do with like circumambulation, dancing in a circle, celebrating, processions, etc. They have a full tradition with songs, etc., that are still around. They have this concept of seeking, to where at the age of 12, you would get a spiritual guide, learn how to pray, to where you would be taught to go into your own secret place, into the woods or somewhere, and learn how to and pray 3 times a day facing the east. And on top of that, there would be some forms of dream interpretation that would have to be done before you could actually be considered ready to be part of the community, etc., whatnot. And once it happened, like once you we're in the seeking process, you weren't a child anymore. You weren't a child anymore, and then you get baptized. You can't play games like a child anymore. None of that type of stuff. They have river baptisms with processions, songs, prayers over the water, and the tide had to be going out, so it was washing away your sins. They had bad luck foods, i.e. unclean foods, certain fish they couldn't eat. Not everybody, but there were certain people that follow these traditions. Certain fish they couldn't eat, rabbits, chickens that were sacrificed to other gods, etc., to other in other ceremonies like voodoo, etc., whatnot, right? They had separation of the sexes in the church like it was an Ethiopian church. They had modesty practices in the church. Women covering up, etc. They had setting up in processions and burial practices. This is a very complete system to where their feet were facing the east, having to do with facing Gabriel when he blows his horn. During the plantation days, they even met on Saturdays. Fam. This is a full tradition. But your Christianity doesn't look anything like this. Nothing like this. It doesn't look anything like this. And if I ask you why it doesn't, you don't have a good, solid answer. What's going to be your next documentary? How do you answer this question with another documentary? You got no answer for it. The best answer you got is, you know what? I didn't even know it was there. I didn't even know it was there. And you know what? Guess what? Now people are doing apologetics to you, teaching you your history. And that's why urban apologetics is dead. Because there's nothing there for the people. It's there to stop the bleeding in a ghost town of a structure that doesn't offer the people anything. The people that are leaving want something they're not getting. Just like so check this out. My father created his own ministry because the church wasn't doing what he needed it to do. My mother ended up leaving the church, right? And check this out. Over the concept that she recognized her people were descendants of Maghrebi Jews via Spain and Mexico that were forced to convert to Catholicism. She always had issues with the Catholic Church and the beliefs, etc., and the structure thereof. She went to read the Bible without commentaries, without preachers, and all that kind of stuff. Even from a Jewish perspective, Israelite perspective, connecting to that history, whatnot, seen as like, you know what, I descend from people in this book, etc. She didn't want to put down Jesus in any way, shape, or form. She learned about this tradition here. Like, so my grandfather comes from these people and whatnot, right? She loved my grandfather on my father's side. Loved my grandfather. She learned about this tradition and she was like, oh wow, this is beautiful too, because it to her it was similar to the tradition she came from, right? She understood, like, so the moment I found out through my mother that we descend from Maghrebi Jews on her side and whatnot, I was definitely looking into a lot of stuff, and I was surprised. I was like, oh wow, like I would point out traditions in like in Islam and Judaism, etc., to where like, yeah, prayers 3 times a day, etc., like they do in the Bible, like the Book of Daniel, or like David talks about, etc., right? I would show how the Jew. I would show my mom how like the Jews and the Muslims and East African Christians pray the same way, standing, bowing, and prostrating. And she was tripping out by the tradition and whatnot. So when I showed her this stuff, she was like, "Oh yeah, it's beautiful." Like, and she instantly saw the connection. Instantly saw the connection. And what's even more of a trip is, so the people that my mother descend from, the crypto Jews of North Africa, Spain, Portugal, etc., whatnot. When you look at their genetics, they have they show the migration from east to west, from Ethiopia and Yemen to West Africa, to North Africa, to Spain. Literally, the crypto Jews that are being found in the Americas right now, in their genetics, it confirms the same migration east to west that shows you that there's going to be Jews in West Africa. Period. It's done. It's a wrap. You can't change genetics, fam. And you can't change the fact that your Christianity doesn't look like this. You can't do it. And again, this is the other one. So this is the best that y'all got right now. Y'all are trying to sell me the African church father doctrine. To where, you know what? The African church fathers are really at the basis of the foundation of the majority of modern Christian philosophy and thought and theology. Is that so? Very, very interesting. You're going to tell me that they laid the foundation. They were on the Protestant Reformation type of thinking before the Protestant Reformation actually happened. Cool. That's a beautiful thing. But what you're really telling me is the African thought that lined up with Rome, that was accepted by Rome, is okay. And why do I say that? Because you're not going to tell me you're not going to claim all the African theological philosophy. You're only going to claim some of it. You're not talking to me about a full African tradition. You're talking to me about an accepted, authorized, air quotes, African tradition. What do I mean by that? They're going to tell you about Tertullian and a whole bunch of other people and about the Trinity and about writers from the 14 and 1500s in Ethiopia, etc., writing things before the Reformed concepts that came out of Western Europe, etc., and all that type of stuff, right? But they're not going to tell you stuff like this, that there's also people who come from the African tradition that challenge the same things that modern people are challenging. So right now you have people challenging the deity of Christ in a certain understanding. You have people challenging the Trinity via textual understandings of the Bible. And what they're going to tell you is that people like Arius, people like Sibelius, right, dealing with monarchism, Sabellianism, modalism, etc., all those type of people there got to be heretics or whatnot because they were not accepted by Rome, by Roman councils, etc., etc., etc. So the reality is they're telling you that the African thought that's accepted by Rome is cool. It's not a full African tradition saying, you know what? Because this is what they could say, and this is the reality of it. Because on one hand, they're trying to tell you that the African tradition is based upon debate and dialogue and discourse, and is very intellectual, blah, blah, blah. But we're not going to give you the full dialogue and discourse. We're not going to tell you that for centuries people were debating over the concept of the Trinity and the deity of Christ, etc. In that dialogue, very heavy debate and dialogue came out of Africa. Hence, you have a whole Arian controversy. Hence, you have a lot of people dealing with modalism for a very, very long time. For a very long time. So why don't you tell the people that the African tradition actually represents a very fierce scholastic debate over what the Christian essentials are, over what primary doctrine is, versus trying to sell me that the Roman ecumenical councils are the true and right doctrine, and that anything that came out of Africa that goes against that is wrong. How do you justify that? You don't. You can't. And that's why your ship is going down, fam. And I really wish that y'all would change how you went about things, because there doesn't need to be beef on a lot of this stuff, fam. Like the people who are getting at me, who watch a lot of this, like who watch a lot of us, they're telling me like, Again, go watch on YouTube's channel. They want the people giving the information just to get along and giving the information. And a lot of people got a hard time because they got family in the church. They came out the church themselves or whatnot. And even if they're not in the church, they would like to see the church doing better than what it is. And doing better for the people than what they're doing. And giving better information than what they're giving. But somewhere there's got to be some recognition of, you know what, your Christianity's been, you practice a colonized form of Christianity. And you're not giving me a full proud African tradition. You're giving me a defense of why you practiced Western Protestantism. Okay. Just say so. Just say so, fam. You're going to tell me about Ethiopian Christianity. But your Christianity looks nothing like it. You're going to tell me about Coptic Christianity. Yet again, your Christianity looks nothing like it. You're going to tell me about the Christianity that came out of Cyrene, etc. Again, your message is North and East African Christians laid the intellectual groundwork for the Reformation. That's your argument. That's your argument. You're not giving me a proud African tradition. You're trying to give me a defense of the Western tradition via the African tradition. And like everyone sees it, from the camps to the moderates, etc. Your message is any Christian philosophy or theology rejected by Rome is automatic heresy. And everybody sees it, from the camps to the moderates, etc. And it's indefensible at this juncture. Because historically, there were people who questioned the thought that Rome codified that came out of the African tradition. And there's legitimate scholastic debate for reasoning for these ideas and whatnot. Am I saying that you got to stamp all of them as true? No, you stamp them all in terms of a philosophical idea, a philosophical tradition coming from the African Christian tradition. You don't cut it off. You don't just say, well, the one that Rome says is okay is the one that we say is no. It is what it is. Like, so because there was a civil war in America, did we only tell the history of the North? No, we tell the history of both sides. Because that's American history. Trying to divvy up African history like that is there's an obvious bias there. And when people call you on the bias, it's crickets. And people see that as hypocrisy. That's the issue. So this is the main reason why the urban apologists are making more Israelites than they are converts, is because of hypocrisy and lack of accountability thereof. Just straight up and down. That's what got me this morning too. Why not acknowledge the African traditions of questioning the deity of Christ or the Trinity as primary doctrine? Like, I moderated a debate against the homie Mr. Blacktastic and against Kevin G, right, concerning like the oneness and the Trinity concept, right? To me, that was a snapshot of the old African tradition, right? Two brothers getting up, having a scholastic conversation about these positions. A scholastic conversation about these positions. It ain't got to be, oh, you're a heretic, or you're a heretic, or you're a heretic. No, fam. A scholastic conversation about these positions. Because I'll let you know right now, anybody who wants, it's this simple. You can go back and listen to an interview I did with Elder Mike, right? I asked him one simple, straightforward question. Is there any prophet or apostle in the Bible who teaches the doctrine of the Trinity as you understand it? He simply said, no, there is not, because there's not a single one that does. You have to infer a doctrine, period. Period. Therefore, it can't be primary. Hence, having healthy debate on stuff like this and discussion and dialogue is super healthy. Calling dialogue and debate on this concept heresy is intellectually not healthy in any way, shape, or form, because you cannot intellectually substantiate the concept of the fact that it is a primary doctrine. And if you think, hey, anybody who thinks that they can, come on down. I would love to have that conversation with you. And I don't accept the Trinity, right? But I don't beef with people who do. I think you could have a Unitarian concept, oneness concept, a Binitarian concept, a Trinitarian concept, a Triunitarian concept, and you can make arguments for all of them via the scrolls. And I personally think if you sit down long enough and you understand what's being said on all sides long enough, everyone's saying the same thing. There's some Trinitarians, though, nah. They make it straight tritheism. And when they can't defend it, they run to, oh, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. No, some of you make the Trinity tritheism. That right there, I'll never rock with. I can't do that, right? That's no. But at the same point in time, it ain't hard to point out because you can't prove it via the scrolls. Anyway, I'm starting to rant. And that's the whole point. Sola Scriptura, the Bible alone. Most of y'all are going to come at me as urban apologists talking about that you have the Sola Scriptura concept, be it that you come from the Reformed tradition, right? But you're not going to be intellectually honest enough to recognize, you know what? None of what I'm saying is primary doctrines and heretical. Like, so I hear you coming at the camps and at the meetups, etc. on the whole concept of, oh, you're being heretical. You're being heretical. Your primary doctrine is off. You're being heretical. Your primary doctrine is off. Okay, show me primary doctrine from Sola Scriptura. Because now you got a problem. Because you keep coming at me with Roman ecumenical councils for primary doctrine. And the only council that you can find Sola Scriptura is the Council of Jerusalem, which literally does say these necessary things. So you can't make a scriptural Sola Scriptura argument for none of the stuff you're saying is primary. For none of it. And anybody who thinks they can, please come on down. Because it's literally a 30-second laughable conversation. It's literally a 30-second laughable conversation. But again, the camps see it, the moderates see it, and it becomes this concept of hypocrisy. And again, this is the vacuum that they get to fill. That anybody gets to fill. That anybody gets to fill. So, again, I would tell y'all to slow down, but there's no point. There's no point. Like, you can't tell the Titanic, hey, can you sink a little bit slower? No, it's just doing what it's doing, fam. Nature is taking its course at this juncture. Because the hypocrisy is obvious and it's real at this juncture. And the lack of consistency and lack of accountability in the information is very real at this point. Very real. The emperor is 100% wearing no clothes right now. This is what I really couldn't get via the documentary, because I'm watching people who have cited information contrary to this, but this is the picture they paint in that documentary. Your message is that Christianity made it to West Africa post 1450, excuse me, via Catholicism. So after the papal bulls of like Dum Diversas, Romanus Pontifex, etc., after all that type of stuff, Then Christianity comes to West Africa. Yo, fam. That's no good. Like, that's no good for your argument, any way, shape, or form. Because you're not being truthful. And you know you're not being truthful. And there's a reason why you're not being truthful, because it becomes extremely obvious that if there's Christianity in West Africa prior to colonialism, it's not going to be the form you're espousing now. Why don't you tell people about the Christian people of Takrur? You did it before. Why don't you make it a consistent thing at this juncture? Maybe because it undoes your entire narrative. Maybe because it undoes your entire narrative. They're in West Africa. They're right there, and they're in Senegal and in Mauritania. For a very good chunk of time. For a very good chunk of time. This is Takrur up here on the left. It had its own kingdom. It was eventually part of the kingdom of Ghana, which was more closer to here at this juncture, not current Ghana. It eventually was part of the Mali kingdom, etc. But yeah, it was on both sides of the Senegal River, in southern Mauritania, northern Senegal, etc. And to the south of it was Lamlam, which was an area of recorded Jews. Again, this is Takrur during the Ghana Empire, etc. Again, not a small chunk of land. But this was a source that Adam Coleman cited that he got from Vince Dr. Vince Bantu, etc. And so, like I said, I happened to have this book on my shelf, and I was laughing because the moment I saw them cite this once, I was like, "Oh, it's game over. You messed up. You messed up." A, you can't say that to people and then try to unsay it because it's there now. But B, you've now legitimized every West African and North African Islamic source that talks about Israelites in West Africa, North Africa. Not just that, the Arabic sources that talk about migrations from Arabia, etc., or that talk about the Israelite presence in Arabia and East Africa. Like it's a wrap, fam. It's a wrap. But it's also a wrap because they document the concept of Christians in West Africa way prior to the type of Christianity that you practice. Way prior. So we got here. Who we got here? So Abu Abdullah bin Yahya al-Zuhri says that the people of the lands of the Sudan, whose capital city is Ghana, formerly professed Christianity until the year 1076 to 1077, when they turned Muslim and became good Muslims. This is recorded in page 310 of the corpus of early Arabic sources of West African history. Yeah, that's like way prior to the form of Christianity you're practicing now, fam. Way prior. But they still exist past this point, right? On page 250, right? In the year 1324, the king of Takrur arrived for the noble Hijaz. Now, so this is an interesting concept because the king is the king of Takrur, but Takrur is not the name of his empire, right? He's the king of Mali, right? He actually takes offense to this and whatnot and tries to correct people. But this is very interesting. In the year 1324, the king of Takrur arrived for the noble Hijaz. His name was Abu Bakr bin Musa. He remained in Egypt for a year before taking himself to the Hijaz. He had much gold with him. His is the country which put forth gold. This man had so much gold that he dropped in Egypt that he affected the price of gold for a decade. For a decade. That's balling out of control. He pretty much bought the area he was in. You know what I'm saying? As a tip, you know what I'm saying? He didn't keep it. He just throwing yeah, it's crazy. That's crazy. But look at what it says. Again, on page 250. I asked the king of Takrur, how is the description of the place where gold grows with you? He replied, it is not in that part of our land that belongs to the Muslims, but in the land that which belongs to the Christians of Takrur. To the Christians of Takrur. Again, this is in 1324 still. Again, still on page 250. We dispatch collectors to take from them a species of tribute due to us and obligatory upon them. These are special lands which put forth gold in this fashion. It consists of small pieces of varying sizes, some like little rings, some like carob seeds, and the like. I said, why don't you take this land by conquest? Again, on page 250. He replied, again, this is the king of Mali, i.e. the king of Takrur. He replied, if we conquer and take it, it does not put forth anything. We have done this in many ways, but see nothing there. But when it returns, it puts forth as usual. This is a most amazing thing, and it perhaps due to an increase in the oppressiveness of the Christians. So it's even talking about the fact that the Christians are able to maneuver some ability to fashion power against the Muslims with this ability to produce gold and whatnot. So increasing oppressiveness is them increasing their ability to push back on Muslim power, etc. in West Africa, right? Now, when Adam Coleman brought this part of the source out, he left off the part talking about an oppressiveness and whatnot, and obviously he didn't want it to seem like there was an oppressive Christian force in West Africa. But there's nothing to be ashamed about in this council, because what it's meaning is the fact that they were developing the ability to push back against Muslims if they needed to, right? And so this is important to understand. It talks about, it literally shows the strength of their existence in West Africa, but it's there. And again, they're not practicing what you practice. Were they Reformed Protestants in Takrur? Obviously not. Obviously not. Or did their Christianity look closer to this? I'm going to venture to say that it looked a lot more like this than the form of Christianity you're currently practicing. And I'm going to say the form of Christianity that our people were practicing coming off the slave ships, and that the Gullah Geechee practice, etc., was a lot closer to this here. Again, standing, bowing, prostrating, prayer, etc. than the form of Christianity you're currently practicing. Now, this is the part that's really starting to get me, is because a lot of people in the Americas genetically connect to these people that come from the area of Takrur. If you've taken a DNA test and it connects to the Senegambia, yeah, that's the same area, fam. It's the same area. But not only that, genetics is bearing out. Like people like Garfield like to say, name somebody who came off the slave ships who calls himself an Israelite. Love to have that conversation. Don't even worry about it. Stay tuned, fam. However, we're in a day and time now, family, and this is why I keep saying that people are behind on their information. We're in a day and time now to where we actually have the African people themselves who are identifying as Jews saying, yeah, we went on slave ships. There's people in the Americas who descended from us, i.e. the Igbo. A large percentage of people in the Americas of Africa who are of African descent who came through the slave trade have genetic connection to the Igbo. Not all directly descend from the Igbo, but have genetic connection, i.e. autosomal DNA from the Igbo, etc., as well as autosomal DNA from people from the Senegambia, like the area of Takrur. This is a very large group of people, and it needs to be understood. Here's a story about from the Council on Foreign Relations about the how surprisingly many African Americans hold Nigerian DNA or heritage. There's another story or another paper you can check out called "The Genetic Consequences of the Transatlantic Slave Trade in the Americas," where they cover a lot of interesting information. There was a study done by 23andMe to where they have a huge sample size, thousands. I believe it's 29,000. Huge sample size in terms of people in the Africa and the Americas, etc. And it's interesting what they came up with. But very simply, fam, this is the map that they come up with, right? And so you can see the red over here is the Senegambian people. The green over here is the Nigerian. Blue is coastal West Africa, like Ghana, etc., Benin, Togo, all them types of things. Ivory Coast, all them kind of things. But they showed the breakdown of genetic mixture in the Americas. And so you see very clearly, like the Americas, there's a large mixture of people of Nigerian descent, again, coastal West African descent, and Senegambian descent, with a little bit of Congolese, etc., and Goan, all that type of stuff, right? And we can see in different parts of the Americas, like in Brazil and South America, whatnot, it's going to be more of the Congolese, Angola, all that type of stuff. On the East Coast of America, it's going to be more, or in America, more Nigerian, etc., North America. In the central areas, it's going to be more Senegambian, right? But here's the legit truth of the thing, fam, is there are people in the Senegambia, there are people in coastal West Africa, and there are people in Nigeria, and even in the Congo, fam, who are connecting to Israelite traditions and whatnot. Historically. So in Nigeria, you got people like, there's so many people in Nigeria, it's ridiculous. But you also have people in the Senegambia. You also have people in Ghana, etc., and other places and whatnot, that we legitly genetically descend from. But again, look at this red stuff right here. Like, so the Senegambia, not only are the Israelites there, but this is the area where the Christians were, right? Takrur. A little bit of the blue. But so we have genetic connection in the Americas to people who were historically Christian in West Africa. Just like we have genetic connection to people who were historically Jewish, who were historically Muslim, and historically practicing West African spiritual traditions. And we're selling our people short when we're telling them that, we're painting the picture that Christianity only came to West Africa via Catholicism, via the Portuguese, etc., and that it didn't come to West Africa via African sources. Selling the people short, fam. Selling the people short. Hold on, I forgot what I was going to get into on this real quick. Africanisms and the Gullah dialect. Yeah, so this here is showing a lot of, so there were Jews among the Bambara, right? You have Hebraic customs amongst the Iwe, right? The Ewe, right? You got customs amongst the Ga. I'm gonna leave some people off this for certain reasons. I'll break that down later. You got customs amongst the Igbo, the Ibibio, right? And in Nigeria, like most of this I'm showing you right now is Nigeria, right? The Mambara are in other places like Mali, etc. In the Senegambia, etc. You have traditions amongst the Wolof and the Yoruba, etc. Right? A lot of us have ties to these people, and there's more on this list that I'm not mentioning right now. Like I'll do it like this. If I really wanted to, I could throw in the Fulani. I could throw in the Malinke, the Mandinka, the Mandingo. If I really wanted to, I could throw in the. No, I'm not going to do that right now. There's a few more people I can throw in, right? But yeah, we have connection. If we don't connect to these people, then who do we connect to? Like, so for instance, a lot of people that are Fulani, right, from the Senegambia, connect to those Christians. Connect to those Christians from Takror. A lot of those Fulani. A lot of the Mandinka as well. For a lot of us who do a DNA, etc., we descend from the Fulani, etc. A lot of us do, because they're one of the large tribes taken. Again, like the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Fulani, the large tribes taken. The Fulani have a huge fingerprint and footprint when it comes to the Gullah culture. Literally, the counting system of the Gullah people is the Fulani counting system. Huge footprint and fingerprint when it comes to the Gullah culture. And like I said, a lot of the Fulani descend from, again, these are people who would have been the Christians of Takror. There's Fulani who come from other parts, like in Nigeria and other parts, but I'm talking about the people in Futa Toro, or the area of where Takror was. So now there's this whole other issue that's not being addressed: is who are the crypto Jews? These are the people my mother descends from. Again, the same people whose genetics shows the same migration route from East to West Africa and East to North Africa that would take people, like I said, to West Africa as Jews, right? They're popping up left, right, and center in the Americas, North, South, and Central, because there was an Inquisition that made it to the Americas. A lot of people don't understand that the Inquisition ran concurrent, side by side with the slave trade, and that in 1491, when the Jews were forced to convert or leave in Spain and also in Mali, in Timbuktu, a lot of Jews went to the Americas. Like they might have made their conversions to Christianity, but they're trying to dip out to the Americas right now because they feel like they can maybe get away, just like the whole Pilgrim story, try to have some religious freedom over there, right? They get to the Americas, Inquisition there, boom, got you. My mother's family descends from these people who went to the Inquisition and whatnot, right? But now here's an issue. These same people who come over via the Inquisition, etc. It's a lot of people. Genetic research shows that almost 25% of Latinos, Hispanics, have Jewish DNA. The Sephardic Maghrebi Jewish DNA. And what's interesting about that family is that works out to be around 200 million descendants. 200 million descendants. The last official approximation of the number of people in Latin America conducted by the United Nations in 2016 resulted in a figure of over 650 million. Add to the assessment that 60 million or so Latinos and Hispanics in the U.S., as well as the data from earlier genetic research showing that around 20% of the current population of 60 million people in the Iberian Peninsula have Jewish ancestry, and the statistic becomes staggering. There could be as many as 200 million descendants of the Spanish and Portuguese Jewish communities around the world today. Now, I want you to think about that right there, yeah? So, when I actually go back, let me do it like this. When I go back and extrapolate the numbers for who connects to just the Igbos, for instance, just the Igbos and the different Israelite tribes in Nigeria, just in that connected them and in the Americas, right? Or not in Africa and the Americas, but just the Americas, right? The people in the Americas who descend from Nigerian descent, or they have Nigerian DNA, etc., whatnot, right? Connecting to Igbos, Yoruba, all the type of stuff, right? Fam, we're talking over 100 million people just in the Americas. And it could be like when you throw in Senegambia and all that kind of, like it's a large, staggering number. So again, in the Americas and in Spain, oh God, you throw in Africa, it's nuts. It's nuts. But we're talking just in the Americas, right? Just in the Americas. The descendants of North African and West African Jews that went through a slave trade and inquisition could number over 300 million. Easy. And a lot of these people from this group are becoming disgruntled with the churches, with Catholicism, the Catholic Church, and the Protestant Christian Church. They're leaving in droves at the moment. Leaving in droves at the moment. My mother's people, they're creating their own Messianic Jewish congregations, or they're going to be Seventh-day Adventists, or they're becoming Mormons, etc. But they're leaving the Catholic Church left, right, and center. Leaving the Catholic Church left, right, and center. My father's people, same thing. My father was on his way to doing it. He made his own church. He made his own little home ministry, Healing Heart Ministries. Where his focus was on healing the scars within people, meeting people where they were at, because the church wasn't doing it. The church was just there to sustain the church. So we got over 300 million people just in the Americas. Not to say, not even mentioning Africa and Asia, fam, and in Europe. We're just in the Americas. We're talking 300 million people. And to these 300 million people, this is the best you got, right? A Catholic Pope started the slave trade. Yes. Reformed Protestants gave us a slave Bible. Yes. Black Protestants and Catholics have dignity. Yes. And I could very put that as Latino as well. Like Latino Protestants and Catholics have dignity. Yes. Do African Americans claiming Israel have dignity? Or Latino Americans claiming dignity? Do they have dignity? No. By claiming Israel, you don't have dignity. No. Do we have the right to challenge Roman doctrines? No. You're a heretic if you do. Should we practice African forms of Christianity? No answer. Nothing. Is there dignity in the Christianity from West Africa? No answer. No answer. Nothing. It's crickets, fan. The camps exist because of more than just church hurt, and that needs to be understood. The moderates exist because of more than just church hurt. I've literally heard a lot of apologists talk about this church hurt concept. I'm like, yo, y'all need to knock it off and act like the people aren't hurting where they're at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I say this all the time that me and Alizar came out the same neighborhood and whatnot. I'm 39 years old. I think he's a little bit younger than me. I know Hassad's way younger than me, right? They'll know what I'm talking about. There's a strip where there's a bunch of churches and whatnot, right? That you'll never see active in the neighborhood ever. Like when I was in Hilltop, it was a rough place, fam. Like there was no industry there except gang activity. Literally no industry there but gang activity. Crack was crazy. The crooked cops were nuts. It was a crazy situation, fam. And the churches weren't doing like I keep saying, like my mom tried to renovate a house and start like a clean house for people there, right? She wasn't getting help from no churches. And the churches were definitely trying to do what she was doing. There was nothing there for the people, fam. White, black, anything. Like I said, the only industry was the gangs. That's not church hurt, fam. That's being lost and forgotten, fam. And again, the churches in them situations had no issues taking money off the people and not giving nothing back to them. Nothing of substance. The big mega churches around the country had no issue taking money off the people. Like my mom, for instance, right? My mom was a consistent tither the whole time we was in the hood, fam. The whole time I've ever known my mom, she was a consistent tither. She used to give money to the big TBN ministries and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Even when she was living in Hilltop and whatnot. Did any one of them big TBN ministries come to Hilltop? Help out anybody? No. Do they make it a point to have a ministry work that goes around the country doing the type of stuff? No. That's not how the modern church is set up. That's not, and recognizing that and being in a situation where you need help and you can't get help and the church is in a position to give the help and you're mad, like that's not church hurt, fam. That's recognizing, oh, you're set up to be self-sustainable. You're not set up to help the people. Okay. We once had a church that took care of the people. That's a tradition we legit come from. But we now have a church that takes care of itself by and large. Understanding that it's not church hurt, fam. It's just recognizing the hustle. And if you're too busy selling me, the North African and East African Christians laid the foundation for the Protestant Reformation. If you're too busy selling me that versus recognizing the legit hurt, pain, and need in these communities that's not being filled by the church, fam, I don't know what to tell you, fam. Like that's Stockholm, spiritual Stockholm syndrome, 100% spiritual Stockholm syndrome. Again, the camps exist in the vacuum of a colonized church. The moderates exist in the vacuum of a colonized church. I don't understand why you're mad at them for that. I don't understand why you're coming at them like they shouldn't be doing that. Like, how dare they fill the vacuum that the church is creating and left behind? It's mind-boggling to me. But by and large, again, the UA are creating more Israelites than they convert. And the camps and the moderates are using the urban apologists to recruit and fundraise. So by and large, ding dong, R.I.P. Urban Apologetics is dead. Plantation Apologetics is dead. Calling people heretics for asking good questions, that equals an L, fam. Hold that L, fam. Calling nationality a sin only when claiming Israel, that's an L, fam. Literally, Eric Mason says that nationality, the sin of nationality. Word, son? Is it a sin whenever vocab says he's Italian? Is it a sin when BK Apologist says he's Puerto Rican? Or when Faithful to God says he's Puerto Rican? No? But only when you claim in Israel? Okay. Oh, wait. Only when you're of African or Latino descent, etc., you're claiming Israel. Okay. That doesn't make sense, fam. Hold that L. Assuming Israelites are always wrong just because they're Israelites. That's an L, fam. You got to hold that L. Having no accountability in the information you share, that's an automatic L. not applying all your ethnic arguments to other Jews. That becomes glaringly obvious to people in camps and moderates, etc. Is you're specifically creating ethnic arguments that you would never use in a conversation with a European Jew or with a Mizrahi Jew or with a Sephardic Jew, etc. You would never use them with that. Or with an Ethiopian Jew, you'd never do it. Or a Yemenite Jew, you'd never do it. And only applying it to people of African or Latino descent claiming to be of this migration of people who came through the Inquisition and slave trade, etc. Only applying it to them, fam. How is that not racist? And if you don't want to say, oh, it's not racist, okay, fine. How is it not severely prejudiced and biased? And again, the hypocrisy of it is staggering. That hypocrisy vacuum is my God, it's crazy, fam. Again, failing to remember the poor left in the church's vacuum. That's a huge issue right there, fam. When Paul talks about this concept of in Galatians of the apostolic ministry to the circumcised and uncircumcised getting split up between him and Peter and all them type of things in John and James and Barnabas and all them, they're supposed to come back and remember the poor together. Like I said, the church is not existing to take care of the people. It's existing to take care of itself. It does not remember the poor. And if it does so in a photo op type way. It does so in a very ceremonial type way. Not in a very consistent type of way. Not in a very consistent type of way at all. And if it does, it's in an area where the people who really, really need it don't have access to it. Blaming the poor and forgotten instead of repenting for that. That's a huge L, fam. Failing to recognize the coming crypto Jewish wave. That's a huge L, fam. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people who are taking DNA tests that are coming back saying that they're Jewish and like, oh, wow. And it just starts the ball rolling. And they're not being told, hey, you're dealing with endless genealogies and blah, blah, blah. They're not being told that. And so for the mere fact that you're not going to make the same arguments to them that you're making to so-called Black Hebrew Israelites, air quotes, I don't use that term, right? But basically anybody of African descent claiming to be an Israelite in the Americas. Which is like, it's crazy because y'all call people like Sakari Black Hebrew Israelites and they literally have Latinos and Native Americans in their joint. So you're definitely not ready for the crypto Jewish thing. So again, when them people in Sakari start taking DNA tests, right? Because this is what they get to do now, right? So someone was challenging Deacon to take a DNA test, right? Let one of them Issachar people take a DNA test, man. It's going to show, okay, they're connected to people in West Africa who have ties to Jewish people, etc., and they're connected to the people in Iberian Peninsula who got ties to Jewish connections and whatnot. It's going to be a wrap on a lot of things, man. But having no argument for the crypto Jewish concept, it makes every argument you have towards West African Jewry look so hypocritical. And again, failing to recognize genetic connections to African Jews, that's going to be a monumental L. Monumental L. Rejecting connection to West African Christianity, fam. That right there is just a mind-boggling L. That's a mind-boggling loss you got to hold right there, fam. Because there's no two ways about it. If I point you towards low country Christianity and the Christianity you currently practice, it ain't the same. The Christianity coming off the slave ship ain't the same as what you practice. And there's nothing you can do to. You got to completely start from scratch in order to make it a West African Christianity. And you're not willing to go through the rebranding process. You would much rather try to do the stop the bleeding process with the urban apologetics. And that's where you got to hold this L, fam. And again, and that's what it makes like this right here, making urban apologetics a business with no product. It's just empty calories, man. It ain't feeding nobody. That's a super L. That is a super L. R.I.P, fam. R.I.P. So going forward, like I told people, you're gonna see me doing my apologetics to the camps or whatnot, and I'm gonna try to do so in a way that's different than what the urban apologists do, right? Because the urban apologists, they don't try to meet the camps where they're at. Like they got the concept like, oh, the camps just have bad doctrine because they choose to have bad doctrine, and that's all it is. I don't know what y'all are talking about, fam. Like if y'all come from an area that got a hood to a shame on y'all, fam. Because either y'all are just some token Negroes or y'all actually come from areas where people struggle, right? And if you see people struggling, if you live in that area, you know the church ain't that active there, fam. It ain't that active. And if it is active, it ain't active enough. These people can only exist in the vacuum that the church leaves. Not dealing with taking care of the poor, not remembering the poor, etc. Telling people with good questions that they're heretical for asking these questions, that they got to go somewhere because they're messing up your whole situation. They're messing up your whole skis and whatnot. They're in a situation lost and forgotten where they feel like the system is racist and in turn justifies their racism back. And they're getting a sophisticated racism. They're saying, hey, family, you're trying to paint us as these people who are going to start shooting up the churches. No. We believe in defending ourselves and that God's going to punish all you people, that God's the racist that's going to punish you. So they're not even aggressive racist with it. They're trying to say, we're going to sit back and watch God do it to you, fam. So you're not dealing with anything they bring out when it comes to so this is what y'all really don't understand as urban apologists, right? Because most of you, 9 out of 10 of you urban apologists come with that whole replacement theology concept, right? The whole supersessionism concept, right? And what you don't understand, and this is sad that you don't understand this, is that the racist rhetoric makes more theological sense via the actual scriptures than your replacement theology does. Now, I want to be 100% clear. I'm going to repeat myself. I do not back the racist doctrine of any of these groups that you see on the screen. In any way, I do not back the Esau's the devil. Esau's the white man is the devil concept. I don't back none of the type of stuff, right? I don't back like the white that white people can't have salvation. I don't back the concept of spiritual hierarchy. None of that type of stuff, right? But if you literally sit down, like I advise anybody to go sit down and listen to Deacon Akon for 3.5 hours. Sit down with Mike Holloway, right? With the 20,000+ views that joint got, are like, yo, go check that thing out, fam. Because on a logical level, if you're just giving me the Bible sola scriptura, and I had to choose between the racist rhetoric and the replacement rhetoric, what makes more logical sense via the scrolls? The racist rhetoric does. And that's where you guys don't recognize you're losing out. It's just in a straight up rhetorical concept. You make less sense. And you talk as if you make the only sense. And so the hypocrisy in that, and not ever being able to allow someone else to be right, you make more Israelites than you do converts. This is why I talk about remnant theology, because remnant theology can undo the racist theology rhetoric, right? It undoes the replacement theology rhetoric. But you're never going to beat the racist rhetoric because it literally makes more logical sense via the text. As horrible as that sounds, it's not something I agree with, but it is the logical truth. If I'm going to compare the two, what makes more sense? That God has enacted this replacement theology, which would overturn a large portion of the Old Testament, or that God is going to fulfill all his promises to his chosen people and inflict damage on those who inflicted them or afflicted them. Like, it's you can go to a lot of verses and with their rhetoric make more sense than your replacement rhetoric. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. And you're not talking. I'll never get this. You're not talking to them where they're at. Well, you can watch Eric Mason debating Hassad on the street and whatnot in California and whatnot, right? Eric Mason comes up talking, why are you trying to siphon off the church and whatnot? It's just a block move. It's like, hey, man, get your hands out of my pocket. That's all it was. It wasn't, hey, man, you know, he said, I used to preach on the street, blah, blah, blah. Why don't y'all go do it over here? Why don't y'all go do it about? Well, the problem is Sakari's there because what you used to do, not what you do no more, fam. You used to be out in the streets. Now you're in the church mad comfortable. Now you're super comfortable. Now you're trying to make your living off this urban apologetics. Bruh, you're not even addressing why the camps exist. And if you're not going to address why, and you're going to talk to them like you got all the answers and they can't be right. And Hassad, like, this is what I'll never understand. Hassad was 20 years old and was landing clean punches scholastically on Eric Mason. Did he knock him out scholastically? No. But was he able to land clean blows? Yeah. So instead of developing respect and recognizing, you know what, bro, let me talk to you in a whole different way. Because I respect the fact that you're young and you got your head in this book and you're studying something. Like, so obviously you're not just some ingrate. Like a lot of these people are joining the camps. Obviously you're not just some ingrate. You're sincere in some simple way, right? It's these, like, a lot of people joining the camps are literally sincere in trying to connect with the Bible and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, I can say for a fact that there's less gangbanging in my state because of Sakari. I can say that for a absolute fact that they got more, Sakari by themselves got more gangbangers in the Bible than Eric Mason and everybody in the urban apologist community. Sakari by themselves got more gangbangers picking up the Bible. That's saying something. And they're doing it because of what Eric Mason said. I used to be out there. And you know what? You're not out there no more, fam. And you know what? These people are. So shout out to Sakari. Shout out to ISUPK. Shout out to IUIC for being out there. just for being out there, fam. Do I agree with your doctrine? No. And I really wish that y'all did better on a lot of stuff. But here's the cold truth, urban apologist. I can tell you for a very, very, very true fact, because of Sakari by themselves, there's less gangbanging in my state. And not because of none of y'all. And the truth of the matter is, most of y'all calling yourselves urban apologists couldn't go navigate the areas they go navigate and talk to the people they talk to and reach the people they reach. Go follow Vocab Malone as your urban apologist messiah to them areas and see if he can negotiate these conversations with the same people. It's not gonna work out too well for him. And Sakari is emblematic of a lot of other Israelite groups who do the same thing, that got gangbangers off the street into the Bible and doing other things. You want to know what's crazy, fam? When these camp, you know what I know? When I know these, when these people are at camp on Saturdays and whatnot, you know what I know? I know that they're not gangbanging. I know that they're not on the corner selling drugs right then. I know that a lot of these people went from being on the corner selling something to being on the corner spewing their One West stuff. Yeah. What would I prefer happen in my community? I would much prefer dealing with the Sakari person on the street corner, to where we're at least now we can dialogue about the scrolls and whatnot. We can have a real deep conversation. We can start talking about. I'd rather have that situation than that same Sakari person being off Front Street, because now he's on Front Street. He's on the corner with the mic and all that, blah, 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 in my grill, all that. I would prefer him being there than in the back streets, in the side streets, doing all kind of nut. Where I can't see him, where I can't touch him, where I can't get to him. Or I got to be doing dirt just to get to him. That's what y'all don't recognize as the colonized church. Do they have abhorrent beliefs? Yeah, 100%. But you know what? They're also not wrong about everything that they're saying. And they're asking legitimate questions that aren't getting answered. And they're giving legitimate answers that aren't getting dealt with. On everything, no. On a lot of stuff, yes. So these are the people rewarding, not all the time, because there is some cultish mentalities that go along with some of these groups, you know what I'm saying? But these are the groups created by your thinkers out there that think outside the box and whatnot, that the church is saying, you got to get out of here because you're stirring the pot too much. You're asking questions I can't answer. You got to go somewhere now because I can't answer your question. It challenges my authority. Where do you think the free thinkers are going to go, fam? Like, this is the honest truth. Like, by the grace of God, I'm not Alazar. By the grace of God, I'm not Alazar. You know what's different? The difference between me and Alazar? So I got to leave Hilltop. By the grace of God, my mother didn't do drugs. She tried to save people who did drugs. Did I grow up without my father? Like I was, yep, same thing. I was lucky enough to have a father who could afford, who paid child support. And to have a mother who used that child support not to get herself clothes, a car, take trips, do anything. No, she spent Every penny of that sending me and my brother to a private school in a whole nother county. A private school in a whole nother county. Because she wanted us to be in a school in an environment to where the Bible was central. We might be hungry, but we're going to a private school. We might have to go to Value Village to get all of our clothes, but we're going to private school, fam. Alizar didn't have that. His mom didn't do that for him. His mom didn't do that for Asad. There was no one helping my mom try to build that house that she was trying to make for the four people like Alizar's mother. Hell, if we could have actually got some help from the church that wasn't there, we potentially could have helped out Alizar's mother, fam. That's why y'all don't see me bang on the camps, man. I've literally lived where they come from. Been hungry with them. Been held up at gunpoint with them. Sold drugs with them. Done drugs with them. Knew strippers with them. And I was one that got out, fam. I was one that got out, fam. By the grace of God, gave me a different path that a lot of these cats don't have. So if you're an urban apologist, you know that. Or you should know that. And if you don't, you should stay the hell out the conversation. If you don't, you should stay the hell out the conversation. Because you're doing more damage than good. For real, for real. Like vocab not knowing certain stuff, that makes sense to me. Vocab's allowed to not know. So y'all know what it is. When y'all bring the white homie in somewhere, you know what I'm saying, to when you invite the white homie to the cookout, y'all know what it is. The one who invites him or her is the one responsible for that person. If they do something out of line, it's on you, not on them. Because everyone at the cookout knows that ain't that other person's culture. This is foreign to them. You're supposed to game them up. If they start saying something crazy, hey, you better go handle that, fam. Your friend's acting nuts. You better go talk to your friend, homie. Like, y'all aren't gaming people like vocab up and like, okay, we shouldn't do this. We shouldn't do that. Y'all are tripling down on it. Like y'all don't have no damn home training. Y'all don't know no damn better, fam. On one level, it's laughable. On another level, it's kind of disgusting. Because like I'm saying, anybody who comes from a hood understands that there's strips of churches everywhere that are just there. That are just there. Not feeding nobody, not healing nobody. And in a situation to, again, like when I was coming up, fam, there was no industry there but the gangs, fam. There is no, I'm going to go to high school, then go to college, and maybe I can do this. Nah, that's not what was going on there, fam. So for people to come from that area and create their own industry, fam, that's not black market, because what they're doing is above board. Like, love it or hate it. Is it probably 100% above board? Can't call that, right? But I can tell you it's a lot more above board than being black market fair. I'm not going to hate for that transformation, man, because I know what they could still be doing instead. I know what they could still be doing instead. And please understand something, right? Y'all are acting like Please don't think that Sakari came out the gate making money. Please don't think that Sakari came out the gate with all the following that they have now. Nah, fam. These cats was rolling real thin for a long time up here and slowly started to gain traction. But they gained traction because they were out there, fam. Where y'all ain't. So, like I said, y'all are gonna see me do my outreach to the camps or whatnot. I'm not going to condemn them for existing because I understand where they come from. There's certain doctrines I will never align with, and I will try to do my outreach to them on that. But I'm never going to talk to them like they're wrong just because they exist. I'm never going to talk to them like they're wrong just because they claim to be Israelites. I'm never going to talk to them like they don't have the right to question certain things. And I'm not going to talk to them like they're not right on certain things, man. When they're right, I'm going to tell you know what, you're right. Just is what it is. No ifs, ands, or buts, fam. But I'm going to try to holler at them like, you know what? All this energy y'all are putting into America's going to fall and all this type of stuff and Esau is going to go into slavery. If y'all put half of that energy into building the areas where you're at, you would have a way bigger impact than just preaching Esau is the white man on the street corner. You would have a way bigger impact. You would have a way more positive impact on the people that you say you care about. I may never, ever get you to put down the Esau is the white man doctrine. As someone who comes from a similar area, I don't even care if you put it down. I care if you start doing better in the areas that you're at. So, for instance, I don't care that the people are gangbanging in my area, etc. In the sense to where well, let me say, I don't care about how many gangs are in my area. I don't care about what flag or what colors they rock with, right? I don't care about none of the time. I care about when they have a ceasefire. I care about when they work together to, like, you know what, let's make it to where it's safer for everyone to walk down this street here. Let's make it to where we don't got to worry about certain stuff happening on this block over here, or this is a safe zone there, etc. Like, them kind of things matter, fam. In the real world, them things, I can't make the camps go away because the urban apologists ain't stopping it from happening, fam. Y'all are blowing air into that balloon crazy. Like, it's going out of style, fam. Like, it's going out of style. So they're not going nowhere no time soon. So my reality is I'm not stamping them out. I'm trying to work with them to do more positivity than negativity. Are you going to see me linking direct arms in arms with cats? Probably not. Not unless there's a lot of change in the camps. If there's a change in anybody, though, I think it's going to come from Sakari. That's just me personally. I think that at one point in time, because Sakari is in the scriptures the most, as far as I'm concerned, in a way that appeals to certain people. Either Alazar is going to soften his heart and go another direction, or he's going to harden his heart and triple down. If he hardens his heart and triples down, it's going to be a bad, like, that's going to be a sad thing. You know what I'm saying? Because if he softens his heart, a lot of people will follow Alazar in a whole nother direction. A lot of people will follow Alazar in a whole nother direction. But I'm not going to talk to these people like the situations they come from aren't real. It just is what it is, fam. I'm not going to have an arrogance in my apologetics like these people are only coming to these conclusions based upon the fact that they have bad hermeneutics. Yo, that's... It wasn't bad hermeneutics that had me walking around in the wintertime in Hilltop in my house, fully clothed, multiple layers with blankets on and whatnot. It wasn't bad hermeneutics that had me in my family hungry in Hilltop. And it definitely wasn't bad hermeneutics that had the Black Panthers and other people in my area that were looking out fill our freezer with food. And it wasn't bad hermeneutics that all that was happening while my mother was religiously tithing and not getting nothing back from any religious institution. That's not bad hermeneutics, man. Not bad hermeneutics at all. So y'all see me do my thing with them in my way, because for me it's personal, because I literally could have been Alizar, fam. Literally could have been Alizar. And check this out. The UA ain't giving me no incentive to not be. Like, I'm really thankful that I didn't, like, y'all weren't around when I was younger. Because if y'all were around when I was younger, I promise you, y'all would have made me Alizar, fam. When I was at a certain age, like, I could have been very impressionable to that same doctrine. Because again, I saw the same stuff that Alizar and them saw, fam. I saw the same system that they saw. Now, truth be told, like he started off with GMS and whatnot, right? Which makes a lot of sense, because in Hilltop, there's a lot of mixed kids. There's a lot of mixed crews and whatnot, to where like it's totally, like when I was first coming up, it was like a white black thing, right? It was just white black. Then when I got older, like and probably about the time like Alizar was coming up, like it became super mixed in Hilltop and whatnot, right? Like in our area, it became super multicultural and whatnot. You got Latinos, Asians, Polynesians, Slavic people, all kind of people moving in, right? And so it's like, but even before then, when it was just white black, it was common for the white and black people like to see them together. You're not going to see, it wasn't a whole bunch of a white black beef there. That's not what was going on. It was a bunch of it's literally hilarious, because here you can tell when the white people are from Hilltop. you can just tell, because they're more culturally black than the average white person, right? It's just how it works and whatnot. So Alizar, like dealing with GMS, makes a lot of sense first to me, right? Because GMS allows for Europeans to be a part of the crew and whatnot. So like that bit makes a lot of sense. I can see him falling away from GMS because they got a lot of crazy doctrines and whatnot, right? And unfortunately, I can also see where stuff got real hard up here and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? At one point, I could see to where that could really, and the way the system was working, I could see to where how, like I said, I don't ever agree with it, but I can understand how someone can come to the Esau as the white man concept, and that the white man is a devil concept, etc., whatnot, and that they're going to be punished for the system that they created that inflicts pain and suffering on a whole group of people, etc., whatnot, right? When you come from real ish, that doctrine makes a lot more sense than replacement theology. 100%. You are the people being afflicted because you are God's chosen people. You're being afflicted because of this wicked nation that's afflicting you, and God will afflict that nation for afflicting you. Yeah, that sells a lot better than replacement theology. Because when you're in the midst of the suffering, the worst thing about it is that it's happening for no reason. Like, man, why me? Why me? But now these people are giving you a reason. No, this happened because you're the chosen people. And not only that, God's going to pay back the people who did this to you. Is it reality? No. No. But if you're coming from the same areas that these people are coming from, you should understand why that message sells. Because being lost, forgotten, broken, downtrodden ain't no joke, fam. That's real for a lot of people out there. That's real for a lot of people out there. For the moderates, right? They make a more intellectual appeal to this thing, right? And I can understand it from this side as well, because they're trying to tell you, like, we got this understanding from books that we read and research that we did and stuff that we're putting together and all that kind of stuff, right? This is where I can't even be mad at them anymore, right? Because when I used to try to deal with the moderates in the sense to where like try to correct the information was bad, try to give them the benefit of the doubt. I definitely saw that a few people were more nefarious than others, and how they're dealing with certain things, and took a huge step back. I'm still in that step back. I don't plan on stepping closer with it, right? I plan on letting them be where they're at. However, I do plan on being different in terms of how I deal with the information going towards them, right? Because, again, I keep running into this concept that the people who are soaking up the information, they don't want the people beefing who are giving the information. They want understanding and whatnot. I can understand that to a certain extent. I think there's a certain naivete on that to a certain extent as well. But I'm naive myself on a lot of things, right? So I can definitely look at that with some love, right? Because I would prefer if we weren't beefing as well. Like, that was my hope. I prefer that we would share information, and when the proper information gets introduced, that the right information rises to the top, right? That was my hope as well. That is not going to be the case, just for the same fact that everybody got brands in this to protect them. The urban apologist has built the urban apology up to urban apologetics to be a brand that they sell and market, just like how you're seeing with this whole Nick and Signs and Wonders thing. Anybody can be an urban apologist now. 4 easy lessons on how to be an urban apologist. Do you have to know the Bible? No. You just have to oppose people from West Africa and North Africa being Israelites. So yeah, in the world of that, I can't even be mad at a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing coming out from this community, right? Because they're feeling that are they justified in how they're in how some of the responses are unscholastic? No. And I'll never defend that. I'll never defend that. But they're in the same boat that the camps are in. They're being told that they can't ever be right for the mere fact that they're calling themselves Israel. Are they wrong about a lot of stuff? Yeah. Is there stuff that they're right about? 100%. And it's actually what they're right about needs to be understood. And for the urban apologist, you're really going to make a lot more of the moderates than you are of the camps. And the camps, you're already making more one Westers and camp people than you are converts. but you're going to make twice as many moderates over time. The people in the camps, they might have been in the church a little bit, but not so much. Like they're more in the streets than they are in the church, right? But the moderate people, they grew up in the church. You know what I'm saying? They've been in the church their whole life and whatnot, right? And not just that, they've been in a church that wasn't satisfying the people, wasn't the needs of the people, and it wasn't satisfying their needs. Spiritual otherwise, national otherwise. They can see the concept of there is no nationalism in the church. They can see no concept of there is no big unity in the church. And they see the same injustices that the camps are talking about, right? And they're studying the injustices on a scholastic level now. So now they have a scholastic level understanding of the injustice that they're talking about. And the urban apologists are like, well, no, that doesn't exist. That didn't happen. Sweep that under the rug. What? So I've beef with all these cats on the screen, yeah? Got no plans of making peace with none of them no time soon, right? I've beef with Sakari. Me and Deacon have gotten into it before, right? It ain't about becoming buddy with none of these people, yeah? It's about trying to communicate in such a way to where less negativity is accomplished in the world, right? So with the moderates, I feel like there's a lot of their scholarship that is dangerous, that is super dangerous, super dangerous. And I wish that we could sit down and have conversations about the information and clarify it and all that type of stuff, right? But here's what I had to sit back and notice. I literally can't. I had to sit back and think from a lot of their perspectives and whatnot, right? And look at a lot of back and forth going on. And literally, it doesn't matter what conversation they're in. Like, I'm sitting down with Elder Mike all the time trying to talk to him, right? And everything I keep saying to him, he got to interpret through the lens of Judaism, right? Everything's got to be reinterpreted. The same thing with the majority of Christians I sit down with. What I say has to get reinterpreted to be something other than what I'm saying and something that they have to attack. We cannot agree on anything for the mere fact that I'm not saying I come from the same tradition as them. I'm like, well, how does this work? I can't knock a lot of my brothers for them having the same experience in the sense to where they're trying to connect to certain stuff that they have legit connections to. And they're getting aspersions cast on them for trying to connect to this stuff. I really wish they didn't stretch information to the limits of credulity and beyond and whatnot. I really wish that wasn't the case. But you know what I can say at this juncture? I can say that their information is more scholastic than the information coming out of the urban apologist community. Like, when that hit me, I was like, wow, I can't say nothing to him now. I read Vocab's last book and I was like, yo, word? This is what we're doing? This is the standard of urban apologetics right now? The survey of the conscious community was laughable. Like, it was horrible. It wasn't just horrible, it was wrong. It was just flat out wrong in a lot of areas, right? So at this juncture, like, my biggest gripe against this community here, against the moderates, was the fact that they were stretching information right? To make a point. They were trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. But now I'm dumbfounded because even with so that level of information is more scholastic than what's coming out the UA. So I'm still gonna call it out for being unscholastic in terms in certain ways and whatnot. But I'm gonna try to present the information. So it's not a beef, right? I'm not trying to beef with these people. I'm trying to give correct information to the sincere people who want to listen, or to the sincere people who are looking for information. So I'm not going to be doing takedowns of Tay Ministries or takedowns of Dante or takedowns of Benai. No. Takedowns of no. Are we woke down? No, I ain't tripping on it, fam. Not sure. It's not a personality thing for me with these cats. I was talking to the person on the panel last night saying I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do in my spirit, trying to address this thing because I see the sincerity in the people listening, the viewers and whatnot. They don't they just want information. So I see what it is. Like they're all saying the same thing. Like I'm watching everybody. I'm watching what everybody got to say and trying to just sift through it all. You know what? I'm not going to make it a personal thing. I'm just going to talk about the information and pray that the sincere people can find it and sift their way through it. And I pray that y'all understand that I'm not coming at y'all just because I'm going to disagree with certain information. I will say this though, if people want to get petty and make it into a whole like, oh, he's coming after me and blah, 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 like I will cleanly address stuff. But I'm not going to beef with nobody. Just like I'm not going to beef with the camps. I'm going to cleanly address stuff and draw clear lines in the sand. Like, this is where we agree. This is where we disagree. And this is where I'm not going to ever move forward with you on certain kind of stuff. And this is where things ain't ever going to change. But I'm going to do my best to just deal with the information. Understanding that A, there's a lot of sincere people watching everybody. But B, at least you're putting out better information than the Urban Apologist fan. Like, just like I'd much rather that the camps be on the street corner on Saturdays yelling at a microphone than them being on the street corner every other day of the week selling something to people. You know what I'm saying? Like some contraband, etc. I would much prefer that people can go back and forth between your information and the Urban Apologist than just have the Urban Apologist information. I got to say that with a straight face, and I got to say that in all honesty. I would prefer that there's better information out there. And so it's my job to try to do something about that, to make better information. But I'm not going to fault you. No, let me say it like this, because I do fault you for it. Like, I still fault you for not putting out better information because you know better. Because you know better. That's my problem with you and the UA, is that y'all know better. But my hope is that you see what can be done with the right information. Some of you aren't going to care because some of you got like your own secret skin doctrines. Is what it is. I'm going to go at them just like I go at the camp on the white man is the Esau thing, right? And I'm hoping that there's some sincere ones out there. Like, I'm feeling like the Most High has the ability to use Dante the way he could potentially use Alazar, in the sense to where if Alazar switches up, I think a lot of camps are going to switch up. I think if Dante switches up on certain things, there's going to be a lot of switch up in the moderates to where the secret skin doctrine can get dealt with. I'm going to pray for such things, and and I'm going to do my best to manifest solutions via the scriptures, because that's the only way you really fix the vacuum issue, is you manifest things for the people who need them. And that's one of the biggest problems in all this is, and I can't stand this about apologetics, is that people need help, and instead of people getting help, apologists are making channels so they can monetize for their personal gain, making merchandise of the people, fam. And it's just disgusting. We got real mental, physical, and emotional trauma we need to get over, and we need to heal from. Legit mental, physical, and emotional trauma we need to heal from. This whole debate over primary doctrine is so ridiculous to me and repugnant on so many levels, because it does nothing to address this here. It does nothing to address this here. And what else are you supposed to be doing with that book beyond addressing this here? Like, if you're arguing with Sakari about primary doctrine versus how to apply the renewing of the mind and being a living sacrifice, like, that is so repugnant to me, fam. You're not going to debate the camps, like, and the camps be like, you know what, I'm going to stop being in the, like, Alazar is not going to stop. Tazarek's not going to stop. Nathaniel's not going to stop just because y'all had a debate with them on something, fam. If you notice, it makes people double and triple down and grow. Because when they debate y'all, they get the same hypocrisy every time. And information that gets more and more outdated by the year. That does not address this here. The real mental, physical, and emotional trauma that we've experienced going through slave trades and inquisitions and whatnot, fam. And just living here now. Just being alive now. Like, not just the past trauma, but the current trauma, fam. If my mother was a crackhead, how are you healing me from that, fam? You're not. You're telling me that I got my primary doctrine wrong because I went to a church that wasn't sound and blah, 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 or I got church hurt. You're not helping me with nothing, fam. If y'all was real about it, you'd be like, cool, you identify as Israel. All right, let's rock. Let's work together, because you know what the scrolls say this, and I will appoint you as a covenant to the people, as a light to the nations, to open blind eyes, to bring out prisoners from the dungeon, and those who dwell in darkness from the prison. Let's work together on making that happen. Let's work together on being a light to the nations. Let's work together on opening blind eyes, on bringing out prisoners from the dungeon, etc. If you really think you're Israel, cool, no issue, no beef on that. Not, no, nationality is a sin, or prove you're an Israelite, and I'm not violating Titus 3:9, but you are if you answer the question. Huh? You have no dignity as a black person, but I'm a Western European Protestant Christian. Huh? I come from the same hood you come from, but I'm not doing nothing for him. Huh? Like, y'all got your pimping all wrong, fam. Y'all are pimping backwards, fam. Y'all got your pimping backwards. And it's sad because, like, Either y'all want to change, or y'all gotta get dealt with as a problem on a scholastic level. Because at this juncture, y'all are becoming a danger to the community and whatnot. Y'all are talking about like y'all gotta get armored guards. Nah, fam. Like, y'all are making more of the people you don't want, the more of the people you say are extreme. How is that not dangerous to the community and whatnot? You could be telling them something completely different, telling you stuff completely different. I promise you. Check this out. Stop talking to Israelites for a year. Talk to every other ethnic group of Jews out there the same way you talk to Israelites, and see how that works for you. See how many of them you convert to Christianity. Or will they use your videos to recruit and make and go like Tovia Singer and go against the Messianic Jews and whatnot? I promise you they'll be using your videos to recruit after a year, fam. Tovia Singer will be using your videos in a month or two. To the black church and whatnot, right? And I'm specifically saying the black church because this is the church my father comes out of. And they're dealing with a whole different set of things than the other churches in this country, right? Like if your people came over and as Protestants and whatnot, you're Protestant now, yeah, not an issue, right? But this current church is practicing a colonized form of Christianity. I'm not saying put Christianity down. I'm saying take a big step back and stop demonizing people for literally doing things that your ancestors were doing in West Africa and here during slavery. That you chose to stop doing. You might not even know that you stopped doing it. And that's why we need to do what I say all the time, slow down. Because now that you know that you stopped practicing it, we got to have a real conversation about this dignity as black people and this pride as Africans that you say you have. That you say that we don't because we identify as Israelites and Moors, etc. We got to slow that one all the way down. Because there's a real spiritual Stockholm syndrome going on. It's super real. And if you think not, again, here's that simple question. What slave came off the slave ship practicing Reformed Protestant Christianity? And this is the real big deal, fam. Is I wish your apologetics was based upon this, was upon remembering the poor, fam. And this is on all sides. All sides. Because all sides are taking shots at the other sides and whatnot to the detriment of these people here. The energy we spend on beef, and this is why I'm definitely trying not to beef no more. Not because people don't deserve it. Not because I don't want to. because it's a waste of energy that don't go to them. We are asked to remember the poor, fam. We are asked to remember the least of these among us. And with all the clout chasing going on, they're the ones getting left behind. These are the ones that can't afford to give you Patreon membership and subscriptions and donations in the chat all the time. These are the ones that don't even know you have a channel, fam, because they're too thick in the struggle themselves. The ones who really need help, who don't get it, because we spend our time clout chasing and bickering and beefing instead of building. It doesn't get better unless we do better, fam. And it's just that simple. It's just that simple. So me, I'm focusing on reaching out to the kingdom builders, fam. The people who don't want to forget the poor, the people who don't want to get caught up in this lost bickering, and dealing with people who have jaded perspectives on all sides, who aren't going to change their opinions and whatnot. And I'm super focused on this now because, again, it's obvious. Like, I've tried behind the scenes to build with the Israelite apologists and the urban apologists and tried to build bridges and try to do all kind of, fam, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. And again, what's worse about it is the urban apologists don't see that they are their own worst enemy. So I'm gonna jump out of this oubliette, this place of forgetting and whatnot, and I'm gonna try to go do something productive with it and whatnot, right? Switch up a whole lot of things on how I'm doing things here. Change the message up just a little bit and fine tune it and whatnot to address these monumental ignorances that I'm seeing right now. But I will say this, family. The UA had a good run. Y'all had a few years of a decent run and whatnot. I sincerely pray that y'all change your heart towards the people that you're talking to and your mission in general. Because right now, your job and your mission is to stop the bleeding in a colonized church. There is nothing noble about that. There's nothing noble about that. If your mission was to help the people in the urban communities, fam, there's something very noble about that. But right now, your job is to protect the church, a colonized church, from leaking members to what you call urban cults. Retaining membership is all that you're there for. It's not about feeding anybody physically, spiritually, or emotionally. And that's not what a church is meant for, fam. And that's why y'all are losing numbers like crazy. And we'll be doing so in the future. With that, fam, let me do this right. Let me go ahead and drop the link in the chat, see if anybody wants to come on a rant for a minute. If y'all want to come rant for a minute, y'all got it. Let me go do this right quick. I'm going to let that link out there for a little bit. If anybody want to come rant, y'all got it. I'm going to go through here and see if I got any questions. Man, shout out to my man Anonymous Hebrew. Saying facts more. Some of us have really changed from that last style we came from. Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of people don't like. And here's the set. Like, I consider and tell you for a fact that I know. Hey, my G jumped on right there, right on time. What's up? Shalom, Mike.
Shalom, Mike. What's good with you? You can hear me?
Yes, sir. You loud and clear.
Excellent, excellent, excellent show, bro. Like, so I'm gonna tell you how the spirit works. Like, this is really the spirit, right? I'm using air quotes. Uh, we ain't even talked today, and my whole goal was to go off on what I heard today. And you know, bro, like, you know what I'm doing. You know what we're prepping on. I can't take it no more, bro. Like, I heard a man get on there today, supposedly an elder, and I ain't trying to get at nobody elder, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but supposedly an elder, and he says um, basically something along the lines of repentance doesn't come or didn't come until like the death, burial, and resurrection of Yeshua. And I'm like, how, bro? Like his message is repent. John's message is repent, repent. And so when you understand the concept of repent and what we need to repent and go back to, all of this becomes a lesson or an exercise in futility because we're dealing with people who want to be lawless. I don't care what they say at this point. That's what this is. There's no goal of finding truth, no focus of really trying to unify the body, or no real desire to bring out the true and total and complete gospel. This is all a witch hunt so you can stay in your plantation. Like I want people to understand what this is. This is a fight and a plea to stay on their plantation. I'm sorry, I'm burning it down, bro. Time's up, game over. We have too many lost souls. Moore just talked about it today. Me and my wife was talking, and you know, I'm out. We out scouting, doing what we need to do, and I'm looking at all of these churches in this area that we're looking at. 6 churches within a 1 mile radius, right? 8 blown out buildings, people selling drugs on the corner. The whole neighborhood is tore apart, but you got 5 and 6 active churches on every corner, especially in the South throughout the Bible Belt. And then when you get to the city, it's the same conversation. And we gonna pretend as though, like you said, Sakari is not pulling out gangbangers just because they're dealing with the people that you're most uncomfortable with. More and I looking at this, and it's crazy because we ain't even had this conversation. We looking at it like, yo, I'm excited because he really is snatching bangers off the street. That's what the Most High is using them brothers to do. I don't agree with everything they say, but they're being used to transform people's lives who are out here terrorizing our community. And now all of a sudden they got a righteous indignation to do what's right. You don't gotta agree with everything they teach because I don't. And like Moore said, we'll deal with all of that. But I'm sorry, bro. I love Alisar. At his age, like I wasn't dedicated to the Most High. I'll just say that. So instead of grabbing him by the hand and saying, yo, we think these are the places you can get better in, if you feel like he's really messing up, you're going to demonize them. Instead of saying Morbin bringing out real solid information, you demonize him. You demonize Hakai. You demonize and play around with Dante's name. You play around with Sister E. 1 second is cool, 1 second is not. Like, it's time for y'all to get cooked, bro. We've been dealing with the conscious community. Now y'all finna get the smoke too. You're gonna repent, or you just gonna have to sit down and forbear it. Like we're not even the gloves is off. Like you're obviously not in the remote part, in the least concerned about fixing our community. So my suggestion is, because I know somebody watching, I know Berean watching, and somebody go run talk about that, but get ready or repent. Like y'all gonna have to answer for all the lies I'm hearing. I keep hearing this Colossians. Not you don't talk about uh, the respect of the holy day. You just say, oh, see, you don't got to do this. You don't got to do that. You're not reading any entire chapters. Don't trip though. We're gonna bring real scholarship. All right. So coming next week too, we're gonna start doing survey classes. We're gonna start with the book of Acts. Okay. So since we won't play seminary, we'll show you seminary. So in seminary school, they give you a survey class of different books of the Bible. If you properly do a survey of the book of Acts, you come to certain conclusions like Bart Ehrman. And he says, obviously, modern Christianity has morphed into something that they didn't do in the first century. But don't trip, we'll learn you. I'm done with my rant. I appreciate you more. You did amazing. They finna get it though.
Yes, sir. Next on the mic, we have Elder Yara. What's good, brother, man? Shalom, out.
Let me unmute my mic. Shabbat shalom, family. To those who observe the Shabbat today, man. Peace to you more. Great show. Peace to you, Anonymous Hebrew, man, for gracing the panel. Man, I love this teaching, man. I think that's one of the most powerful teachings I've heard in a very long time. And your breakdown, man, I hope you continue to build on it. That's one for the library family. Um, I just I've been listening, man, and just going around, seeing exactly what's going out here, man, especially in these YouTube streets, man, and just overall. I agree with you more 100% when we can see there's the tide has turned. It's not turning, it has turned. And where now it can't be, the message can't be ignored, right? And I think that brothers like yourself, Anonymous Hebrew, and others, that are teaching and putting forth this information. I was telling the brother Sean not too long ago on a platform, the work that you guys are doing with the Yak Gang. I think that's some of the most important work for this day and age. And then definitely the work that I know Anonymous is engaged and embarked upon as far as nation building, that thing. Like, this is where we have to be. We don't really have time for games, and we just don't have time for it. Really, time is up. And so, man, I just wanted to come on, man, and just show my support, man, and just tell you, man, I just really love the lesson, man. It was edifying, and I know it was edifying for the body, and that's what it's all about. So, again, peace, man.
No, I appreciate that. And so I want everyone within the sound of my voice to hear this. Like, all three of us on this panel used to be part of a group called the Yahweh War Machine, or the YHWH War Machine, which is an interfaith group that dealt with Christians, Old Testament Israelites, New Testament Israelites, and Islamic Israelites in defending the Bible against the conscious community, right? And so when we come together, we talk about building solutions that work for everybody in all those different communities and whatnot. When we talk about scholastic information, we talk about addressing it for everybody. So, for instance, Anonymous and I deal with the Exodus and whatnot, right? We don't deal with the Exodus just to prove Israelite history. We deal with the Exodus that proves the Bible for everybody.
Amen.
You got people like, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Keep going. Yeah, I was gonna add on when you finish.
Yes, sir. I'll definitely tag you in. We got people like Garfield, that the central theme in his book: if there is no Exodus, there is no Abrahamic religions, right? So when we're dealing with something, we're dealing with it in a universal sense, right? When you hear me talk about West African history, I'm telling you that there's Christians in West Africa prior to colonialism that we genetically descend from. I'm telling you there's Muslims we descend from. I'm telling you there's Israelites we descend from. I'm not leaving it. I'm letting you know we descend from the people who do spiritual traditions and whatnot, right? We have genetic connection to all of that, right? I'm not leaving none of that out. I'm trying to edify. We're trying to edify everybody with the full picture in a full plate we can all eat off of, right? But at this juncture, even that's not getting respected. Even that's getting dealt with in a whole way. Like, oh, y'all are just Judaizing. Y'all are dealing with the sin and nationality. But like, okay, so if we're trying to help everyone out, what's the beef? But go ahead, fam.
See, man, this is why I love you, brother. So, and I'm gonna start calling it what it is. First off, shout out to the Moray. Shout out to Moray, Orthodox Moor. Uh, he is a teacher. He is a scholar. Shout out to Moray, Elder Yara. He is a teacher. He is a scholar. Shout out to brothers like Divine Prospect, Zion Lex, um, and any other person who really deals with scholarship. Shout out to Yap, first off. And I ain't got to do it. Yap. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Yap because they have now taken things that some of us had started building on a long time ago. We weren't as bold as them to come out, and they've taken it to a whole new level. The fact that you're witnessing these things, and then all you can do is keep coming with garbage scholarship. So, for instance, when Moore is talking about the Exodus, Garfield doesn't talk about people making him adjust his book, which is what we did. Garfield doesn't talk about his lack of desire to really want to debate us on the Exodus. Yes, I said it. I hope Moore gets that debate. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are things we do for the community scholarship wise. Now, make no mistake, now, and this is the next thing I want to say, we are asking for the prayer of the community because now we do got to take the next step and start to embark and bring to fruition the things that the Most High have put on us and really get this message out here on a really large scale, on a broader level, to really show scholastically how this works and what we should be doing. You don't have to be afraid of the Bible in order to, uh, uh, I'm sorry, you don't have to be afraid of history and scholarship in order to still stay in the Bible. Like there's this fear, especially in that community, to really look at culture, history, archaeology, anthropology, DNA, migratory patterns, all of the things that we've been talking about on a consistent basis. Like this is why they even struggle to do something like attack a racist doctrine. Instead, like Moore said, your racist doctrine wins against a replacement theology doctrine because you're too prideful or too proud to say, yes, we do got to cleave on to the Israelites. Whomever they are, guess what? Stop boasting. You got to deal with them. You have to deal with whoever you're saying those people are. You got to deal with them. They're going to run that government. And that's the other thing y'all got to think about too, family. We arguing with people who don't want to go home. This is their home. Some people just want to be Gentiles. This is why Esau rejected his birthright. It's a whole nother conversation. They don't want to go to the kingdom. They don't care about God's kingdom. They don't even care about the quote unquote commonwealth of the nation. I don't even like saying our nation's name in front of these people no more. It is time to be unapologetically Israel. Shameless plug. It is time to be unapologetically Israel. That don't mean fight and be angry and kill everything, but that means slay in the spirit. Slay with your words. That's what the Messiah was supposed to do. He taught us how to slay with our words. The knowledge of Mashiach has come and now empowered us to go and do what we're supposed to do. Don't be afraid. This is what Colossians was really about and all the verses they go to in Galatians. Don't be ashamed of your feast days. Don't be ashamed of who you are. We have the opportunity to fix the world. That's what we have to talk about. And that's what I'm going to talk about tonight too. Like we got the opportunity to go forward and fix the world. They're afraid to do that. They're afraid to go in the middle of Hilltop. They're afraid to go in the middle of South Richmond or South Central or Detroit. The places where we'll walk right in and say, fam, how can we help? That's our mandate now. And in the process, we'll steamroll them.
Say that one more time. That's our what?
That's our mandate.
Mandate, fam.
It's not even an option, bro. I'm gonna get off my soapbox, bro. You got me fired up today, though. That's what's up.
But no, we got to beat, like, unfortunately, we got to beat these cats up until we can have the conversation of, like, how can we remember the poor together? How about that, bro? How about y'all get off y'all's soapbox and remember your half of the contract? How do we remember the poor together, fam? That's what your apostle to the Gentiles told y'all. Divvied the thing up and said, we're going to remember the poor, fam. But we can't even do that. We can't even do that.
Right.
Rest in peace, Plantation Apologetics, fam.
Yeah, it's done. We burning the plantation down, bro.
Play the taps.
Oh, wow, bro. Like these dudes don't care about the Bible. And Paul tells us this. The commandments of God is like it's an enmity with you. Like God's will is against everything in their body. I'm sorry, bro. When somebody really showed me this, when I really saw this, it all clicked. It all made sense. And I grew up in the Christian church, and I was a problem in the Christian church because I would ask the questions, the same questions that we ask now, and couldn't get no answer. So I stopped following that. And I studied everything else and came to this. This is the truth because you can prove it. As Moore says, it's falsifiable. But the reason they're afraid, and we need to understand this because sometimes we got to give credit where credit is due, is because Israel is doing its job. That's the one thing we can say. It's not perfect, but we're doing our job. We're waking up the masses while in our places of captivity, coming to ourselves, coming back to the law, statutes, and commandments. Now we got to learn our mandate of being the covenant to the Gentiles. Ain't that what it is, more?
Yes, sir. 100%.
We don't even understand what that is.
No,
You're literally go ahead.
No, go on. You got it. I'll tap in when you're done.
You're literally destroying our blessing and their blessing. And this is to my brothers, my Westers, right? I love all my brothers, right? And all my sisters. But you're killing our ability to go and use the Gentile forces and the Gentile treasures. That's a part of the prophecy. They're going to bring their forces. We ain't just going to pull up and take it. Why? Because then they'll come to the light of our rising, like we keep saying. And the light of our rising is not just, oh, I'm black, I'm bleedy, black, 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 black. No, it's because we unify the two sticks, and we actually do the commandments and the mandates of the Most High. Plant vineyards, marry our sons and daughters, create infrastructure, and then walk right up out of Babylon. Stop waiting for the Scott. Yeah, all right, I ain't gonna go there. Go ahead, more.
Oh no, that's not the gospel. That's not the gospel, fam. You're not putting Christ first and whatnot, man.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna deal with that too, because Christ told us to put somebody else first. Even in Revelation, the gospel really is to come to the Most High. I'm not negating Christ. We all agree how you get salvation. We all agree that he's the Messiah. I don't have to do that. We can do that ad nauseum. But what we're not going to do is put him in a position that he never said he was in. I want to go home. I want to go home. I can see it. I can taste it. I can smell it at this point. That's why they preaching so hard. The spirits is mad. The demons is angry because we getting closer to going home.
And that's literally everybody going home in a sense, right? Because like so this is what needs to get pointed out in the terms of like when Paul keeps talking about this concept of like don't boast against the natural branch, and he gives the understanding that there's a mystery involved in this whole thing, right? That if the Gentiles got salvation by the falling of the natural branch, right? Like how much more are they going to get? So there's something else. How much more are they going to get by the coming back of the natural branch, right? So there's a whole part two to this thing, fam.
Man.
And so that's what Anon keeps touching on, right? So there's this whole messianic kingdom that literally gets built that the nations get to come look at him like, oh, we get to emulate that. We get to learn from that. We get to rock with, like, it's like, so when he's talking about like in the kingdom, Don't get caught up in the Christian sense where like the kingdom equals heaven. No, he's talking about here on earth, fam. He's talking about here on earth, something that you're actually living here on earth.
Hold on. You mean the city not falling from the sky? The gold city ain't gonna fall from the sky more?
Even if it falls from the sky, that means it's still here.
It means it's still here.
It's
That's
still
my
here,
point.
here.
You hear that excellent answer? You hear that? Like, yes, bro. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, so no, we're not talking about a hierarchy in the kingdom. Like, so he talks about like, yeah, we will be running like our own nation. Yes, that's how it works. Like every nation is going to run their own nation, fam. Like, no, like Israel's not going to be run by a foreign nation. That's not happening, right?
It's not happening.
Is there hierarchy in salvation? No.
I got to even understand what we're talking about. And they've let the camps dictate the entire discussion.
Right.
And we've made it clear, the quote unquote moderates, we've made it clear what our stance is. Now we're going to drive it all the way home. Because now I'm going to go get all the clips where you couldn't answer the questions. More just played the other day where vocab is saying, I don't necessarily disagree. I know you don't. Because you know a fornicator, a murderer, an idolater, all the things that the law is against cannot inherit the kingdom. So then how do we know what sin is? Through the law. You moron. Hey, look, bro. Your Messiah, Paul, tells you if it was not for the law, I wouldn't know what sin was. Who we playing with? So then you say, oh yeah, that's just because of the schoolmaster. Of course, because the job of the schoolmaster during ancient times was to walk you to and from school. Let me give y'all a quick lesson. This is how much we study. We can do this off the top of the brain since they playing. The job of the schoolmaster in first century Jerusalem was to go and carry all the kids to and from school, like the big stingray on Finding Dory or Finding Nemo and all of that. Since y'all so childish, I talk to you in that space, some of y'all, because I know y'all listening, right? The schoolmaster would take them to and from. Once you get to the schoolmaster, you still have to learn, number one. But the reason, or once you get to school, you still have to learn. But the reason you don't have a need for the schoolmaster anymore is because you've mastered the basics. So don't say the law is done away with when you didn't master the basics. The law of Moses is the basics. It is basic to know if my brother's ox leaves his house, I should bring it back. It is basic to know that, yeah, if you kill my family, yes, retributive justice, or you better run up out of here. As long as you run up out of here, you got a chance, right? These are simple things that are in the law that we need to know and understand. Why? Because we're getting ready to go to a place where we have to govern. Why don't you understand this? We will govern in the new places where we go to live. Yeah, man, I'm gonna go too deep on y'all. But if you got eyes to see, you can see what's coming. That's why they're mad. That's why this is a problem. Because people is walking out of Christianity and walking out of churches every day. We mess with the church's money. This is why they got mad at Paul. He made them stop worshiping these deities. I'm sorry, Caesar Borgia is gone. Vampire Jesus is gone. Virgin birth, little 3-pound baby ounce, little 3-pound, 3-ounce baby Jesus from the virgin is gone. Unless you're telling me Elizabeth had a virgin birth too. See, I'm the one. Go tell whoever that too. See, what we doing right now is for the strong. We'll build the rest of the week up, but for the strong, it's time to stand up now. I don't mean hurt nobody either. Relax, right? But now it's time to stand up. It's time to gird yourself and come out here and bring this word and use it to subdue this land in the spirit and the power of the Most High and the authority that we get through Yeshua. That's the other thing. Understand what it means when you say in the name. And I'm gonna start teaching, bro. Like I'm gonna get on y'all nerves.
Unpack that a little bit, because that might sound a little funny when someone hears you say subdue the land.
Right. I'm not talking about physically colonizing. I'm talking about working with people to the point where they come and see that our way of doing things is better. So, for instance, if I was to go to a place like, I don't know, Tanzania or Zimbabwe or something like that, where we know a certain group of people are, and we started to work with them, we need to have enough diplomacy as well to deal with the other people around us. This is the proper way to quote unquote subdue, right? Or take dominion. This is not colonization. The only time we really went to war was when we had to. Now, if there will come a time, according to the scriptures, where we do have to go to war, but that's not this right now, right? This is the time to ready yourself and then make a move. I'm just gonna keep it a stack with y'all. I'm gonna start bringing this out more and more in classes. It's not wilderness flee doctrine, right? This is come out of her, my people, meaning it's time to come out of this system. It's time to come out of Babylon. That doesn't mean you necessarily have to leave America, right? But when we're talking about moving around the globe, you literally have Kohan Hamadishi in Zimbabwe saying, look, all this space I got, and I need this help. And why wouldn't we go and establish communications in a village and things like that there with him? That's our brother, right? He's begging us to come help him, but instead, some of us hate Africans, and I don't know, some of us on some other stuff. This is what it means when I say subdue, right? What's the other thing that we're supposed to do? We're supposed to go around and basically be chariots, be angels, and pull our brothers out of these places. Now, I know there's an order to it, right? But there's also a practicality of how these things must happen. And so when we start talking about subdue, and I'll make sure I don't use that word no more, and thank you for that more.
It sounds like you mean like winning people over by your example and whatnot.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. But I got to make sure I don't use it because I know like everything we say is weaponized. So, but the point is, the Torah teaches you how to diplomatically come into power over the world. That don't mean be no sucker. That don't mean you ain't got to be ready for war. But most of this is going to be done through our words. I mean, this is literally in the scripts, right? Your authority. This is why we're taught not to wrestle against flesh and blood, right? But against powers and principalities, against spirits, against rulers in high places in the dark. Like we talking about people who are making policies. So how do we beat that? We then talk to the people and we create new policies, policies and laws that represent and look like the Most High's kingdom. And after a while, you'll find out there's only certain places that we can go and do that. That's why you got to get right. So I'm gonna start giving it to y'all raw like this so you can understand the practicality of what we have to do and where we have to go now. Right? Make no mistake. The opportunity is there, the vision is there, the plans are there, the conversations are there, all of that. But now as a body, we got to run tail that. And we got to be able to destroy this wickedness when it comes to these urban apologists. I'm done, more. Appreciate you.
Well, the wickedness is already it's self-destroying. It when that's what I'm like. That's the whole point of the show. They ain't got to worry about that no more, right? The concept is like, okay, like it's like you're saying, it's time. It's responsibility for the strong to stand up and be counted at this juncture because there's work to do, right?
Yes, sir.
There's literally like so like if like you'll hear me say a million times, if you got the nerve to raise your hand and say that you're Israel, that means that you're volunteering for the hardest job in the world, which is to be the representation of the Most High's ways on earth, right?
Yep.
So yeah, there's work to be done in that representation. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yes, sir.
my God ain't lazy. You feel me?
Nah. But it's also the thing of like he ain't greedy. If you understand that.
Right.
The reason this is gonna work is because we've done so little. I mean, we've done so much with so little as just a lost people that our ability to go and use the Most High's law and our ingenuity in other places in the future, like in the future days, weeks, months, years to come, decades, it's gonna be second to none, right? It's unfathomable to think that these people were not prepared to deal with a pandemic. When we simply know as soon as something like that happens, Put them outside the camp. Whoever lives, cool. Once they are good, we clean them up, bring them right back into the camp. And every time somebody else gets sick, we do the same thing. We even have a whole procedure of how we're supposed to go into the house and clean the house. And like for an archaic book, it sure does show you how to properly govern. So uh, these have to be the things that we take serious. We also have to stamp out evil. But like Moore says, and I love this analogy or this conversation as well, we got to build a wall with one hand while fighting in the other.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Those of us that get it, it's time to chew gum and walk at the same time. Like we have to multitask. Right. If you're tired of the only narrative being either, I ain't gonna say nothing negative. If you're tired of the narrative being what it is right now, but what an Israelite is, then we got to change that. And I'll leave it. I ain't trying to go in on nobody like that, but
Yeah, that's gonna be the hard work right now. Is just changing that, like adding some extra to what's already out there, like just
facts.
carving a new lane with the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
But at the same point in time, I don't think it's going to take too long either, because like I'm saying, like the urban apologists haven't caught up to the information, and it's obvious. Like I don't know if you watched that last documentary they made about the unspoken and whatnot, right? Yo,
I can't. Yeah, you know what I've been doing. I'm up to speed with the conversation, but I ain't watched it yet.
well, yeah, there's nothing new in the documentary. You could literally go on the Jude 3 project and just see what they say.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's all the same. Like there's nothing new in the documentary than what they say on that channel, right?
That's pitiful.
So it's the they're trying to pass off like the North African and East African church fathers laid the foundation for the Protestant Reformation kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were lit. So I was watching. I'm like, yo, they're starting to reach like it's like I'm watching a whole other documentary. Like some other people made it, right? Like so they're making now all North Africa is straight black. You know what I'm saying? But they won't tell you about all the North African church fathers. Just some of them, right?
Right.
And like I was saying, like instead of like portraying an African tradition of actual, like, because when you look at the African tradition, it's actually full of debate, dialogue, and discourse over the primary doctrines and whatnot, right?
Right.
And that's literally what the African tradition is. But instead of doing that, like, well, no, like the only legit African traditions are the ones that Rome agreed with. And it's like, word? That don't quite sound right. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're gonna start telling me that the West African Christian communities like started after like post 1450s, when I'm like, yo, where are we gonna do that? Like, and these the same people know that there are West African communities. Like again, Adam Coleman in the documentary, Vince Bantu in the documentary are on wax talking about the West African communities prior to colonialism based upon the Islamic sources and whatnot. That's nowhere in the documentary.
Oh wow. Oh. Okay.
But that it's an inconvenient truth, because it's a simple question. Well, were they practicing, you know what I'm saying, Reformed Protestantism in that West African
Right.
pre-colonialist country? Like, what's going on?
And what you would have seen is a lot of First Temple practices too. I mean, you're gonna see some Second Temple, but you're gonna see a lot of First Temple practices because of when they said they came in. And this is ironically what we see. Right? When you look at the material culture, that's what you see.
Yeah, and when you look at the actual practices coming off the slave ships in the Christianity that we created ourselves, like, yo, that looks.
Bro, I can't wait for you to bring that one out.
I've been doing it like so. Here, like, hold on, real quick.
I'm talking about when we put it all together.
Yeah, hold on, right quick, family.
Yeah, bro, that's a cold piece, especially the conversation of they're literally mixing, their identity. Like they're telling you their identity. They're telling you basically it's a Islamic Israelite tradition.
Well, no. So what they say is that they blend Christian and Muslim traditions, right? like you can Israelite as well, you know, like, but like, so what's beautiful about that is, so like these are the traditions that you would find in literally all three traditions,
Right.
and now, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's what they could agree on. You feel me? It's like this is what correlates between all of them. You know what I'm saying?
And it that clicked for me years ago. When did I go to that church? 19. It was before COVID. But anyway,
Mm-hmm.
um, when I see the Ethiopian cross and they talk about the Ethiopian stuff. Remember when we talked about it right there that day on the spotlight?
Yeah.
This is literally showing the connection of these people in their heritage and their tradition, and the fact that these things are ignored just for the simple pleasure of saying, well, I don't think your DNA matches. Like, now this is weird.
Yeah,
All
and
it's
our
gonna do is get
DNA.
worse now.
Yeah, because our DNA, like again, we have DNA from people who are historically
Facts.
Christian, people who are historically Israelite, people who are historically Muslim, all the type of stuff. Like you
Facts.
can't change that. And so now you got people talking about like, oh, well, I'm proudly African, but I'm a Protestant Christian. Like, oh, what?
Hmm.
I just make that make sense for me. I guess I'll just
Right.
help me out.
Right.
Because here's what I learned about, like what I learned from that trip you were talking about, right? In terms of the Ethiopic crosses, and I'm trying to, there we go. I'm gonna get a picture of it real quick. Is so they changed. They had the Ethiopic crosses to start with, and then they went to a more modern Western cross, right?
Right.
So there's at one point in time where we had this Christian tradition that was just on the screen, this low country Christianity concept,
Hmm.
but then it changed. Here we go. But then it changed to more modern form and whatnot, right? And so
Hmm.
that's why they can't tell you about the Christian kingdom of Takrur in West Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because it becomes an inconvenient truth because their Christianity looked closer to this than what they currently practice.
Right.
So these cross styles eventually changed to the more modern style and whatnot,
Right.
signifying a change. And again, these people, if you go to First African Baptist Church right now, they're not practicing the Geechee form of Christianity. That's not what's happening.
Facts.
They're not praying 3 times a day facing the east. They're not doing the whole river baptism. They're not doing the whole the seeking tradition and whatnot at the age of 12 or 1. That's not happening, fam.
Hmm.
They're not doing the crop suppers and the harvest festivals and whatnot.
Yo, is there any response to all of this?
No. Crickets. What you talking about?
So this just don't exist, right? I bet. Yeah, man.
Like that last bit, like, so no one's, so to, from what I understand, no one's like try to correlate like the full thing into a full tradition.
Hmm.
So once you understand that, like, oh, yeah, they had a full tradition and it's literally listed out and it's via their own words and whatnot, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, it's a wrap, fam. It's like you're
Yeah.
not, you're not doing that, fam.
Facts.
You know you're not doing that. Like, hold on. Let me go back to it. I'm not making this up. This isn't me doing that, right? This is just me writing it down. That's all it is. It's me writing it down. I'm not making none of it up.
Right.
Yeah, your Christianity don't look nothing like that, fam. Like Vocab's Christianity is allowed to look like Vocab's Christianity. Like that makes sense to me, right? Like, so he's Italian and he's German. That has Reformed Christianity all over it, right? Got you.
Yeah.
If your Christianity looks, walks, and talks like his Christianity, like I'm dumbfounded, fam. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, so an Ethiopian Christian, I like, so after the mid-90s, like I had a lot of East Africans come to my state and whatnot, right? There's like 4 different Ethiopian Christian churches in my state and whatnot, right? Like their Christianity, like they retained their Christianity when they came here. They didn't become Protestant with it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that makes sense to me, right? Like I feel saddened that we left our joint behind. Because again, when you go study this culture here, bro, it's when you do a deep dive, and here's the thing, like so West Africa period needs to be understood. The parts that they were taking us from, like from Nigeria to the Senegambia, was heavily a Hebrew based culture, whether it's Christian, Muslim, or Israelite, right? Period. That's what the culture looks like. I don't care how you slice it. Is there the spiritual traditions of West Africa? Got you. Yes, sir. 100%. But by and large, the huge footprint going on is the Hebrew tradition and whatnot, right? Like that's a whole culture that we're being told is un-African and whatnot. That if you embrace that, you're not having a proud African culture. However, if we go look at what this culture looks like with a fine-tooth comb, we go through it or whatnot, and we see how the Gullah and the Geechee lived it.
Right.
It looks straight out of the New Testament. Straight out of, mixed with the Old Testament. It's like, yo, like it's this perfect blend. This perfect blend. If I got something and you need it, it's yours. If I got to lower my price on something so you can afford it, I'm going to do that for you. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's a different system, fam. It's a beautiful culture. But we left that behind and we adopted a whole nother culture with this thing.
Right.
Like if we did this right now, we'd be called Judaizers, fam.
I mean, that's what some of them call us anyway already.
That's how you feel me, like
it is what it is. You know, we was talking about that the other day.
But this ain't no different than
Judaizer. Yeah.
Facts. But this ain't no different than Ethiopian Christianity, fam. Do you know that in Ethiopia they will go pray with the Muslims during Ramadan? That they pray, they prostrate anyway when they pray.
Right.
You know what the Coptic Christians do that too?
I didn't know that they did that. No.
You know, Ethiopia, they got river baptisms, fam. It's part of their tradition. Like they'll do it they can do it in the river. They can do it with other water, whatnot. It's all part of the thing, fam. Ethiopia.
This is we taking it, what, 1600, 1400? Or we going further? What we doing? We going back to time of fermenters? Like, where we going? How far does the tradition go back?
I got to go check how far back it is, but I can tell you they're doing it now.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to figure. I want to know how far back, because when, you know, I'm going to slap a couple of these dudes up. When I hit them, I want to make sure I got that part in there. Because even I heard you guys talking about the 1400, you know, having clear-cut proof before the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. But also we need to go in ad nauseum about this first temple practice Israelite that comes in there. Even when we when we're making this motif about the Avaris thing, we got to get into the conversation about creating the motif of the proto-Israelite, because it's there. You know what I'm saying? It's clearly there, especially when you start to watch the different Bantu expansion and we started going to that.
Right now, we're talking about we're talking about like the proto-Nazarene in the sense, right? Like, so like the proto, what would it look like? What would the original Messianic Jews be looking like, right?
Right.
And like, so for instance, like we're looking at this, like how it matches up to Ethiopian Christianity. So Ethiopian Christianity is called like the most Jewish of all Christianities, right?
Right.
They still rock with the Shabbat and all that. They got Saturday and Sunday popping off, right? They fast more than everybody put together. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, but like again, like, so this is looking very similar to like, oh, this has a lot of like a Jewish vibe to it or Hebrew vibe to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like I'm saying, it's closer to the Ethiopic form than it is the Western Protestant form.
Right.
Yeah. And yo, this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to take this to the church, fam. Like I got no problem with my Christian family being Christian, none whatsoever. None whatsoever. But our Christianity used to look different, fam. It used to act different. It used to be different. It used to have a different effect in the community.
Right.
And that's the whole point, a different effect in the community, fam. Like, so for instance, like all them churches on the block we talking about, fam. Like, can you imagine if they were doing crop suppers and whatnot? Like just that alone.
I'm going through it in my brain.
Just that alone.
Facts. Yeah, we got to bring this out because now, right? Because now what we're doing is painting a real picture of a culture, and some of these things we can even carry on and show certain traditions, so as to leave a footprint and a fingerprint for thousands of years to come. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, because we have all this information now. We've compiled most of it, so
Yeah.
taking it and putting it out to the people like you've been doing already is not an issue. The frustration is these these apologists over there, they refuse to hear it, but
That's not
everybody
even
else
frustrating
is.
no more, fam. Because like I said,
Yeah,
like they're literally like they're free commercials at the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like they're literally just infomercials for Israelites. It's okay.
yeah, yeah. That's real. You know what I got to do real quick? I put these kids to sleep.
Yes, sir.
I'm going live in about 30 minutes. I'm gonna deal with some repentance, and then that's gonna be a quick one because I want to start that Torah behavioral therapy series.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna knock that out, and then I'm coming right back, and I'm probably gonna be up for another hour after that, going in on Berean and his little show today. So yeah, because it was a lot to unpack. And, we're gonna go ahead and address
Yeah.
the agent. Right?
Yeah, and Beren's one of the main people to come out and say, like, well, if there was actual Israelites in West Africa, we gotta contend with that. You know what I'm saying? They could have come across the slave trade. We gotta do it. Like, yeah. But you know what now? Like, I'm gonna do it like this. Like, I'm not even worried about the Israelite thing now. Like, so what do you do about the people who descend from the Christians in the slave trade, fam? Like, why aren't you respecting their traditions and whatnot? Like, bump the Israelite joint. Like, if you don't like, cool. Got that. Like, why aren't you practicing their Christianity, fam?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I want the doctrinal smoke. Like at this point in time, like you're gonna
Man.
have to deal. You got to deal with me on repentance, grace, redemption, justification, sanctification. You have to deal with it all, right? You got to explain to me why Peter is explaining to us about sanctification, bro, right? And about this obedience thing. What am I supposed to be obedient to? Paul talks about this as well. Disobedience.
Yeah, you coming for pockets and whatnot. I see you, fam.
Yeah, I'm done. I
Me,
told you I'm done.
I want that smoke on primary doctrines, fam.
I'm
If
done.
you got the
I want
if you got the
everything.
nervous that sola scriptura, I need to understand like how you're getting primary doctrines from a council that's not the Council of Jerusalem.
Right. Right. Then I'm coming for the hypostatic union. I want it all, bro. Right? I want the smoke. Everybody else act like they don't. I want it. Right? You're going to have to explain these things. You have to explain to me why Paul say the law is spiritual and the law is good. And why you telling people it's okay to violate God's law. And if you ain't got no answer for that, you have to shut up and move out the way and let us get these people right.
You got to explain to me how you're claiming to be the seed of Abraham, but you're not keeping his Torah.
Facts.
I really need that one, fam. Because here's no, I'll leave it right there. I just need to know why you're not keeping your father's Torah, fam.
Facts.
I'm not even talking about the law of Moses, fam. I just want, I'm just asking you to rock with what Abraham did. You feel me?
Facts.
Hey, but he only paid the tithe one time. That's what I was told the other day.
This is weird, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to understand if let's say that is the case. So
Yeah.
like what that got to do with you not wanting to keep God's law? But you really are Like, cause let's be honest, they know they can't kill. They know they can't. As a matter of fact, they say they can't do anything except for break the Sabbath. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? That might be why it's so easy to say that Yeshua is the Most High, because you ain't got no respect for the Most High.
This is where it becomes an interesting conversation, because again, like I just said on the screen, we were keeping the Shabbat during the plantation days and whatnot, right? You got Ethiopian Christians that still keep the Shabbat, right? Christians that still keep the Shabbat, right?
Facts.
And if we're going to go sola scriptura, I'm going to ask a very simple question. So I'm not going to say that Christians have to observe the Shabbat. I'm not going to do that part there. I'm going to ask this question here, though, right? Because I always talk about like Israelite constitutions and all them kind of things of that nature, whatnot. Like Abraham didn't have to follow Shabbat. I'm not going to argue that one. Like I don't see that one in the text. There's arguments to be made, etc. But I can't give anything directly sola scriptura, so I'm going to leave that one off the table. But I will say this though, right? Did Jesus ever do away with the Shabbat?
No. We know this.
Oh no, he fulfilled the joint, so it's over with. No, help me understand that though. Like break that one down. Like did the apostles stop observing the Shabbat?
This is where it gets silly, bro. Like, cause then like overall you're just gonna get a bunch of they was just doing that to make certain people happy. Right.
Well, no, like so if they're the apostles of the Most High and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? They're supposed to be correcting people on false doctrine, correct? Like so, like they're like, no, if we're not doing that, we're not doing that, man.
No, I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry, my friend. You don't know what you talk about. You don't know these scriptures. Let me take you to Galatians. That's why you're gonna get. My fault. I should have took a shot.
Well, all right, let's go to Galatians, right? Because now I'm not. Let's go to Galatians. I gotta talk. Because now there's this gospel to the circumcised and uncircumcised, right?
He didn't want no parts of that one neither.
We'll find out on Monday or Wednesday. We're supposed to be talking.
What time?
I'm waiting to find out. But yep,
that's what's up.
Yeah, because again, and the whole point, like, so we're gonna have the conversation on this apostolic ministry concept, right? Like to the Jews and to the Gentiles, and the whole point I'm talking about is like, bruh, is remembering the damn poor together. Like, so y'all don't want to be no damn, like y'all don't want to be a holy nation or holy priesthood,
right?
You don't want that job, fam.
Right.
You literally don't want that job. We're talking about it's a mandate for some people, yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all acting like it's optional.
I'm talking about like to the point where people getting physically sick if they don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't, they not. Like I don't even want to hear this.
Right.
Like this
wake up and not feel right because I'm not doing certain stuff.
Because I'm not doing it, bro. Right. Right.
So it's important to understand, like, so is this royal priesthood everybody thing?
Right.
Is this holy nation an everybody thing? Is it right for me to put that on a Christian? Is it wrong for me not to allow an Israelite to uphold that?
I think I mean, when it comes to putting it on Gentiles, but you can't say you a follower of Christ. You ain't at least supposed to keep the Shabbat, bro. Like, I'm sorry, man. You got to at least learn to keep the 10. You can't even keep the 10. You can't say you follow Christ and you can't keep the Decalogue. Like, I get it. You want to play about the fringes and all that. We can work on that, right? We can talk about that. Maybe you ain't going to be in the land, no way, technically. But you ain't keeping Shabbat? It's clear in either side of the book, if you want to split it up like that, you're going to keep Shabbat.
How do you mean? Because like, so we don't see Noah keeping it. We don't see Abraham keeping it.
They're going to keep Shabbat. They going to keep Shabbat. I don't care. You know, man, we done went back and forth about this. So,
you know, I know I keep winning.
I'll be winning, bro. You don't have no answer for this. Listen, here's the problem. So since you want to smoke, let's get it.
Let's go.
So The problem is this, and you know I gotta go live in 15 minutes. You ain't right. The problem is this.
No,
right?
I'm not.
The problem is this, though, for real. They literally say at the end of Acts 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they say, don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. Why? Because Moses is taught
Mm-hmm.
every Shabbat
Mm-hmm.
in every city.
Agree.
Right? That means if you coming and cleaving onto this, if you a Gentile that's cleaving onto this, you got to keep the Shabbat. Now,
No.
if you ain't cleaving, why you even worried about it?
That's
Keep
a
your
whole
heathen self.
fallacy, though,
Keep
right?
your heathen self somewhere else. But if you're talking about cleaving onto this, you're gonna keep them 10.
We
I
got to
don't deal
debate
with the no. I don't deal with the Noahide law. Like, and you know how I feel
that.
about
You
it.
know we got to debate this
Because
now.
yeah, we got to debate it. Because in my opinion, then, like, if I'm keeping a buck,
Mhm.
Adam got the law. The law been around from the beginning.
No, I understand the argument. Like it's
Right?
it's
Yeah,
so there. No, the inferred argument is a strong one, right? You know me. You know I rock like I like the inferred argument is a hard one for me to deal with, right? Because you can see to where like, well, how would somebody know what a clean animal is, or how would somebody know how to do this, or like how would Abraham know how to build an altar? How would Abraham know how to, you know what I'm saying, all that kind of stuff, right? The inferred argument is strong, right? The literal argument can't, like, it's a strong one as well, because you can't find the language for certain stuff, right?
Right, but it becomes an argument from silence rather, instead of mine literally has teeth up, like you said. How does he know how to build an altar? Why do the brothers know that you can't make their sister a harlot? You know what I'm saying? Like all of these different things. Like why do Dina's brothers know this? Why do Cain and Abel give a Mina offering? Like why do they even know to give this offering? Right? This thing follows that bloodline. This follows Adam's bloodline until the point where then it gets to Abraham, so on and so forth. Right? But so there's no denying that they had some type of oral law. The question is, can we take that and line that up with the Mosaic law? I would even argue that they're dealing with the Shabbat because it's every 7 days that Noah came out and checked on the birds to see if they came back. And then the Most High is dealing with him in 7-day increments. He says, I'll be back in 7 days, right? And like you said, how does he know what's clean and unclean? How does he know to be a husbandman in terms of planting the vineyards, in terms of agriculture? Like all of these things speak to an existing culture that lines up specifically with the law of Moses. That doesn't mean it's the Mosaic covenant. I'm not saying that, right? The Mosaic covenant is different from the Adamic or the Noahic covenant. That's not my argument. Even the Abrahamic covenant, right? But the argument is, though, that these oral laws, I'm saying that they existed. And so then therefore anybody that's gonna cleave, they gotta keep them laws.
Define cleave real quick. What do you mean by that? Because that language gets muddy for certain people.
I'm saying, for me, you're saying you basically pulling a Ruth or Naomi, like you're deciding your people are my people, your God is my God.
So you're not talking about being like just a righteous Gentile. You're talking about like trying to become like literal part of the nation.
Because they talking about they're actually a part of.
Okay, we got to make that. We got to make that clear for certain people. Yeah,
my fault. Yeah, I do keep forgetting that we had these conversations.
So we got to make that clear.
Yeah, we light years beyond.
Like a whole Judaizer fan.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't care. Because to some of these people, I probably would be. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not finna bring your dirty self.
Well, no, I agree. Like, no. So you're talking about somebody like, so basically like somebody who's expatriating and becoming part of the nation, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to know. Right, so and this is why I bring up the citizenship laws in the Constitution concept with a lot of people like vocab or with Elder Michael and whatnot, and it becomes this real funny conversation because like, okay, because now if you want to say you're part of the holy nation. Or the church is the holy nation. Okay, what's the constitution of the church? Well, the law of Christ. Oh, you better give me a list of laws then, homie.
Facts. I agree.
Because otherwise, you tell me do as thou wilt is the whole of the law and whatnot. Like so, yeah. that's not gonna fly. You know what I'm saying? You be like, oh no, but Galatians 5, like, nah, fam, because that's still up to interpretation, even at bet. Like, if there's no specification and limitation and or rectification in like how you deal with certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't give you that specification and whatnot. There's a lot of stuff that's not there. Which I don't have an issue with if you give me a basic baseline, right? Like, so, and this is where me and Anonymous beef. Like, so Anonymous is going to say like the whole Shabbat line in Acts 15 means that anyway. So now I hear what you're saying about the cleaving part, right? But now, here's where I'm going to argue against that, because if it was about a cleaving thing that way in Acts 15 about them becoming like proselytes that way, then they would be required to keep the Shabbat and be circumcised, right?
I disagree.
When did circumcision stop being part of the proselyte concept?
Circumcision was only mandatory if you wanted to keep the Shabbat. If you wanted to keep the Passover.
Shabbat,
I'm sorry, I said the Passover. If you wanted to keep the Passover, circumcision was only necessary if you wanted to keep the Passover.
And so, isn't keeping the Passover mandatory if you want to be part of the nation?
No, that's what I'm telling. Okay, so look, here's the point. Here's where we really got to have a conversation, right?
Let's go.
So these people, number one, were not proselytes, right?
That's the point that I'm making.
These people were actual, and from what I understand, Hellenized Jews.
Which in Acts 15?
In Acts 15. Because remember, he's going to people. What is Paul's ministry?
Oh, we really got to make this.
Yeah, we really got to have this conversation, because I didn't did a little bit more since the last time we talked. Yeah, man, you finna make me late. All right, look, all right. So you know that I understand that there are proselytes that are there, but it's only when it makes it clear that they're proselytes. And the reason I say that is this: when Paul is really on his mission, he's trying to touch everything that Abraham was promised, and he's going to where the lost tribes were scattered. We know this because he's going. What was his custom? When he would get to a place, what was his custom?
Who?
Paul. When Paul would get to a city, what was his custom?
So the custom for most of the people was just to go to the Jews first, right? So
Paul's custom was to go to the synagogue immediately. Yeah. So if he was only just sitting there going to look for lost or just righteous Gentiles, why is his custom always to go to the Jews and tarry with them and plead with them? I mean, if his mission was only to the Gentiles, why would he only go to the Jews and plead with them?
Is that rhetorical or no?
No, it's real.
So no, I'm not making the argument that he only goes to the Gentiles, right? But like, so in Acts 15, he's like, so when it says Gentiles in Acts 15, are you making the case that those are Hellenized Jews?
I could make the case.
I'm asking, are you making the case?
Right now, I think they are. But I'll say this. I'll go with you saying that they're Gentiles, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the goal of these Gentiles?
To get at this juncture here is to get a baseline understanding of what the minimum is for them, right?
Nah. It tells you in the first half. Their goal is salvation. Right? That's why this argument is important to understand. There are two different groups. If we go to Acts 15, start at verse 1, the first group are people that say you got to be circumcised like Moses and keep the law for salvation.
So we're saying the same thing. So what's the minimum for that, right? So it's circumcision.
Then there's another set of brethren that comes and say they just got to keep them. They don't got to keep them for salvation. There's two different groups. We don't understand that. The second group is the group that won the argument, meaning they still got to keep the law. They just don't got to keep it for salvation. That's the argument in Acts 15. It's not about whether or not they keep the law or how they convert into the law. The actual argument is really about whether or not they keep the law for salvation. And this is why I've been sitting on all of these arguments, right? This really becomes an easy argument when you break down the conversation. If you start in Acts 15, the conversation is wholly about keeping the law for salvation or not. It's never about whether or not you even keep the law. It's about, one, if you keep it for salvation, but then two, how you come into it. So once again, this is why he says, obviously at first, stay away from idols,
I was gonna say,
which
can
really,
somebody pull up Acts 15 and start at 3? I know Anonymous likes to start at 1.
yeah, I always start at one. Y'all just blew up my whole show. We having this conversation. Let's get it.
Okay.
All right,
Let
let
me
me
see
see
if
it.
I can read it. Okay, there it is. I'll read it. Acts
Start at
15.
one for me, please. Start at
Yeah, I
one
know
for
you
me,
was gonna
please.
say that.
Because I want to show both groups.
Go up to 1. All right, and I'll read. It says, and certain men which came down from Judea taught the brethren. Right. That's our
Mhm.
first indicator, but I'm gonna
That's
continue.
our first indication about what's going on. Facts.
Right.
So let's stop
And
right
said,
there. Let me stop right there. Right. So when you're dealing with brethren, anytime you see this in the New Testament, this means that they are believers, right? There is no indication here of somebody who's just kind of trying to skirt along and sojourn and follow through. The brethren are those that have came and been taught the gospel and are now trying to figure out how to achieve salvation. We'll finish that up. Go ahead, Elder, if you got anything else you want to add.
yeah. It said, except ye be circumcised after the manner of Moses, ye cannot be saved. Now, I want to ask the brothers this before I continue, if I may. When they talk about circumcised after the manner of Moses, what are he referring to?
More?
Either one.
So there's two aspects of circumcision under the laws of Moses. Like, so there's the eighth day aspect, and there's also the aspect of again being circumcised for being able to participate in the Passover, etc.
Okay. So after the manner of Moses, right? Because it's going to tell us why he's saying after the manner of Moses, right? Because that tells us that there's something else that's being done, right? Right. And it says ye cannot be saved, right?
So let's
So
deal with this. And so let's deal with this first, right?
mhm,
Because I want to make sure, since we're gonna deal with, let's kind of knock this out. First
mhm,
off, they telling you if you're not circumcised, you can't be saved. This is clear, right?
yeah,
I even made a mistake and said keep the law, right? No,
right,
this is just simply if you don't get circumcised, you can't be
yeah,
saved.
right,
This is an important distinction to make. All right. This makes me even harder now on my stance, and I'm gonna explain in a minute. Right. But let's get this understanding. Verse 1, unless you're circumcised, like Moses, you can't be
mhm,
saved. All right, let's keep going. So the argument is about circumcision and salvation.
right. Are we in agreement here?
More.
More?
Yeah,
And
that's
Are we
okay, great, great, great. And y'all feel free to interrupt. I'm just reading. That's all. It
go
says,
ahead.
and when therefore Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension and disputation with them,
Mm-hmm.
they determined that Paul and Barnabas and certain other of them should go up to Jerusalem unto the apostles and elders about this question.
Right.
All right. Verse 3.
Keep
And
going.
being brought on their way by the church, they passed through Phoenicia and Samaria,
Mm-hmm.
declaring the conversion of the Gentiles,
Hallelujah.
and they caused great joy unto all the brethren. Verse 4. And when they were come to Jerusalem, they were received of the church and of the apostles and elders, and they declared all things that God had done with them. Verse 5.
All right, so let's stop right here. I do want to
Mhm.
kind of deal with this Gentile thing real quick. So more.
Uh-huh.
So we agreed in because they go into the brethren, so that means they go into the believers, telling them that we have converted, and what I'm saying, the Hellenes. that we have converted the Hellenized Jews. And
Can we go into
everybody is
the tools
rejoicing.
and look at that where it says
Yeah, open it
Gentile?
up.
So he's saying this is a
Open it up.
group. This is a group of reverts, etc. Right?
I want to see. I'm saying that's what it is. Let's look. Now I'm gonna be honest. Like,
So-
I've never studied that particular Gentile right there. Let's look at it.
Yeah, I'll hit it real quick. Just clarification. Like, so in your concept, it's like the reverts would all have to get get circumcised, correct?
I'm saying some of them may not have been circumcised because
But the ones who wouldn't would have to get circumcised, correct?
Right.
I'm saying that's what the first people are telling them. I'm telling you, eventually they're gonna want to be circumcised. It's not a force. Now we live in this point in time, we're in the New Testament conversation. There's never a force. I'm not gonna force you to do anything. Now, if you my child, obviously 8th day circumcision, it is what it is. But as an adult, this is why Titus was not forced. That doesn't mean he wasn't circumcised. He was just not forced to be circumcised. We had Hellenized Jews that were not circumcised. So yes, they eventually, from my understanding, especially if you're trying to come in and keep the pace out, then yes, you must be circumcised. Because especially if you say you're a child of Abraham, because that is 100% a sign of the covenant.
So how come they didn't get done like Paul's homie when he was like, all right, we're about to go kick it with the Jews. You got to get circumcised, homie.
It's Timothy. Timothy is different, right?
Why is that different?
And he says because of his heritage. He came from Israelite heritage. This is why you're told his mom was a Jew, but his pop, right? His mom was a Jew, but his pop was a Hellenized Jew. And so he's saying
his pop was a Hellenized Jew or a Greek.
Cool, it was a Greek then. It might have been a Greek. My fault. I gotta go look at it. Let me go look. Let's look at the word since you want to. No, because I'm gonna tell you honestly, it wouldn't matter.
No, I'm sure.
See the argument. I'm gonna tell you why it wouldn't matter. I think it matters.
Yeah, I got you.
Because the argument is they're saying that Timothy was a Jew. This is really basically what it's saying. Like, because they knew Timothy's stock, people would have been on his line. That's basically what they say. That's basically what Paul was saying.
But right, okay. So if how is that? Okay, so let's either or, right? Let's say mom being a Jew makes him a Jew. Doesn't matter if dad's a Hellenized Jew or not, right? Like mom's enough, right?
I still say he's a Hellenized Jew at this point, but let's say
even better. Let's say dad's a Hellenized Jew, right?
Right.
So how does that change? Like, so you're telling me like that one group of Hellenized Jews they don't have to get circumcised, but this one did.
Who said that they didn't have to get circumcised?
I thought that was your argument here. Because I just asked you. My argument
is never they don't have to get circumcised. The argument is you're not forced to get circumcised. There's a difference. Now Timothy, and even Timothy, wasn't forced. Paul just said like, "Yo,
I get the caveat." Okay, so it's all voluntary. So if Timothy would have said no, he wouldn't have to get circumcised. Then it would have been. Gotcha. Okay, I heard what you're saying.
But he probably wouldn't have been able to be a bishop though. Keeping it a stack, like. I'm not sure that Paul puts him in that position. I wouldn't. So I don't know Paul's stance on that. But
I believe as we go through this, we see Paul actually agreeing with James, right? Mm-hmm. And saying when it comes to Timothy, and saying, he should be circumcised, mm-hmm. right? For at least for this conversation that they're involved in, right? And so the determination comes.
But I'm gonna say that though it's more because of his position in the ministry though.
I think it's more so because of his heritage, because they're arguing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because that's literally what's listed as the reason is his heritage.
Hold on. Hear me out. I mean, I've already made the heritage argument, so it's not that I disagree, but I'm saying the reason that it became an issue right then and there is because he was going into the ministry. So for instance, if there was another person that had that same heritage that was not going into the ministry, that was just coming in learning, then he's not forced. But Paul or Timothy is getting ready to go on missionary journeys with Paul. He's getting ready to be out here teaching the people, being in the synagogues, doing all of this. Yes, he has to be right. And the reason he has to be right is what Paul says when he goes back. I've never taken a Gentile into the temple. I've never took an uncircumcised Israelite that wasn't keeping the law and doing the right things into the temple. This is what he was accused of. This is why he fights so vehemently to say, no, I'm not teaching Jews not to keep the law. This is why
Right.
Timothy
And,
had to be
so
an Israelite and why he had to be circumcised.
yeah, I think that was Paul simply defending himself. But I think at the end of the day, I think the decision was that Paul acquiesced to the fact that James said, look, because of his, what we see right there, because of his ethnos, because he has to be circumcised, right?
Yeah.
He has to be circumcised. But because the alternative that we see to this is when we get to Titus.
Facts.
And Paul says, you know what? Because Titus is of a different heritage and lineage, I ain't forcing him to be circumcised, and he doesn't have to because the promise was not given to his people. This is why I always contend with people. Let's go through this a little bit, because this is why I always continue with people when we get to Titus 3, and Paul exhorts Titus not to engage in debating those Jews
in the genealogies, right?
And eating genealogies, not because they were fruitless, right? Not because they were fruitless conversations, but because that wasn't Titus' heritage, and he would not have known it like they knew it, and they would have been beating his head in every time. Every time. And it would have hampered his witness to a degree. So he said, don't engage them in those conversations because you can't beat them in those conversations. They've been learning that since they birth. You haven't, Titus. You haven't. Right?
All right, I'll push back a little bit.
Yeah,
I do want to push back a little. So when it comes to Titus, it doesn't say I didn't force. It says not even Titus was forced. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When we look at this language, then what it means is, from what I can understand and what I see, I didn't even force Timothy. I didn't force Timothy or Titus, right? They chose to be circumcised, right? I don't see Titus being a Gentile. Now I'll do some more research on it and we'll come back and we'll piece up on that. I see Titus being in the same position that we are in. Same position. Probably at least Timothy had a Jewish mother, Israelite mother that was teaching him something. What I think is Titus had two Hellenized parents. I think Titus had two Hellenized Jew parents, two Hellenized Israelite parents. And here's why I'm saying these things, right? I'm going to tell you why I'm doubling down even more on this. Because in studying Paul's missionary journeys, he's going to a specific people. Like, he is very deliberate about the places that he's going. He's very deliberate about waiting to hear from the Most High when to go to those places. The only thing that I can see when I study the material culture in the first century is that he's going around searching for Hellenized Jews. And I've tried to debunk it that doesn't mean that there are no proselytes. I want to make that clear. But when we say what his mission is and when he's talking about Gentiles, I see it being a lot of he's going to Hellenized Israelites, right?
Let's take it a step back and bring it down to ground level for some of the people watching and whatnot. So first and foremost, we agree that whether proselyte or like you're saying, like Hellenized Jew or Anusim or somebody like that, right? That they're going to like that circumcision is always voluntary.
It's a very good point to make, though, the Anusim, that whole conversation. But yeah, circumcision is always voluntary.
So right now, so you're making the argument that in Acts 15 we're dealing with a group of Anusim, people like us, people who descend from Jews, but like grew up in a different culture, but now we're coming back to the thing.
Yes. Okay.
So I'm rocking with you on that concept right there. So it's saying I'm looking up Gentiles, and it's saying some form of ethnos there. And then I'm gonna look at this convert. Do you want me to? Does that satisfy what you need on it? Because I want to look at this word conversion right quick.
Yeah, let's look at it.
Because I have not looked at that one yet. So reversion, i.e. morally revolution conversion. So that's more of like a revert concept. So that's almost closer to what you're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. So we're rocking with the argument that this is about reverts, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so let me go back to
But hold on, but I'm gonna make this clear though, right?
Yep.
Because I do not want to be zealot out here. It's not saying that the proselyte doesn't have a chance, right? I want to make this clear. That's not what we're saying. But I do want to be honest when we talk about what Paul was doing, right? I do think we got to be honest when we talk about what Paul was doing, and it wasn't like a racist thing, right? It's just he's going to the Hellenized Jew because they have not gathered all of those, and we know they haven't because James is even writing to the 12 tribes scattered abroad. So that means even after the time of Yeshua, they still got to go get the lost children of Israel, the lost sheep of Israel. That doesn't mean that there aren't proselytes, because remember now in the new covenant, we're told he's gonna bring together Judah and Israel, but then he's also gonna sow you in with the beast of the field. That's what it says in Jeremiah. So we know that some of these people have a chance to come. It's how do they do it? And this is not a hierarchy thing. This is a you don't even know what you're talking about thing. That's all. However you want to view it. This is why when Philip has to go to the eunuch, right? Now notice he's an Ethiopian, whole other conversation. But he goes to him and you say what?
No, I was agreeing with you. I was just saying, yeah, notice he's an Ethiopian.
Right. Notice he's an Ethiopian, right? And then he like, how can I understand it unless you teach me? So there is this concept of these Hellenized, when I'm saying Hellenized Jews who needed to be taught, but it's gonna be the same thing with a Christian, whatever. You gotta get taught. You have been Hellenized. Go ahead. But that's what I see, and that's why it's important to point out that you still got to keep the Shabbat. They still got to come to the Shabbat. Acts 15, they still have to come to the Shabbat. It's not just so we agree that they're not just abstaining from idols, stop eating stuff off the idols and whatever else the mandate is, and then they just not coming back to Shabbat no more. We just don't see them no more. Like, nah, they got to come. And if that's the case, so here's a question. Were they letting Gentiles in the temple? Were they letting Gentiles in the synagogue?
You mean Israel?
So during the time when Paul was doing his missionary journeys, I'm saying, were they letting true, just heathen Gentile, never been an Israelite, the Goyim, was they letting them into the temple?
No.
So how is Paul going to the Gentiles? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a hard, and I've tried to make the other argument, and the more evidence I see, the more it just melts away that Paul is clear and succinct about who he's going to. Once again, that does not negate the proselyte.
Yeah,
I'm not even saying every time you see Gentile that it means a Hellenized Jew. I would have to go look at every single one.
So you're making the case that in Galatians 2, when they're divvying up the apostolic ministry, that when it says to the circumcised and uncircumcised, you're talking about like uncircumcised being like Hellenistic Jews, and the circumcised are already circumcised Jews.
Yes, 100%. Right.
Which is the two categories Timothy and Titus would have fell in.
I agree. Right. And because the conversation, this is why he's saying, don't be ashamed to keep the feast days. Don't let nobody judge you for that. And I know we like to think of this proselyte that just comes and keeps the Sabbath, but that's not what was happening. I'm not saying that, like I said, we see this happening at Pentecost, but it's not just Paul just running to, hey, proselytes, and then he run back and tell all the. So think about this: if we are either Israelites that's been holding on to our heritage, or we've been converted, and then Paul leave and come back and be like, yeah, y'all converted, but I just went and talked to these people that didn't know nothing about the Most High. I didn't do nothing about your other brothers that's lost. I just brought these Gentiles back. Let's rejoice. Nah, bro. Why am I gonna be happy, bro? Why are you not going out there getting the other people like me? Why are you not going to get the rest of our brethren?
Right, because again, that's the key. The whole understanding of the entire chapter is the very first verse.
Right. Circumcision for salvation.
Right.
And so now we can keep going We can keep going through the rest of the chapter now, but that's my argument. I mean, it goes more in depth because obviously in the debate, I would bring out all the first century proof of what was going on in Galatia, what's going on in um, uh, Laodicea, and all the different churches that he went to, right? All the different main areas that he's going to. And when you look in these areas,
Yeah, I agree. Those were populated by Hellenized Jews.
these are Hellenized Jews. And then so that's why he's going in there so hectically, like this ain't even y'all culture. Why you worshiping this unknown God? What you doing? No, I'm renting my clothes. Don't worship me. Worship our God. Worship the one true God. And then whoever else got it, whoever else got a little residue, bet. This is why old boy was like, you know what? You almost converted me, Paul. You a maniac. You almost got me. That go to show you most of these doggone heathens, just like today, ain't worried about converting. That's the other thing we got to say. When we caping so hard for the people that we saying are not our people, they don't even want to be us. Why you caping for people that don't want to be you? You show me a righteous Gentile that wants to be a part of us, I'm going to show you a man that's eventually, or a sister eventually, that's going to say, I want to get circumcised. I guarantee you that's my word. You cannot come into this and fall in love with the Most High and not want to follow all his laws, statutes, and commandments. You cannot. It's not a part of the covenant. And that's where I'm getting more convicted at. And I'm going to be honest with you. Like, the conviction is you cannot say that you love him and not keep his commandments. It hurts, bro. Either he chastises you or you just are physically, emotionally heartbroken. Y'all done got me preaching tonight.
So real quick, I got to correlate what you're saying to Romans 11, right? So with the whole natural branch, grafted branch conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm extrapolating what I'm hearing you say, and I take it there, I'm hearing that that's a conversation between that's talking about Hellenized Jews and non-Hellenized Jews.
I would have to go read it in the context. I haven't made the Hellenized Jew or non-Hellenized Jew argument in that specific portion of the text.
Okay, fair
We
enough.
could read the whole chapter. We can read the
No,
whole
no
chapter,
worries.
and I could give it to you.
No,
Like,
I'm not.
go through the whole
No,
chapter, I give it to you.
I've already taken
The only
enough.
lesson. The only lesson. You say what?
So all right, let me ask this question then. Like, so sometimes in your mind is when Paul is talking about Gentiles, sometimes is it referring to actual Gentiles, or is it always referring to Hellenized Jews?
Like I said, I haven't studied every time. If I go back and study every time, then I'll give you a word study on it.
Gotcha.
From what I understand on the pertinent areas, on the areas that are in question, those are always talking about Hellenized Gentiles. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like it could easily end up being every time if we're looking at it and we're looking at specific missionary journeys and things like that, then I'm gonna be leaning more and more towards yes every time because, like I said, we know what he's doing. We know what his agenda is. His agenda is not to go find Bobby Sue and Becky May and bring them into the covenant. It was
So
like that's not to say that other people can't, right? There's a conversation, but the goal is to go get those that was lost. That's why even the righteous Jews that are over there right now are having more conversations like, hold on, like if our mandate is to go get what's lost, let's find out if these black people really the people. Like, what you doing? Right? We gotta keep these things, we gotta keep it a buck.
Yeah. So when Paul makes the statement that he's I believe in that chapter right there in Romans 11 when he talks about he's the apostle to the Gentiles.
And yeah, so then I'm saying all of that is Hellenized. Yes.
All that is
Yes.
Hellenized.
Yes. Because so hear me out though, right? Notice he's not an apostle to the goyim or whatever, like, or to the stranger. Well, no, because sometimes they are called strangers. So, but the understanding then has to be this: it's never going out to exclude those that want to keep the law and have the testimony of Yeshua. But understand though, the whole goal is to get those who have had their identity stolen. That's our mandate. Even when we see him saying go to the entire world, I'm gonna start teaching everybody this. That really is the order. This is the order. This is our particular. This is why I say that this priesthood it's an eternal priesthood. Hallelujah. This priesthood is eternal. This priesthood is eternal. And it comes with a heritage and a bloodline that does not negate those that can be adopted in. You can be adopted. But it's one law for the stranger and the native.
Okay.
Right? This is why go ahead.
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead.
No, I'm going up too long. You got it. Go ahead, Elder.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna tell more to read Romans 11-17, but I see he just jumped back to Acts, I think. But yeah, read Romans 11 and 17. So it is
And
now.
I'm gonna keep it a buck more like I'm really I've really just been going in on this lately because I've really been wanting to beat that conversation up, and we gotta keep things real. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, we gotta have the debate. I see both, but at the same point in time, I'm like, this is an interesting perspective and whatnot. So,
so you see times where he's just going to the straight up.
I see both. Like, so for instance, like in Acts, like, so when you go into Acts, like, I want to say like 10. I'll have to look at after we deal with Romans 11. We can go into other parts in Acts and whatnot. So
yeah, I was gonna say so. Are we saying that the reference to the wild olive tree, that's Hellenized Jews?
Yes. That's just where I'm at with it. Yes. Because this branch it's broken off. Like so when it's talking about the wild olive tree, is this just a tree that grew up, or is it a tree that was broken off? Is it referring to the broken off branch? That's what I need to know.
Clearly the wild olive tree is the tree that has somehow been separated from the natural branches.
Right. So then how does the actual tree branch that breaks off, how does the olive tree then turn into a mustard tree or whatever you want to call it? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the whole analogy about the two sticks.
Yeah.
That's what this is. It's talking about the two sticks.
Because that's what 17 is really saying right there, right? Because it gives us the contrast between a wild olive tree, right? Yeah. And then look at the very last part of that verse. It says, and with them partakers of the root, right? Which is the origin, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And fatness, right? Which is the promise, which is the blessing, right?
Right.
Of the olive tree, right? So we have two different we have two different things here, right? That is telling us that the branches that are broken off is the wild olive tree, right? And then there's another root, an origin, right?
Right.
There's an origin of the natural branch,
right?
And all the fatness, that's the wealth, that's the blessings, that's the promise.
Yep. End of the day, all Israelites, which means if you was the root, then you got the fatness. Cool. If you was broken off and you got to come back in and you got some of it, don't boast against the ones that was still broken off or still broken off. If you know what I'm saying, like and it's all interchangeable. The root or the one that wasn't broken off can't belittle the one that's coming in and vice versa.
Right, because that's what he says in verse 18, right? It says, but boast not against the branches, but if thou boast, thou bearest not the root. He's talking
Right.
about the wild olive tree,
Right.
right? In other words, you're not the root, right?
Right.
You're not the original olive tree, right?
Right.
But the blessings comes from and the fatness and everything else, everything that you partaking in or everything that you're benefiting from comes because of the
Facts.
original root,
Facts. Facts.
right?
And
It's
then
the original olive, the root of the original olive tree, and the promise and the blessings that was given to Israel is why you're blessed,
facts.
right? Is that wild olive tree. But you're saying that's Hellenized Jews and not
Yes. I'm saying all of this stuff
proselytes.
because here's why. When was the proselyte broken off?
Hey, I'm just
When,
asking the
when,
question. I
when,
don't
but that's
see
what
it.
I'm asking everybody. When was the
Yeah, no,
proselyte
I don't
broken
see
off?
when the proselytes was broken off because it's the proselytes, right? Are those I don't see how the proselytes can actually be
They
even
cannot be.
become part of the natural
Yeah.
tree,
This is why
right?
Revelation talks about the Gentiles in the outer court. Right now,
Right,
those I believe are Gentiles indeed. Right. Those are the
right,
Gentiles indeed. Those are your seven trumpet preppers, your
right.
Danas, all the righteous non-Israelite brothers that you've seen that are like, yo, we recognize y'all as the people, such and such, such. That's why it's stupid to say that these people are going to be your slaves. Nah, man.
Uh,
These are people
uh,
who are literally going to be helping you. That don't make them Israelites, and they know they're not Israelites.
Fact that our court is there for a reason. So going down to verse 21, it says, "For if God spared not the natural branches, right? So the natural branches weren't spared, right?
Yep.
So that means that at some point the natural tree or Israel was judged somewhere,
Yeah. And Jeremiah when he divorced them. But yes,
right?
yes. I mean,
Right.
we know
So
when this happened, right?
yeah, it's during the time of Jeremiah, Ezekiel,
Ezekiel, yeah, yeah. During the time
and
of our captivities, right? But when
yeah,
he
the time
specifically
of
in
captivity,
Jeremiah
yeah,
3,
they're
though, when he says
prophesying.
he wrote them
Yeah.
a bill of divorcement, right? So yeah,
Yep.
this is the
Yeah.
breaking off. This is the destruction of this, right?
Right.
And now,
Okay.
mind you, though, all this still lines up with proper theology. This is
Yeah.
nobody saying, because I'm not telling you that if you consider yourself a Gentile that you can't cleave, but you got to do something, fam. You do not. Okay, the proselyte was keeping Oh my God, the proselyte was keeping Pentecost. The proselyte pulled up at Pentecost. So even the proselyte is dealing with the feast days. Do we need to go to Acts and look at that?
You're talking about in Acts 2?
It's Acts 2, right? It's Acts 2 or 6. I'm gonna say it's Acts 2.
It might be 6, but I believe it's
It's
Acts 2.
either 2 or
You're
6,
talking about
right?
when all they came and they heard them speaking
Yeah,
in
they
tongues in
yeah,
their own
yeah.
language.
They come from Pontus and all of these places, right?
And
And it says
Parthians,
these are devout men of God. So these are the brethren and the proselyte. There to keep Pentecost. And then when Peter go off and tell them y'all the reason that the Mashiach got killed, we immediately see what should happen. They repented. They said, "Oh man, what we supposed to do?" He say, "Repent, be baptized." I'm sorry, bro. And here's the other thing. Like I'm telling y'all, they're rejecting it. Let me ask you another question real quick, Elder. Because I mean, this is really profound to me right now, right? Can a murderer get salvation? Like an active murderer, not a repentant murder, but an active murderer. Can he get salvation?
no,
Can an active fornicator, idolater, an abuser of himself with mankind or womankind, all of these things that effeminate, all the things the Bible say cannot inherit. Do any of those things, can they inherit it? Can they inherit the kingdom?
No, they cannot.
So whoever it is that's trying to get to the kingdom, trying to get salvation, they got to keep some laws, right?
Correct.
Like for the life of me, then I don't know what we're arguing, right? Even the righteous Gentile cannot be a murderer, a stealer. He can't even worship another god. That don't mean that
Yeah,
they
you bet.
won't be. Now hold on. That don't mean that they
Mhm.
won't be starting off when we begin the millennial reign. That's a whole nother conversation. But I do want to put that caveat because I know somebody gonna try to bring me to the test on this. That don't mean that we're not gonna have to contend with some things in the beginning of the millennial reign. And I want to make sure I put that out there because once I start having certain conversations, I don't want it to look funny. I want you to know what it is.
Yeah.
So more, what's your premise or your thought or your pushback on what I'm saying so I can understand? Because I think I pretty much laid out everything that I think.
So right now I'm trying to identify where Gentile means actual Gentile or where Gentile means Hellenized Jew and the implications thereof. So my first pushback is in the situation of like Acts like 8 to 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you see like the dispersion from like Jerusalem and like from like Judea and Samaria, etc. Like people going as far as like Phoenice and Antioch, all those things. Like I'm saying, like people are dipping out and whatnot, right? Like so there's like in Acts 9 and I believe Acts 11. Somebody goes disputing amongst the Greeks, teaching the Lord Jesus Christ, using the proper word for the Greeks and whatnot. And then also in Acts 11, you see something very particular where they go preaching to the Jews only, and then right after that, another group goes to teach to the Greeks. So I definitely agree in the sense to where there is an understanding of where the Hellenized Jews are, right? I'm currently like I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm trying to really work it around in terms of like in Galatians 2, if that's saying like if Paul and Peter are making the agreement to go to the one go to the Hellenized Jews, the other one go to the non-Hellenized Jews or what. I'm really trying to work that one out. But right now my first pushback would be like Acts 11 and trying to get understanding of that there.
Acts 11. Let me. I was in Galatians. Acts 11. Let's get it. Okay, let's start at 1. Who are these Gentiles? Where? Okay, and the apostles and brethren that were in Judea heard that the Gentiles had also received the word of God. It says Greek. It says actual Greek. What's the word there?
Nah,
For
so
11:1.
so it says Greek in. Hold on. Oh, wait, I think it's 11:26. Where is it? Here we go. 11:20. So 11:19 it says, now they which were scattered abroad upon the persecution that arose about Stephen traveled as far as Phoenice and Cyprus and Antioch, preaching the word to none but unto the Jews only. And some of them were men of Cyprus and Cyrene, which they were to come, which were come to Antioch, spake unto the Grecians, preaching the Lord Jesus. And so for Grecians, it does talk about the Hellenes and whatnot.
It does talk about the Hellens.
Yeah.
What's the word? It says Helen.
Yeah, Helleniste.
Yeah, so it's just, in my opinion, that's the wickedness of English translation, right? That should say Gentile just like every other one, in my opinion. But regardless of the fact, it tells you that they said they came to none but unto the Jews only. I don't know how then we get to 20 and now say that they decide to go to somebody else, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Especially since they've just been scattered and ran out of a certain place. Like I said,
Hmm.
their entire mission is to go to the scattered Hellenized Jews.
So in when Jesus is talking about like when we have the concept like to the Jew first and then to the Gentile, right?
Mhm.
Is that like to the circumcised and then to the uncircumcised first?
I
Like
say,
a Hellenized
I
Jew?
say yes, and I say yes, and here's why. Because what Mashiach was art, what Mashiach gave them was, and this is why he was weeping. We don't understand. It's a twofold mission. One, go get the Israelites that are steeped in Judaism or that are steeped in Pharisaical thought, right? Taste not, touch not, wash the pots. And then two, go get the Hellenized Jew that has just completely rejected everything and that is steeped in idolatry in another way. It's our same mandate now. There are Christians that we got to pull out of the Sunday church, and then there are Hellenized Israelites that we have to do the same. Right? I promise you, I
Okay.
promise you, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
no, 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 no. You promise me what?
I promise you, uh, if the mandate was to the just to the regular, we just call them Gentile for now, right? To the true Gentile, to the goyim, we would have seen a massive either conversion or like what we see, a massive expulsion, right? Like running these people out because what they're doing is literally going into these people's city, just like these dudes in these camps, and waking up their particular people. That's why I said they're only going to the Jews only. That's 19. So I don't understand how 20 all of a sudden becomes about,
Okay. So,
true goyim.
oh, right. In your understanding, is there any mandate to go to the goyim at all in the New Testament?
I wouldn't say necessarily. I say the mandate is to be the light, right? And which is they're gonna see us rising up, and then that's how we go to them. Then that's how we show them how to keep this. Right? So it's not a destruction, devastation, or erasure of the goyim. It is a gradual process where they come to us, like we said, they come to the light of our rising. They're drawn to us waking our brothers and sisters up and becoming a nation that we start to do righteously. Am I making sense? Because the whole goal, even when Christ is gone, right? When he's leaving,
Hmm.
the understanding is to go and make disciples and occupy until the return, right? To the Jew first, then to the Gentile, then to the Helen, right? Now, if you want to say that that's to the true goyim, I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm just gonna ask you though, what happened to the rest of the scattered children that they were supposed to go to? There's a reason that they're calling those people Jews and then the other people
Hmm.
Helen, because those particular Jews, while steeped in some pharisaical nonsense, probably they were
Hmm.
still doing their best to keep the law from what they was taught, and that's why they had to go and teach a lot of these guys. This is why he was
Hmm.
on. This is why he was on Nicodemus' head so much. You a teacher and you don't know this?
Hmm.
They weren't learned in the true understanding of the law. So that's the Jew. And then the Gentile in the same great commission, I'm saying is the Helen, because otherwise, how do we go get the lost? He didn't wake up all the lost sheep in his ministry. We know he didn't because James is still writing to him. So that's why I say that Gentile, even in that, is a Hellenized Jew.
So I halfway agree with what you're saying, but I definitely halfway disagree with it enough to where I think we would have a fruitful debate for the
In
people
what
to where
in what area? Just
hold
so I
on
know.
real quick, like, so enough to where we'd have a fruitful debate for the people to where like we would all have to sift the scrolls enough to where like we'd all learn some stuff on this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, and this is one of them situations to where like if I lose, I don't mind being wrong, right? Because this is like our Exodus concept. Like one of us got to
Yep.
be right, and like
Yep.
whichever one of us is right, I don't mind being wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
because it literally just proves out an aspect of something. So like either way, it works for me. Um, Yeah, I think we should definitely talk about it.
Tell me where your pushback is. You say you halfway agree.
Yeah.
Halfway
So for me, like when I look at like the Old Testament, the New Testament, like it with the goyim concept, right? Like so, there's definite words that I'm going to use like to correlate to goyim, like ethnos and whatnot, right, or ethnon and all them kind of things, right? And then there's definite words I'm going to use to specify with Greeks. I'm going to say, and there's definite words I'm going to talk about people who are going to be like dispersed amongst the ethnos that are Jews, etc. Right? But I also hear what you're saying to where like there's play in how like the Hellenized Jew can be used, right? But I think there's a clear enough picture to where there's a mandate to both to not just get the lost sheep of the house of Israel, circumcised and uncircumcised, being the Hellenized and non-Hellenized, because both of them are without the gospel of Christ, whether they're Hellenized or the circumcised one, right? But I think there's a mandate to also go to the ethnos and ethnon that are like the same concept, like a Psalm 67 kind of a thing, teaching the saving health to all the Gentiles in the game, right?
I don't disagree with that. I mean, I'm clearly saying that the proselyte can have this as well.
Right, and that's so again, like this is what like we're not going to be too different. Like so, when it comes like to the Exodus, we agree on like 75% of the argument, right?
Right, but with the Exodus, I understand where we disagree. I don't even understand where we disagree right now, unless you're just saying in certain times where it says Hellen or Greek, that really means an actual goyim, right? And I told you I didn't do all the word studies, so I'll do all the word studies and tell you exactly where I think some things are in contention, and we can deal with that. But I would be more inclined to understand: is it your ideology then that I should go to the Gentile, like the goyim, before I go to a Hellenized Israelite?
No.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying after I've did the best I could to wake up all the Hellenized Israelites, then after that, now it's time to go and do this in the world?
Yeah, you're gonna go ahead, yeah.
Can I ask a question? What are you basing that order on? Who's preached to first? Yeah, anybody. Who's brought the gospel?
Yeah, I'm basing it all off what Mashiach says, and I'm also basing it off of law, which is if your brother around you falls short, you're supposed to redeem them, 100%. Right? So that's definitely scripture of we go to our brothers,
right?
And then to my understanding, like I said, the Gentile can, because I mean we see this happening in war. We see a lot of this happen. So I'm never gonna play like the goyim can't. I'm just saying when Paul is doing this, okay, let me put it like this. Let me say it better, because I understand how heat and heavy this is right now, right? Or hot and heavy this is. I will say this: the goyim being saved or being able to hear the gospel is just a byproduct of actually going to the Hellenized Israelite, right? But once we're established and we're together, then it's different though, right? Then we begin to shine. But I don't even know how we are to say like, okay, my specific mission is to go to these people when we're not even a group yet. That's why we get laughed at a lot, because they looking at us like, how you finna bring us into something you ain't even created yet? How you gonna graft me into something that ain't even a tree yet? You ain't even got a nation yet. How you gonna graft me into anything? That's really what they thinking. Like, boy, I'm a Gentile. I love Christ. I don't gotta keep none of that. I'm finna eat this pork.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is that so we agree on more here than what we do on the Exodus. Like, so if we agree, like I said,
so. Yeah, I agree.
That's what I was trying to do. But where we clearly disagree is on that last point you just made, in the sense where like so in Acts, like I was saying 9 and Acts 11, that bit about like where it's talking about the Greeks. You're saying that that's not Greeks. I'm saying that those are Greeks, right? And so I think that that's a firm. So we're both saying the same thing in a sense to to the Jews first and then to the Gentiles, right? But you're saying that the Gentiles learn like via like an osmosis concept, and I'm saying that there's more of a direct like so in Acts 9 it talks about there's a direct disputing amongst the Grecians, having to do about the God or the Lord Jesus Christ, etc. You know what I'm saying? Like I believe that there is a there. So you don't. It's not just. So yes, there is a learning of like like they get to see us working with ourselves and whatnot. There is that learning and whatnot. And I also believe like for instance like there's the option to come to the synagogue and whatnot, right? Like that's one of the reasons why the synagogues there like and whatnot, right? But also I see the term synagogue in Greek, but I also see the term like ecclesia used, right? You know what I'm saying? Like so I see this blending, etc. Right? So or a place to where like it's not necessarily. So I was going to say like where the Acts 15 stuff would apply, but you're going to say that applies to the Hellenized Jews and whatnot, right? And so a quick question, like so in Acts 15, when the letters are written to the brethren and whatnot, those aren't written to the churches, for instance, like as a mandate to the churches in your conception, like in your thought. That's written just to the synagogues or whatnot, right?
The churches and the synagogues, like it's all the same.
Okay.
So, and here's what I mean by that. So the synagogue is where the Jew is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The churches end up being where the Hellen is, right? They were setting. So what they was doing was they was setting up a lot of small house churches, especially once they got scattered. Once they got ran out, the only option they had was to set up these small church congregations, right?
Oh.
So.
Real quick, so I'm definitely vibing what you're saying about the Helen kicking it with the churches and the ecclesia, right? Like so and you like I'm trying to take it from the Hellenized Jew to just the regular Gentile in that sense in the ecclesia, right? Like so, does Acts 15 apply to the regular Gentile in the ecclesia, or does it just apply to the Hellenized Jew in the ecclesia?
To the best that I can see right now, I would say to the Hellenized Jew. But let me Acts 15. Yeah, I would say that I would say to me that these are Hellenized Jews, right? Because it says that they taught the brethren in Acts 15:1, right? That is a clear-cut distinction. And then on top of that, he's going to the Antioch, Syria area, which once again, like Lystra, Iconium, Antioch, all of these places are places where he's going. There are Hellen there. There's Hellenized Jews there. If you look throughout, the historical records, right? Especially up in this Antioch area, right? This is a major hub. This is why he's going to these areas. He's going to these major hubs of commerce, which is where all our people were. They would either be there, exchanging in commerce, living the life, being engulfed in this lifestyle. And so that's what he's doing. He's going to, just like we would do now, whatever place we can find that's going to have the most traffic, the most people we can help.
Right.
I don't care if it's a whole homeless encampment. Let's go, right? Obviously, we're gonna go and get Israelites. But if there's some white people that say, "Man, I love the Most High, I keep His law, statutes, and commandments," I got come on, we got work for you, right? I mean, well, I'm just gonna look at you and say, no, you're not allowed to have the testimony of Yeshua and keep the commandments of God. No, it don't work like that, right? So I'm not disagreeing with that part. I'm just saying it wasn't large like that. Like, think about it right now. It's the same now as it was then, in the sense of, this is not something. This is a really personal thing. This is not something that a bunch of people are gonna want to do. Why? Epigenetically, they're just not us. I'm just keeping it a book. So I'm not saying, and once again, I'm not saying every word is, every time I see Gentile, that's gonna mean Helen. But even here, like, if we're talking about his missions, I don't see there ever been a time when he's like, I'm gonna go get me some Greeks today. I don't see it. Especially when the previous verse that you brought up in Acts 11, was it? Acts 11, Acts 11:20, but then Acts 19, he says they went to the Jews only. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's go back to Acts 11 real quick. All right. Now I'm gonna
Yeah,
point something out.
I think the debate would be Acts 9 and Acts 11.
Okay. I don't think Acts 11 is a debate. So I'm gonna tell you why. So let's go to 19. Okay.
And that's what makes it a debate, is we disagree.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm all right, just hear me out. All right. So verse 19. Now they which were scattered abroad
Hmm.
upon the persecution that arose about Stephen traveled as far as Phoenix and Cyprus
Hmm.
and Antioch. Right? That's going to be very key to this next verse. Preaching the word to none but unto the Jews only. So when they get to Phoenix, Cyprus, Antioch, they're preaching the word to none but Jews only. We agree with that, right?
Hmm.
Right. So here we go. And some of them were men of Cyprus and Cyrene. So they're still of the same group, right? Which when they were come to Antioch. So now it says they clearly went to Antioch. So why now, when they get to Antioch, why would they preach to anything other than the Jews only? It says in 19, when they went to Antioch, they preached to the Jews only. So now in verse 20, when they get to Antioch, they're going to speak to non-Jews with a word that can mean Hellenized Jew. To me, that's not a debate. It's clear cut. If Antioch is in 19 and 20, that means that 20 is making it clear that they couldn't be talking to Jew or to Greek, to Gentiles like Goyim. They have to be talking to Hellenized Jews. So
And this
when you
is why
see
we need it.
Jews, but hold on, when you see Jews only here, this
Hmm.
is not, this is, so Jews can also be used interchangeably as well. This does not mean Jews as in circumcised. This is just all encompassing Jews only. Those from Judah, probably Judah, Levi, and Benjamin,
Hmm.
if they're dealing with what's scattered, right?
And this is
But yeah,
why we
we can
need to
have a
have a
debate.
debate,
Yeah, we can have a debate.
because because
I don't think it's a
like I said, we
debate, bro.
don't
I'm gonna be
disagree
honest.
much on this stuff, right? And neither, if one of us is wrong, it doesn't. So what's going to be important about this, and this is why I think we should have someone like I think we need to have someone like an Ashanti involved in this debate, right? Because what we're going to do is show the people how to like properly. So a lot of what people disagree on has to do with like textual criticism, right? And that has to do with actually like understanding what the text is saying and how to actually like translate the text, etc. and that, right? And so that's what we're talking about here, right? Is if one of us is wrong, it's based upon our understanding of a translation and whatnot, right? And so
I would disagree though, because this is not just based on translation. My argument is not just based on translation. My argument is also based on the material culture of the areas that he went to.
I yeah, I don't disagree, but like there's arguments being made on both sides for that, right? Like so it's not like there weren't. So like are you going to say that there were no converts in all those areas?
No, so that's why I'm trying to understand
Right,
what your
that's what I'm saying.
argument is.
Right,
But
right.
but hold on, but that's what. So okay, are you trying to say that that their main mission was to go get Goyim
Who?
in Acts 20, in Acts 11:20? Is there? You're saying that in
No,
in
or
verse 20?
no, in Acts 11:20 specifically when they're talking about the like the group that went to the Grecians.
Yeah, just period. Like, are you saying that
No,
there's ever a time
because
where their
in
main
1920
mission?
it switched that they're doing both.
So in 20, you're saying that's an actual Grecian, a Goyim.
Right, I'm making the argument that in 11:20 and that I think 9:26
So
that
you're saying that there's only two verses that possibly mean that they went to actual Goyim.
hold on real quick.
All right, so while Moore stepped away, I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I'm not gonna debate that, right? I disagree, but I'm not gonna argue about two verses. I'll give it to him. It's simple for me. I'll give it to him. If we want to say that those Grecians was actual Helena or actual proselytes, I'll just say I disagree. I don't think it's something to debate over, right? Because we both agree that his main mission was not to go to them. So anything that happens out of that is a byproduct. In my opinion, that would just be vain disputation. It's just us showing how great we are at debating. Uh, if we want to show the people how to have a debate,
Yeah.
am I wrong?
So yeah, I mean, I kind of
I
agree
don't
and
think that
disagree.
this.
Because
I
I can
just
see
don't think that.
I can see both points of it. Because like you said, for you, it's not even a point of contention because it's what you understand the text to say.
Well, it's not even
Um,
that. We really agree on about not. We're gonna agree for 90% of the debate,
yeah,
and the
and
only
so it's
time we're
that.
gonna disagree
So that's
is
not
on
the points
two
you're going to be
sides.
debating. That's not the points you're going to be debating. The points that you agree on. It's the points that you disagree on that he's saying you're going to be debating. So I mean, as as far as whether or not this subject is important enough to edify the body, I mean, I don't know to a degree where
I'm trying to understand
i-
what they get, what
if
they
you want to
learned.
take this and then you want to go after the Mikes and the Bereans and the Browns, then I can kind of understand where clarity on this ground may help. But as far as whether or not it's necessary between two brethren. I mean, I don't who agree on, as you said, like maybe like on 90% of the topic of the discussion tonight in regards to
Like, but
this.
hear me. So the debate would be: does Acts 11:20 or Acts 9, whatever 15, I think, uh, do they mean going to Goyim, right?
I, I
It's two
don't
verses,
with
and
that,
then we're gonna get there and say we both agree
but
that the
yeah,
mandate was to go to the lost sheep. We both agree that if he was going to true Goyim, that they had the chance to come into this. Now, if you want to argue, I think if you want to have a debate, let's have the debate on whether or not um, converts would have to keep the law, whether or not the
I
goal.
mean, of course, if you're a I mean, I think that goes without saying in and of
Which
itself.
convert? Like, so what kind of like are you talking
Okay,
about?
right. So now let's talk. So what is the concept of multiple types of converts? So you're saying you got a Noahide convert and an Abrahamic convert, or is it just like what type of converts do you see that exist?
I see the same situation that you find in the Old Testament, to where you have sojourners and then you have like strangers who aren't like full on, so like the ones who haven't gotten circumcised and whatnot, right?
But that's all they did was they didn't get circumcised. They still had to keep the Shabbat. They still had to follow all the common laws. So what's the difference?
Where?
So you saying the righteous goyim that that was living within our gates could violate Shabbat?
Who said living within our gates? Like, so like
That's what
you
I'm
like
talking. Hold on, hold
hold on.
on, hold on. Okay, tell me again then. What do you mean? So you saying a
So
sojourner
how does
that
that even apply when you're talking about like going to like
hold
lost like
on,
people in
slow
other lands
down,
and whatnot
slow
at this
down,
point?
slow down. Let's identify who you're talking about now, because I think we had two different understandings. So
I
what are your two different types of strangers? Explain this to me.
again, so you want to go in the Hebrew, or you want to just like, how do you want to do this real quick?
You know we could do either, so it's up to you. It don't matter.
How much? Because I know we're taking your time, so I don't want to.
Well, bro, I mean I blew that an hour ago, so let's
I
finish.
said I was gone. Okay, show's gone. Wife, you man. Let's get it. Okay.
Well, I'm the type of dude that once I get in trouble, I'm just gonna push it to the max. Let's
No,
go all the way. Let's go.
so we got the we again. So your full on citizens, right? The ones who've actually become circumcised and whatnot, right? The ones who actually
Mhm.
live with like they're national Israelites and whatnot, right? And then you have people who are not who don't necessarily they're residents or whatnot. They're different. Like the people who can come through and not, but they're not living with you, right?
But when they do come through, right? What does that look like then? The one that just comes through? What like how do you have residency? So it'd be like you got a visa.
Yeah,
Hello?
basically.
Okay. So when you're within our gates, then you're within our borders with that visa, can you violate the Shabbat?
You're not gonna have an opportunity to. Like, what are you gonna do? Like go to a whole bunch of closed shops and try to buy something?
So then that's a no, right?
It's not like a volunteer. Like, oh, I'm like. So, do they have to go to the synagogue on Shabbat?
There's a mandate for a holy convocation, but if they not a part of no group, how they gonna like?
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
Worship with?
no, it's not a mandate to keep the law, fam. Like, so,
Right,
like,
so then, but hold on, they're not a part of our nation though. They probably there for work. They there to go to school or something like that. They're not a part of us. So what are you arguing for?
I'm lost in your argument at this juncture.
So I'm lost on yours. What are you arguing for? They wouldn't be keeping the law anyway. So what do you mean? So somebody hold on, hear me out.
Hit me out for your premise because I'm beyond confused. Because you're saying they have to keep the law.
I'm not talking about somebody. We're clearly talking about somebody that lives in us every day. So like when you were talking about in Acts 15, for instance, right? Those are brethren. Those are brethren that are a part of the body. This is not some work visa. This is not some, hey, y'all want to buy some of these prayer beads, right? This is, they are with us. The people who are not with us, like you talking about somebody who just come into with what? I don't even know who they is. I probably would never even see them. If they there for school or they there on a work visa or whatever, like nah, like you said, they can't violate Shabbat because everything's closed. They murder somebody, they catching the business. They rape somebody, they catching the business. They violate any of our laws within that joint. Either they getting put out or we giving them the business. So they're still, whether they want to or not, forcibly. Then, if you're within our borders, then yeah, you gotta keep our laws. So I don't understand. Once again, then I don't understand. There's no law that we can't even bring a Gentile like that into.
So are they going to the synagogue on Shabbat?
No. Why would they?
So they're not being forced to keep the laws.
These are not the same people in Acts 15, bro. What are you doing?
So who are they?
No. Listen, address that. The person that you're talking about with a work visa is not the same person in Acts 15.
So just clean up the language then, family.
No,
so
I'm not cleaning shit up. Acts 15, yes or no, is that the people with the work visa? Answer the question now.
No, right. So
technically,
hold on.
If we had a debate on them, my argument would be that the Greek there is that it's talking about ethnon. It'd be using the Greek form using
in Acts 15.
Yes, in Acts 15.
So you're saying that is not. You're saying that these.
Again, I answered your question. Now answer.
No, you're not answering. And I've answered all your. Hold on. I've answered every question. Stop it. I've answered every question. I'm still getting the answer on mine.
I answered your question, so answer mine then.
What's your question? It's easy for me. Let's go. What's your question? Since you're running, let's go. I'll answer it and then I'll come back and get mine.
What am I running from? I literally just answered your question.
No, ask your question.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I mean, if I understand more correctly, he said you said yes, right? Those are the same people.
I not only said yes, I gave the reason for the yes.
Yeah, he did. And he followed up.
What was the reason? Because it says ethnon?
Yes. I said my argument would be that the Greek would be specifying ethnon.
In what verse in Acts 15 does it say ethnon?
Hold on.
When it says we shouldn't press the, let me see. I know what verse you're talking about. 17. So you're gonna deal with 17.
3.
And 3.
Acts 15:3, declaring the conversion of the Gentiles.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, if you want to argue that, that's fine. But you gotta deal with one. I'm gonna let you know right now. You gotta deal with brethren, right? So we not, and I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is the problem when people make mistakes in the New Testament. This is number one, it's a complete letter. So when we deal with Acts, I'm gonna run you through all of Acts, right? You can say it's Acts 15, but I'm gonna run you through all of Acts, and I'm gonna run you through different parts of what Mashiach said so we can clearly get an understanding. Paul does not have the right to come and change what the Great Commission is. If you agree that Matthew 28 is saying to the Jew and then to the Hellenized Jew, and whatever comes after that is cherry on top, then you can't say that 15 is I'm chumping off, the Gentile, and all of a sudden these are the only few places that I'm deciding to go to Goyim indeed. You know what I'm saying? But it's fine. Like, we just got to go into the material culture. Like, if it's really that serious, we can go to the material culture. But I don't understand how you can say that Acts 15 is a work visa person when we're calling them brethren and they're living amongst us, meaning they're breaking bread with us. This is not, we don't even have borders in Acts 15 like the way that you're saying, like in the sense of we're still occupied by Rome, right? So there is nobody that's living within our borders with us that we would even have the right to say, you gotta come over here and get this law. Like, no, they just weren't doing it, bro. Like, there's no other way to put it, right?
So what is the ecclesia in your understanding?
The ecclesia are the called up ones. It's the same as the kahal or the congregation. The ecclesia is really what it is, right? Is the unification of the two sticks and those that want to now come and be righteous and be a part of us.
So in your paradigm, how does that differ from a synagogue?
What do you mean, how is it different from a synagogue? I don't even understand why that's relevant to the question. I don't know. What do you mean?
I'm trying to get an understanding. That's how it's relevant.
So you think that the synagogue, how is what relevant to the synagogue? Please explain. What did I say to make you say anything about the synagogue?
So are they the same? Or are they different?
The synagogue is just a place of worship. There's nothing special about the synagogue. The synagogue is a building. No, it is not the same. The ecclesia is the unification of the believers. It has nothing to do with a building at all. It is the unification of the Jew. It is the unification. Let me finish. It is the unification of the Jew and the Gentile and anybody else that decides to keep this law. Put it like that. Let's just make it simple. Ain't nobody hanging with us that ain't gonna keep the law. That's what I'm saying. If that makes me a zealot, then that's fine. But there is nobody kicking it with us that won't keep the law. Now, you can come once we get into our borders, you can do work there and all of those things. But even that, because when you look at even when you look at the first or the second temple period, they just unearthed this. They have big ass signs that say no Gentiles when it started to go into the temple, which means they could be within the area, but they not coming into this. They not coming into this, keeping the law, none of that. We don't even consider them a part of us. So I'm asking you, are you telling me that Gentiles that don't keep the law are still considered a part of the body, a part of the ecclesia?
Of Christ, yeah.
So Christ's body is different from God's body?
Who's saying any of that?
I just said, are they a part of the body? You said Christ's body, as in to make a distinction from another body. I mean, there's only one body. Christ's body is the Most High's body, correct?
So you got to keep the Shabbat to be part of the body?
You got to have the testimony of Yeshua and keep the commandments of God.
That's a yes, no question.
I'm giving you scripture. You can stop cutting me off. You have to have the testimony of Yeshua. You can stop cutting me off. You have to have the testimony of Yeshua and keep
y'all dialogue, right? So
I'm answering the question though. Like, why can't I get my answers though? Why can't I get my answers?
I mean, to be honest though, I think, hold on, real quick. I mean, to be honest though, this is a conversation that's going back and forth that requires clarification on many different facets.
But you can't get clarification if you keep interrupting me in the middle of my answer. You know this, and I know this.
I mean, but he can't get caught. I mean, but when you go on in this particular type of conversation, I'm not talking about all conversations. I'm talking about this particular type of exchange. You gotta have some patience so the person can follow you. You understand? Because I can follow you because we've had the conversation before.
If you ask me a question, but
I can follow you.
You're not listening either. Stop. Listen, both of you. If you ask me what I'm saying, and I'm saying Jew, Gentile, and I'm still in the middle of talking, and you're saying something else, I don't even know what you're saying, honestly. I'm in the middle of talking. So when we want to talk how to do it decent in order, the Bible say don't interrupt a man when he in his speech.
Yeah,
Let me
but that's
finish.
not that.
Oh,
But
come on,
you're
elder.
not having.
All you got to
No, no,
do is
no,
let me finish.
no. But you gotta have
What's
patience,
wrong
though.
with y'all? I'm
No, you gotta
being
have
very
patience. You're
patient.
not having patience right now, though. Honestly.
I'm not having patience because he won't let me speak. What are you talking about? There's nothing that says that I have to continue to keep getting cut off. Neither one of you are right on that. Let me answer the question, and then he can respond and say what he wants to say, like I've been doing with him. This is not going to turn into that. Acts 15. My understanding is that it's Jews and Gentiles, right? So if we're looking at this conversation, I want to know where the visa student is. These Gentiles are Hellenized, but these people are called brethren in chapter 1. That means that they are fully in the body and they're trying to get clarification, which means at some point in time, they might have been Hellenized Jews. So once again, I'm trying to understand how the person that is a Hellenized Jew that is trying to come into the covenant because they're having a conversation about salvation. You're telling me that that's the work student, that's the visa student. No, the visa student or the person who's not a part of us, they wouldn't even cleave to us. They're just there to work. That can't be just the Saturday fly by night visitor. And the person who has residence in there that comes from time to time, why would they have residence in there unless either they're coming there to work or they're coming there for a vacation or they're a part of us? If they're a tourist or they're coming there for work, they're not keeping this, they're not coming into the synagogues. They're not coming, they know they're not keeping Shabbat. I've been said that. Why would they keep Shabbat if they're not a part of us? But they can't violate the laws while they're in the land neither. They just traveling. Next question. Next question.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Y'all got issues, bro.
All right. This
All right, bro.
case
I'm gonna
is
holler at y'all, man.
adjourned.
No, it's not. I want to
It
know.
is until it's adjourned until
I want to know because now
until the afternoon.
because now my thought process is I won and y'all ain't got nothing to say. So I
What
want
it
to
say? I
know.
mean, it's now.
Oh no, it is now. I know it is now. So I
I
want to
mean,
know how
you
because now
saying
no now we got a real problem though. We got a real doctrinal problem. I need to understand who these people
that's
are in
not a
Acts
doctrinal
15.
problem.
Oh, listen, and I'll explain why. I need to know who these people you're saying are in Acts 15 that you're trying to give a pass for not doing anything and saying that these are sojourners or whatever you're trying to say there. I need to know who you're saying that is. That's a big problem because this is almost the same thing that we see happening in the Christian church.
We're
I'm gonna
running
keep it a
into an
buck.
issue, Anonymous. It's like, so you won't let me talk, but the only amount of so I'm only
It's
gonna be
not
able to
fair,
talk.
bro.
I'm only gonna be able to talk on the clock, and you don't want to debate the issue.
I'm listening right now, bro. I'm here now. You got my undivided. I won't say nothing else.
Now that we're 5 hours deep into the live stream,
I've only been here for one.
I've been here for 5.
So I take you don't have anything else to say?
I got a lot more to say.
I'm waiting. I planned on being up all night, so it's fine. What's happening? Let's
I
go.
don't plan on being up all night having this conversation.
So is the conversation over?
No, I prefer to do it during the debate.
I'm not debating until I know what our difference is. I don't know what our difference is yet. I don't understand your stance. I don't understand your viewpoint. I'm not debating something I don't understand because it sounds 100% like you're agreeing with me, but want to argue for the sake of arguing. What is your point?
I'd love to explain it to you, but I don't want to interrupt you.
Clearly childish, and I was clearly finished talking, so please explain it.
Okay, so I can rewind the tape, and I can show you telling me that I'm running from you after I answer a question. Then I try to ask a question, and then you continue to talk for like another 4 or 5 minutes, and I don't interrupt you. So you're telling me I'm running. You're calling me childish. I literally jumped off my own panel to let you talk, right?
I'm still waiting, bro. I'm not talking now. I'm waiting. I apologize if you're offended, if I did anything to offend you, but I'm still waiting. Like, I'll go back and clip it up for you, though. We'll talk about the film later. But right now, I'm still waiting.
And I'm politely telling you as a brother, fam. I'll give you the explanation on the clock.
Then we can't debate. You want me to walk into a debate blind, and you and I both know we debate all the time. We're not just walking to some debate blind. What's wrong with telling me what? So now we at a point where you want me to debate you without you telling me what you're gonna debate.
I've already told you, and you said you review the clock, fam.
And I'm telling you, I don't understand. I've been here the whole time, and I don't understand. I'm trying to get clarity. I'm asking are those people in Acts 15, are they the same as the sojourner or whatever that you saying got the visa in the Tanakh?
So you gonna let me finish what I'm saying this time?
Hey man, y'all have a good night, bro. I'm not gonna keep doing this. I mean, I'm clearly quiet. You're clearly offended. Like, I'm not gonna keep doing this. You're gonna make me say something bad. I clearly asked you a question. Just answer the question and stop being antagonistic. The passive aggressive stuff doesn't work with me. We come from the same
Right.
school. Let's go.
More, you got the floor, bro. Because I want to hear it too. Because I believe I understand what y'all disagreement is, but so let's make it plain if you guys are going to further the conversation.
So let's start here, right? So I first asked the question having to do with your understanding of like the word Gentile and how it's used in the New Testament and how it's used by Paul, right? You already admitted you have not done that word study, right? So a lot of what I'd like to talk about has to do with that word study, right? Because a lot of what I'm talking about has to do with how that word is being used, right? Mm-hmm. So I backed off that for most of the conversation. Listen, what you're saying is very interesting, right? In this particular instance, I answered your question, which I said, yes, I believe in this situation, Acts 15:3. That word ethnon is the form of ethnos being used for a proper Gentile, not a Hellenized Jew, etc. Right? I'm saying that applies to the same way that even in the Old Testament, you have situations where you have righteous nations that have nothing to do with the Israelites and whatnot, right? Just like you have people who are sojourners who get circumcised, and you get strangers who don't get circumcised, right? But so again, do I agree with you in the sense to where like, yeah, they don't murder people, yeah, they don't steal, yeah, they don't commit adultery, 100%, right? But when you're saying like, so they're being forced to follow the law, we're agreeing in the sense where they're not being forced to follow the Shabbat. So you can't say in totality they're being forced to follow our law, right? So I can agree with you in the sense where they have to follow civil law if they're inside the land, sure, 100%. What do they do outside of the land?
Why do I care? I don't know.
Like, what's their law outside of the land? And that's what I'm saying.
Their law is wherever they live. Like, what do you mean? Whatever their law is, what does that have to do with Acts 15, bro? And I'm sorry if I cut you off. I thought you was finished. I'm not trying to cut you off.
So my question to you would be like, so what's the mandate for what law does the ecclesia keep? Like, so again, these people, these churches and assemblies, right, are not in Israel, correct? The vast majority of them in the New Testament, correct? So we can't have a slow conversation.
I would say that that'd be in the New Testament, these conversations. Because if I understand your question more, it's like, okay, so what is the mandate, or what is the law for those, what is the for those who are a righteous nation, right? Who are not necessarily Israelite, right? But yet they're righteous nation, right? Are they bound to keep the law as Israelites? Um,
So the simple point is, if they're not bound to keep the law, if they're not bound to keep the Shabbat like in Israel, right? As like
mhm,
the foreign worker, as Anonymous is talking about, right? Then they're
mhm.
obviously not bound to keep the Shabbat in their own land. That's just the simple point I'm making, right? And so when we're talking about people are going to be forced to keep the law, people have to keep the law. We have to have a slow conversation with them. Where are we talking about? What does it apply to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, right. I think that's a valid question. I think that's a
Right.
valid question.
I'm sorry, man. I got a phone call. I told y'all I was trying to put my kids to bed earlier, so I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, I think that's a valid question.
What's the question? Shh. What's the question?
Uh,
All
Go
right,
ahead,
I
more.
got you.
So I was just making the basic point so if that level of, like you're talking about, the foreign worker is not forced to keep the Shabbat in terms of like going to the synagogue, etc. In Israel or whatnot, they're obviously not going to be bound to do it. They don't have to do such in their own lands, right? They're not going to be being forced to go to synagogues in their own land or whatnot, right? So that's why I was trying to make a distinction between the synagogues and the ecclesias, etc. Whatnot. So
Got
actually,
you. Got you. Okay. Can I respond now? Or I'm sorry if you got something else. I didn't know. I didn't know if you was finished. Go ahead.
go ahead, fam. You got it.
You clearly had something else. I didn't mean to speak while you was in the middle going. Go ahead.
Now I'm gonna go get some water. You got it.
Yeah. All right. So, um, I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain this. Man, hold on. Hey, take over, y'all. I gotta brush this boy teeth. Hold on.
Would you do me a favor and repeat that one more time?
Yeah, I didn't because I was brushing my tongue teeth. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. So my concept is that again, that there's a certain level of convert to the thing, to where like that there's that basic law in Acts 15, which very much so mimics like the law of Noah, etc. Whatnot, right? Um, to where that's the basic minimum for somebody who's going to be like that righteous convert, etc., or that righteous nation.
All right, I got it. So now that I understand the conversation, right? The difference is in Acts 15, those people were told that they needed to be at Shabbat every Saturday or every day that the Shabbat was. That's the only reason that that's included in Acts 21 or Acts 15:21. I want to say is the verse. The only reason they say anything about the Shabbat is because they need to keep coming. When you're talking about someone who is there Now, if they're righteous, so like, okay, they don't, they trying to keep the law, they, they worship the Most High, this, that, and the other. That means that they under the covenant. Why wouldn't they go? If they're righteous, they're gonna want to go to Shabbat. Like you said, in act, even if you're trying to say that these sojourners that are righteous, then they're gonna keep the law, and they're gonna at least go to Shabbat if they're in town, because that's a part of what they do. If they're just good people, they're a law unto themselves, according to Paul. Meaning, if they're just good people who, they don't rob, steal, kill, yada yada woo, woo, woo. But if they keeping them 10, meaning they say that the Most High is their God, they don't have any other idols, they're not coveting, they're not lying, they're not stealing, then you know what else they're gonna do? They're gonna keep the Shabbat. It's just like these Christians today. You can't say you do all of that and then not keep the Shabbat and that you're a child of the Most High. So the concept of somebody coming into the land and not keeping the Shabbat, the only way that happens is if they a visitor of some way, shape, or form. There's no way that you're there and you're a part of the commonwealth of Israel, meaning you're a part of the ecclesia, the those that have the testimony of Yeshua and keep God's commandments. You would be allowed to come into the synagogue or into the temple or whatever, and you would. So I'm trying, so once again, then in the Noahide concept, right? Because that's what this comes down to, to the Noahide concept. Your understanding is because Noah didn't keep the law, or Noah didn't keep the Sabbath, they don't have to. So then the question is, are they living in Israel though? Like, are they living, or do they just come to visit and we consider them to be righteous people, but they still, when they in the, when they in the area, they gonna keep the law, right?
So that's why the question arises: what law do they like? So if they're not in Israel, what would make them righteous?
That's your thing. I don't know. I'm not saying they righteous.
Well,
That's
Israel
you.
can't fit everybody. Fit.
You say what?
Israel ain't gonna fit everybody.
Right, and those people are going to go to their lands, and what the scripture says is, and I think we've had this conversation, is what they're going to come up every new moon. Is that what it say? They're supposed to come up every new moon, and it also says that they're supposed to come and learn from us. So they don't just get a pass and just go home. No, they're going to be learning. They're going to come up and be learning of the rules, the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High. That's according to the prophets. So yeah, like I said, so it's going to start off with other people that do have other gods.
So until
That's
that
clear.
point, real quick, just until that point. So you're real big on the Decalogue concept, right? How do they hear the Decalogue if we don't teach them about it?
It's the whole point. We're supposed to teach them. That's why they should be coming up. They'll come up every new moon, and the ones that decide to be in the area, they're gonna come in every Sabbath. Even if like they'll be in the outer court, right? However that works. However we set that up where we are, when we get home, and we could have that conversation. I'm just not trying to go into that because it's very time consuming. But the concept is they will still be able to hear it. They're gonna have to learn. They're gonna have to learn and grow. Same concept. If they're there, they're gonna have to learn and grow. If they're not, they're gonna have to come up every new moon. That's my answer.
So in your mind, Acts 15 is for like the law given there, right? It's specifically given for the Hellenized Jew, etc.
Mm-hmm. It's for the brethren that's about to come to Shabbat every week. Yes.
So in your paradigm, is there no instruction for the righteous Gentile, or you just don't know where it's at yet?
The righteous Gentile is those instructions right there as well. All right. I don't know why we don't understand this, but in the law of Moses, we're told it's the same law for the native born and for the stranger. Right? Which means even the native born has to grow in their understanding of the Tanakh. The quote unquote righteous sojourner that you're talking about, even in the scriptures, like even in the Tanakh, they're going to have to come up and learn. There's no change. There's no difference. So when they go back to their land, The scripture's not clear on how they're living, but if they're coming up and learning, then the concept is that they're doing that there. But we do know that there are going to be those that don't agree, that do violate it, right? But the others will be learning when and how they convert. That's really on them in terms of their choices and how quick they can convert to it and what of it they can come to. But I can guarantee you this: if you're coming up every new moon, you would at least acknowledge Yah as the Most High, right? That's just what the scripture's saying. So if I know you acknowledge him as the Most High, that means you growing and learning in the scriptures. And so that's my answer. I don't see a concept, and I really believe that this is wholly another religion. I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't believe that that's our concept, right? If you want to say that they're Noahide because they're growing in it, cool. But there's no way. So like even these people you talking about in Acts 15, they gave them the basics, and then they got to keep coming back, right? That's why he says they're there every Sabbath. I'm going to keep saying the same thing over and over because there's no answer for that. I don't understand what I'm even saying wrong at this point and why we still got to have a conversation. I wouldn't even know what to debate from this point because I'm going to keep saying the same thing over and over. I'm going to sound like a nutcase.
If you don't want to debate it, you don't want to debate it.
I will debate it. Like, don't worry, we can debate it. You obviously want this debate, so I'm gonna give you what you want. All right, I'm never gonna do you like that. I honestly didn't think it would be profitable. So what topic are you looking for?
If you don't think it'll be profitable, fam, it's not that big of a deal, bro.
No, it's good, bro. I'm gonna do it. This is clearly what you want to do, so I'm good with it. I just want to understand what's the topic.
If I wake up and I still want to debate it, I'll text you something. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's good, bro. It's good. All right, man. I love y'all. Y'all be easy, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and drop off. I'll go back and do the quick word study. I mean, I want to make it clear though. I mean, I have studied this concept. I just didn't study every word. So when I say word study, I want to know that I studied every time it says Gentile in the New Testament, and I haven't. So I'll make sure I had it for you. And then just so I'm clear, your understanding and your concept is that the righteous goyim, the righteous stranger, does not have to keep Shabbat.
There's no mandate for it, no.
Okay. And then, so what's their relationship to the Commonwealth of Israel?
There's no mandate beyond going to be that. So there's no mandate beyond that first that future one we're talking about, right? In terms of that one coming up, etc. Like so when you say Shabbat, like that one, that's encompassing of a Shabbat. So I'm talking about when you're saying the Shabbat. I think most people are thinking like the 7-day one, right? So I'm definitely.
And then what is so right now, okay, let's just deal right now. What would be a righteous stranger, so I can understand, like today, right now?
The question is, what has a righteous stranger always been, right? So that's why I asked you earlier, what made the righteous nations in the Old Testament a righteous nation that weren't Israel?
And I would honestly have to start asking for descriptions or examples of what you mean by righteous nations.
Okay. Just a second. Okay, so for instance, like in Genesis 24, it says, "But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation?"
Yeah, that's exactly where he was going.
Wait, what chapter and verse again?
Genesis 20:4.
Said, would you slay a righteous nation?
Mm-hmm.
Who was he talking about?
Yeah, this is when Abraham. This is when Abraham goes to Abimelech, and Abimelech comes to Abraham and say, "Listen, why don't you tell me
Hold on.
Sarah was your wife?"
I know. I'm asking, who is he talking to, and what is that particular nation's relationship to the Most High?
They're not Israelites, obviously, right?
But what is their relationship to the Most High, though? Do they keep the law?
This is literally what I'm trying to find out from you, right? So what claim does he have to be saying that he's a righteous nation? That's literally the point. That's what I'm trying to understand from you.
From what I can understand, because the Most High is his God in that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
The point that I would make is there'll be several nations like that. And guess what? He had to honor the law. The only thing that got him in trouble was, or what he almost got him in trouble was, he almost broke the law of adultery, which is also a clear-cut speech to, they had the law of adultery before the law of Moses. This would be one of my cuts that I would use in that debate. So what's the mandate for a righteous nation? Keeping the law of the Most High. That's my answer. He was obviously afraid because he knew the law of adultery. That's why I wanted you to say, what were they worshiping? That's why I'm asking you, what was their relationship to him? I'm saying they was full-fledged in.
So they were keeping the Shabbat.
I'm saying whatever Abraham was doing, they knew of it, and they was doing something similar. That's what I'm saying. I can't tell you they was keeping the Shabbat. That's me adding to the word, right? But they clearly knew about adultery. They clearly knew about adultery, and they clearly was about to get punished for adultery, which means they are in some type of relationship with the Most High. We agree with that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Right. So that relationship is based upon
keeping some type of.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a question? If that were the case, then why wouldn't Abraham have recognized that if they were law keepers?
Because Abraham was a convert.
Because Abraham was a convert.
Abraham,
is that what you're saying?
That's such a good answer though, because that make please write that down, anonymous, because that's such a fantastic answer.
Yeah, right. So, man, I'm finna get in trouble.
No, because people need to hear that part though, Finn.
No, because people need to know, right?
People need to hear. No, bring that one out, Finn. People need to hear that one.
Up here to get hit tonight.
We'll go back to boxing in a second, but people need to hear that one, like for real.
Y'all gotta understand that.
I was seeing this on Brands the other day. Not to catch. I was seeing this on Brands the other day. I was saying like we're a whole nation of converts. And when I start with Abraham, you know what I'm saying?
This is why you see Abraham going through the trials and the tests that he go through. All these are trials and tests, and so like I keep saying, this is a covenant with a group of people. Keep forgetting that. Ham, Shem, and Japheth all knew the law. Or whatever their agreement was, right? We won't even call it the law. Whatever their agreement was for their covenant, Ham, Shem, and Japheth all knew it.
You're just gonna give everybody. You're gonna put that Noahide laws on them, huh?
I'm saying that they kept Moses' law. It just wasn't called Moses'
law. How did they keep? How did you can't call it Moses' law?
Scripture that says that they kept the law.
I'm calling the law of Moses, the proto law of Moses. The proto law.
I'm calling the whole proto Judaizer in this piece.
Yeah.
That's the proto law of Moses.
Okay, the proto. Okay, okay. All right. All right, you're gonna have to write
So,
that. You're gonna have to write that book.
Yeah, no, I ain't going there. But no, real talk though. I mean, whatever.
so
Look,
that's the
whatever.
debate though, Anon, right? So the debate is that proto law? Is that is it the law of Moses or is it something else, right?
I can't call it the law of Moses. Like all jokes
No,
aside,
but
like you
no,
can't.
no. Okay, the laws that you find underneath the Mosaic
Got
covenant.
you.
Right? You
Yes.
heard him
Yeah.
say?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
So, man, you gotta let me teach that class first, at least before I debate that one. Like you can jump all the way to my whole like the law
Yeah,
being eternal.
yeah. Honestly, because I don't see no difference in the law that Moses rendered to the Israelites, other than laws that dealt with how they lived in that land.
In that land, right? And that's even gonna change if we go to another land now, right?
Agreed.
That's literally
Agreed.
half the point, though. That like so
But
that's why I'm saying the
Nah, no, I disagree. Hold on, whoa. I disagree. Hold on. Here are the things that won't change though. You I knew and I was waiting for it. No. The difference is the only things that'll change is like maybe there's a different type of clean animal with split hooves that we never seen before, right? Or things like that. You're never gonna change the Shabbat. If they with us, they keep the Shabbat. If they outside of us, if you're saying they're a righteous nation outside of us, bro, we gotta really iron that out. Because what I'm saying is they're working their way to doing it. And that's clear. Excuse me. That's clearly what we see. We see them making an effort to get to the point where they are in lockstep cohesion with us in Jerusalem when we're ruling. Because they even get punished if they don't come. If they don't come up on that new moon, they get punished, bro.
right, but so they're not. Are they coming up every Shabbat? Because like if they're not, like
Nope.
what synagogue are they going to? If we're all in Israel.
Now, if we want to keep it a buck, I'm not saying I don't say we're all in Israel. I think we're gonna send our priests out all around the world. Right? I think
there's no way you're gonna be all in Israel. I just think that's virtually impossible.
I don't even think we talk about rebuilding Israel. Here we go. What I really think we rebuild in Eden. Like we're going from the Euphrates all the way down to the Nile. We're going all the way down. Right? That's our land, and we'll populate all that area. But that's neither here nor there, though. The point is, we're gonna be evidently in extreme dialogue with these other nations. So, if you're asking me, they have.
Man, I don't know why people think we still not gonna have internet and satellite TV.
Yeah, bro. Like
I know that's
right.
Yeah,
I don't know what people
that's right. Okay,
and to me is,
I gotta get this point clear because I do want to wrap up around 5.5 hours because I am tired of them. You know what I'm saying? Like so we were talking earlier about this concept about the process, like the commandment to proselytize amongst or the commandment to go to give the gospel amongst like the actual Gentiles and whatnot. So you're saying, from what I understand, so please correct me. Please interrupt me, right? If I heard you correctly, you're saying that the mandates in the New Testament are to go to the Hellenized Jews and to the non-Hellenized Jews, and that the Gentiles will just learn off of the Jews being dealt with, right? But now but from what if I hear you correctly, you're saying like in this situation after like in the new kingdom concept, right? That we'll be sending people out to the other nations.
Yes.
So
that is.
Do you have any scriptural basis for that? So to help me understand that a little bit.
In my opinion, it's in everything from Isaiah 60 all the way through to the finish. Right?
Got you.
Yeah, that's just my concept, right? I just don't know no other way for us to do it. Like it's just in my practical mind when we are dealing with this. I don't know another way to do it right now. They getting in trouble. I'm not dogmatic about how it happens.
Yes, you are.
Right? Hey, you kiss my ass. I'm not dogmatic. Hey, look, I'm gonna be honest too. It's good that they learn. Like, yes, I'm probably the closest to the zealot out of all of us. Like, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, I am not playing. Like, we going home, bro, and ain't nobody finna mess up. Nah, bro. Like, you can't come. If you gonna mess up, you can't come, bro. Like, I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. You're not getting me put out on a technicality. Nope. So, but yeah, I'm not saying that we shouldn't share the gospel with the nations, but I am saying that our mandate is to wake our people up first, right?
I
And
definitely don't disagree with that concept.
in the now, I just think in the process, I we go and talk to the Gentiles. I don't see in the scriptures that they just saying like, bro, we finna go convert these goddamn strangers. They pulled up ready to argue and beef with them dudes in order to get to their brethren. So anytime you see them, even when he's on Mars Hill, just from what I see,
Mhm.
he ain't there trying to convert Goyim. He trying to pull his people out from among them.
Oh.
And then if anybody decides as the Goyim that they heard that message, well then hallelujah, even more better.
So you think some of those Stoics and Epicureans were were Greek speaking Jews, Hellenized Jews?
I would think it was some mixed up in there. Yeah. I actually I'm gonna wait and save that one. Yes, I definitely think so.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't disagree with that.
It's enough articles out there that talk about
Based
supposedly his
on
time.
based on the understanding of what they were doing on that hill and who was actually coming there
Right.
to have these philosophical debates.
Because remember, the people that are involved in these philosophical debates, they starting to learn all of this. They starting to hear all of these different schools of thought. And so this is what's waking the people up as well. Right. Like Paul was a master at this. And I think so many people are so busy either trying to say that they disagree with him, they don't know what he's saying. This is why Peter was
Right.
like, be careful. Right. Paul didn't just wake up and decide, yo, we finna make these righteous Gentiles cool. Like, I agree with you. There's always been a concept of somebody can sojourn, right? But even in that sojourning, so for instance, if they sojourn and they don't come to Shabbat, it's not because uh, they just didn't want to. You ain't gonna worship the Most High and just not want to. It's because your ass wasn't really a part of our nation. You just there, or you a servant.
So is keeping Shabbat, you saying that's mandated for
Israel
Israel only?
right now.
As well as circumcision.
Circumcision is. Oh, you talk. Okay,
I
so you
need you
talking
to
about the
hold
new
on. I need you to unpack that right now. That was slick. He said right now.
right now.
He said right now. Just kept pushing.
Hey, y'all think I'm pushing?
Oh no. Why he said right now? Just kept it pushing.
Hey, you gonna start snatching these little pieces? Hey, look, man, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. The entire world will bow to the Most High eventually, bro. Like it is what it is.
So you're saying everyone's gonna be rocking with the Shabbat at one point?
Yeah, especially when we get to the 8th day.
The 8th day, okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying everybody's gonna participate in the Shabbat at least where they give the land a rest.
You talking about in the 8th day, or just
I'm just saying Shabbat overall.
If they're in the land,
because they have to be working, right?
Yeah, they got to be working, right? And so yes, so then they would also participate in the land rest. And I would think, especially if some of us is in charge, yo, you don't even need to be here for that year. Just take your ass home. We taking, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got nothing to do here. If you got an agricultural job, just take your ass home. You ain't gonna keep the law. You're gonna be sitting around here messing up. Go home. Come back when your visa lets you come back. That's just real politics, right? If you're gonna stay here, you gotta do right. That's just what it is. If you in them gates, You either there on a visa or something like Moore's talking about, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I'm indifferent to them. They could break the law if they want to. We're gonna beat your ass, right? That's what it is. Or you gonna leave. I mean, that's just real. We're gonna have a real kingdom with real laws, and those laws are follow the Most High at all costs. You got a problem with that? Leave. And be careful because we be calling your ass back next month.
Now,
That's the millennial
let's
reign.
rewind that a bit and apply it to the whole world or whatnot. So will the whole world be following the Shabbat?
In the millennial reign, the entire world will be coming up on the new moon. And
I'm talking about like the 7 day.
Yeah, the 7th day is the millennial reign, right? So
no, like the every 7 day Shabbat, like the
Right,
7th.
Shabbat.
What they do, I think eventually, yes. I don't think off back. I don't think at first, no. I think eventually they will. Yes.
What say you, Yaron?
Okay, let me say this. I shouldn't say the whole world because there's gonna be some that fight us. Let me clear that up, right? I don't want to act like, but for all intents and purposes, all those that I consider living, because the dead is going, dead finna catch it. Like, y'all better know. Y'all better open y'all better wake up, bro. I'm feeling good in this position. I'm stretching right now. I'm just now getting started.
So
right? Listen.
Yeah, man.
And you agree with 100% of what I'm saying. You just don't like how I'm saying it.
No, I mean it's not that I don't like how you saying it. I mean I trust me. I have no feelings about it one way or the other in that regards, because I feel like all nations who join themselves to the law will share of the same fatness, which we just read, as that was promised to Israel, the original rule. And I think that this is what I always say this, y'all heard me say it over and over again. This is what I believe Isaiah is prophesying in Isaiah chapter 56. I think he makes, I think it's the clearest indication of what it's going to be like.
And it says they're going to keep the Sabbath, right?
They're going to keep it says, join themselves to the law. That's all of the law. And we shall be all one nation, right? We shall all worship at and worship the Most High. So I think that looking for these caveats to sort of skirt the law is counterproductive, to the degree where if you're talking about a sovereign nation and people who will be connected to that sovereign nation, whether they're a sojourner or foreigner or stranger or eunuch, right? Regardless of whether you which one of those you fall into, I think the scripture makes I think it gives us no room to say, well, some of them can keep the law and some of them can't keep the law. I think that's going to be a part of the what's the word? That's going to be a part of the civil order.
Right. This order that we put together. Right.
That's going to be a part of. So like we have. I should say the Constitution of the land. That's what it's going to be, right? Like this is part of the observant, right? You're going to have to observe these days, right? Now, when it comes to circumcision, I think circumcision is a different thing, because that's a specific sign only for Israel. So I don't argue about circumcision, right? I don't argue that. I think that's where Paul made his distinction between Timothy and Titus. And that was the reason for that, right? Even if you talk about Abimelech, he kept the law. I mean, was Abraham circumcised?
At that point, I want to say yes.
Yeah, he got circumcised.
Yeah, he's
circumcised.
circumcised.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's
So
But
circumcised.
will we say
Ishmael got circumcised too? Like, so that's obviously not like just
exactly? So
And that's
will
what
we
I'm
say?
saying, right?
So will we say Abimelech and his nation of people who were not Israelites? Will we say they had to be circumcised, or they circumcised,
I
or
would say
practice
yes.
circumcision?
I would say yes
It's a
because I think they're
possibility.
Hebrews. Like I think these are Hebrews.
These are
That's just my
Hebrews.
thought. I think these are Hebrews. We see. Well, we'll get into that too. But we clearly see this Asiatic influence at that point in time as well, right?
Which they had. We can show. I mean, we can show historically and culturally, right, before Moses,
Like
that people practice circumcision, right?
yeah, easy, definitely.
Ah,
Yeah. So
You know, I just think there's going to be if we're talking about a sovereign nation that I think we all agree that will and has to happen. There's going to be a sovereign nation. I think part of that sovereignty is a civil code, and that civil code is what we understand to be the law of the Most High.
and so basically, then everything I'm saying lines up with them damn Gentiles in Acts 15 was keeping the Shabbat.
I didn't disagree with you. I didn't disagree with you. Because I think that's the. I think that
for them to keep the Shabbat. No.
Say you don't agree.
Correct.
you said we don't. You don't agree we have to keep the Shabbat.
No, I don't
he's
agree.
saying
That's
he
a
don't.
mandate in Acts 15 is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And then okay, so then just one quick question on that. Why do they include Moses being taught of old in every city? I just want to know your explanation for it.
So let's do it like this. Share the screen for the people right quick. And if we stay any longer, I'm gonna start charging people.
Right, that's a good one, more. Right.
Bam. Do it like that. And so my answer is coupled with this one here, with this verse here in Acts 15. Hold on, is it sharing? Like that. It's big enough for everyone to see it. So in Acts 15:20, we have, but that we write unto them that they abstain from pollutions of idols and from fornication and from things strangled and from blood, right? That's that basic Noahide concept that I keep talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so moving into 15:21, for Moses of old time hath in every city them that preached him being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day, right? So this is what's getting preached to the Gentiles in my concept, right? In the synagogues, about like Genesis 9 and whatnot on the Sabbath days, right?
So they keep it Sabbath.
Once they go see, they go hear it, yeah.
You just
no. So Moses, again, so in my concept, right? Like, so whenever we're scattered or whatnot, like we're having our but we're having our synagogues and whatnot. People who aren't Israelites are allowed to come through and learn, correct? Or no?
I didn't understand it. Say it again.
So in our synagogues in old times, if we're scattered, if we're in the lands, whatever, right? If on our Sabbath day when we're having our synagogues and whatnot, like the stranger can come through, no?
Into the synagogues?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would say. I mean, nah. They got on Paul ass about that.
Yeah.
They got on Paul ass. So nah. Really.
So my interesting.
I gotta look and see. I gotta see if they're making a difference
Okay.
between the
So my
temple and the
argument. So my
synagogue.
argument is.
So are you making a difference between the temple and the synagogue? Is that what it is?
Yeah, 100%. There's a difference between the temple and
Got you.
synagogue.
All right, and then you making a difference between the temple, the synagogue, and then the church as well.
Yes.
And then the church you're saying is the Jew, the Gentile, and the righteous goyim that does not have to keep the law.
When you're saying Gentile, you're saying
Hellenized. So I'm
Jew.
saying Jew, Hellenized Jew, and then the proselyte convert.
I'm gonna be dead honest. Hearing what you're saying about it, I gotta see if it's the Jew and Hellenized Jew, if it's just the Hellenized Jew and the righteous nation. Because I'm not gonna lie, you said a couple of things that made me think about a couple of things tonight. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Yeah, but I think that, yeah, even in Acts 15 right there, I think that definitely when it's talking about Gentiles there, that it's specific in Acts 15. I'm just thinking of Acts 15. That anytime we see Gentiles, it's specifically talking about Israelites.
Interesting. So real quick, so how do both of you apply 1521 to 1520? Because what I'm saying is that the Gentiles that are hearing this are hearing this law being taught like in the Genesis 9 concept, right?
That's a great question.
I'll tell you why I say that too, right?
I think it's a great question though, and I
in
really
Acts
do
15.
think. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Why you on? Because I can get to mine. Because
I was
tell
just
you
gonna
what
say.
I
I
think.
think that's the heart. I think this is the heart of the conversation, right?
Okay.
20 and 21. That's just and then I'll explain what I think. But go ahead, Elder. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, well, I think that I agree with what you're saying more about in Acts 15 and 20. That what's being taught it said, but that we write unto them, right? That they abstain from pollutions of idols and from fornication and from things strangled and from blood, right? So clearly we're seeing concepts of the law being taught here, right? To people who are unaware, right? Who are doing these specific things, right? They're doing these specific things. That's why these specific things in 15 are named as among whether or not keeping the Shabbat and keeping this and keeping that. Not that these things weren't expected, but these are things that are occurring during that particular time that certain Hellenized Jews or Hellenized Israelites are partaking in, right? And so they're saying, listen, we have to deal with this. We have to deal with abstaining from pollution of idols. They have to deal with the fornication, and they have to deal with dealing with things that are strangled, the dietary laws, strangled, and from blood. In other words, kosher, right? Dealing with preparing kosher meals, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, and this is why I say it's only dealing with those specific things, right? So the next verse says, for Moses of old time have in every city them that preach him, right? Being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day. So they're saying, listen, like this is stuff that we don't even have to really discuss whether or not it should not be done or not, because it's always been taught that way since the time of Moses.
That's why I say old time, and that's why I say
right. That's why I say it's old time in every city in the synagogues. Now watch this. Now you go to verse 22. It says, then pleased it the apostles and elders with whom the whole church, that your church is more, to send chosen men of their own company to Antioch, right? With Paul and Barnabas, because Antioch, I'm assuming, is where, according to the scripture, where these issues were being needed to be dealt with, right? Namely, Judas, surnamed Barnabas, and Silas, chief men among the brethren. Now we have the semicolon there, right? Or colon, I should say. Now we're going to continue the thought, right? Here's the catcher, right? It says, and they wrote letters by them after this manner, the apostles and elders and brethren, send greeting unto the brethren which are of the Gentiles in Antioch, Syria, and Caesarea. So clearly, these are the apostles and the elders and other brethren or lay people, right? I will say that just for context. They're sending letters to the other brethren who they are calling Gentiles in Antioch, Syria, and Caesarea. These are Israelites that they're telling, say, look, these things that we're saying, that we're writing to you about in Acts 15 and 20 shouldn't be named among you. You should not be doing these things, because this is what it shouldn't even be an argument, because this is being taught from the time of Moses, right? In every city, right? On every Shabbat. This has been taught since the time of
That's
Moses.
really the kicker for me. That he had
Yeah,
no reason to say on every Sabbath day.
exactly. He had no reason to say that
Right. Other
if it
than you need to
wasn't
be
being
there
done.
on Sabbath. And then let's go even
Exactly.
deeper, because we glossed over the abstaining from idols, right?
Yeah.
Why are you abstaining from idols? Because the Most High is your God, right?
Yeah.
Right? Is there ever a way that the Most High is your God and you don't keep Shabbat? That's my real question.
No. No. Not since because the caveat is right. I'm saying it from
Since Moses
from
of old,
Moses of
exactly,
old time. Right.
exactly.
Right. So we know that they're saying these things are being established, and I guarantee you, if we look into what was going on in that time in Antioch, in Syria, and Caesarea, these Hellenized Jews, they were doing some Greek stuff.
Facts.
They was doing some Greek stuff that they learned from these other nations, right? They was doing some Greek stuff, these idols, right? Idol worshiping. They had many different. This is why when he goes up on Mars Hill, as you said, what did he start to talk about? What did he notice? He noticed that they had many different gods and a space for the unknown God.
He
So
got mad.
he,
That's really what he got mad. He was like, yo, no, y'all need to worship the Most High.
yeah. So so he knows that they're dealing with this issue of idol worship, which is, you know, in Antioch and in Syria and Caesarea. This is once we look into that, I guarantee you we're going to find that this is what was happening among these Hellenized Jews. They were worshiping idols. They were engaging in orgies. It says fornication there, but I guarantee you it's going to be orgies, right? In this context of the time, and not eating kosher foods, right? So, and they're saying, listen, you can go deal with them, but then this is why they're saying, and they're having this conversation. So that's why at 20, so it says then pleased the apostles and elders and the whole church to send chosen men of their own company to Antioch with Paul and Barnabas, right? It's like, look, we got to go teach these brothers. We got to go teach these brethren the right way. Why am I calling brothers? Because that's what they called them in the very next verse, in verse 23. The brethren which are of the Gentiles.
So, point of clarification, real quick. So, in your breakdown, how are these letters applying to the chosen sent members of the church? Do they apply to the church at all? Like, does the church have to follow the Shabbat, or does it, or
Yes.
I think it applies to the church, because it says, look, it says,
church
then
definitely
please,
has to buy. The church has because they all in one accord. It pleased all of them.
Yep. It says with the whole church. It said it pleased the apostles and the elders with the whole church to send chosen men. So the church had to be in agreement with them Gentile brethren in Antioch and Syria and Caesarea that they needed to abstain from these things that they know were taught from the law from the time of Moses.
And then on
So that
top of that, Then on top of that, right? Damn, I forgot it because keep finish. Just finish. I'm looking at this
Yeah,
thing my son did.
and I
So
think so.
damn it,
And I
here I
think
go, Joe.
yeah, I think it definitely deals with with the whole church, or what we understand the church to have been at the time of Acts, right? Which was I say at that particular time in Acts 15, uh, the 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 church was still really um getting to a point as to even if they should even deal with these Gentiles, because I think this is why we see the exchange with Peter, with Peter and Paul, right? I think Paul was like, "Hey, look, lead them heathen Gentile." I think Paul was looking at them like they were heathens because of some of these things that they were doing. I don't think Paul wanted to. I don't think. I'm sorry, Shalaki. I don't think Peter wanted to deal with them at all to a degree until the Most High says, "Don't call clean what I've made clean." You know, so I think that conversation in and of itself, that exchange between Peter and Paul, and then Paul receiving that vision from the Most High, I think that even sets I think that even sets the stage for a lot of this what we're dealing with in this particular time. Lets us know what the apostles had been thinking before. Now that Paul is on the scene, you know, Paul is like, hey, look, listen, they sending Paul to do this. They sending Paul and Barnabas to do this work. And we know at and even still at that time, there were many that still didn't trust Paul because of his previous persecution of the church. You know,
What I was gonna say.
so
So the concept, I'm sorry, real quick, because I'm gonna
no,
forget.
go ahead.
The concept of the church, like even when you deal with like Phoebe and Chloe and all of them, they was clearly keeping Shabbat. Like they was clearly meeting on the Sabbath. We can go look in Romans and Corinthians, right? We can look at, especially in like in the different Corinthians verses, you can clearly see that they was keeping Sabbath as a part of the quote unquote church. You can also go look at sources like the Didache and find a lot of the truth and proof of this, right? It's showing you two different people and the distinct people that are keeping the Shabbat and ostracizing themselves because they getting ran out of everything. Those are the followers of the way. Like those are the first century believers that's been spoken about in the Bible. Like I'm sorry, like the law wasn't compromisable to these people once they understood that the new covenant was in. Because the understanding of the new covenant is I got to keep the law. So this is why they preach in Christ. Because Christ is ushered in the new covenant. Now you can come back from your divorce. That's why they're celebrating. They're celebrating because our brothers have come back from their divorce. They're coming home from their exile. But because Rome is in charge, they running them out. Am I making sense?
Yeah, yeah,
Ain't nobody talking to me.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my fault. I had to go see something right quick.
It's good.
But hey, man, I'm gonna jump off and I'm gonna let y'all go, man, before I have to start sending more some ties.
Yeah, you feel
I'm
what I'm
out.
saying? It's about tie 30. You know what I'm saying?
I think I gotta reschedule this live. It ain't gonna happen. You done it got me tired tonight, young man. Young man, young man.
I know that's right. Well, I'm about to jump off myself and get something to eat. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate building with the brethren, as always.
Yeah, man, it's a beautiful thing, man. Y'all funny,
Definitely will be in touch with the family.
Most definitely.
definitely.
We got many things to talk about.
Yeah, I want like because now we got to work on this and put this together. So All right, man. I love y'all. Appreciate you, bro. Great job
All
tonight.
right, much love, fam.
Love you too,
Peace.
fam.
Yeah, hey, more great lesson, man. It's going to my library, man.
No, I praise to the
I
Most High,
agree.
fam.
I agree. All praises.
Shalom to the panel and shalom to the chat family. Appreciate y'all for showing up. Appreciate y'all for participating. And with that, family, we say peace and love.
I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah, yeah, yeah. Minister, we gonna speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life, pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldiers drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the ambulance roll out the stretch. Why can't you see it's not logical? If you live diabolical. Boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice don't correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. Really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking in the man in the mirror. I can't say it any clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the sickle. In the van coming with a ram with it. When the van come and get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the slide and the hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, but after my license, day one, let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occurred. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.